Hey, you guys. So, as you can see, this live is a little different than the normal lives I do. In the header, it says Forrest Fenn. Just last night, I said I usually don't put Forrest Fenn in the titles of my YouTube channels when I go live because I'm not really wanting to draw attention to it. But you gotta love Discord. Discord is my lovely, happy place of sourcing and information. So, I don't even know how to explain this. I've already come across this idea a few times, but I forget stuff all the time. And then it's just like, I need to remind myself. So when I tell you guys, instead of keeping this, instead of hoarding this, instead of going to documentarians, I'm just talking to you guys about it. Because again, I don't care. I did message Calvary and I was like, yo, I'm actually good friends with Ben and Ashley from Treasure Warriors. Wanted to touch base with you in regards to something I think I found, but it's no biggie if you get back to me, right? I didn't even reach out to Netflix. Just reach out to Calvary because I was like, yo, Brandon, let me know if you want to talk. But I'm not hoarding this. I'm sharing it. Honestly, the moment I started piecing this together, I went into Discord and was like, oh my God, you guys, I think I'm finding things. And everyone's like, whatever, Candy, you're always finding things, and kind of just like, whatever, which I don't blame them. Again, people don't really pay attention if it's not their research that is being presented, right? So first thing I wanted to do, call Ashley. She's busy. Totally get it. She was like telling me earlier, she's got a bunch of stuff going on. Second person I tried calling, Marty. She's with her grandkids, so I'm waiting for her to get back to me. I reached out to Cynthia, got some response. Reached out to Christy. I get she's busy right now. I think she's at work or she's doing something. Try to call Gallatin because Gigi's my girl. She's driving right now. Talked to Huli a little bit. Love Huli. She sent me some stuff too. So where do I start with this? Okay. So Ben went into Discord earlier today and was asking about that quote about the back door, which is from the interview from the Santa Fe, New Mexican, and how we always talk about, remember back in the day, Gigi and I were like super adamant about that. And the reason why it was edited out, it was from the Santa Fe, New Mexican interview, and it was edited out at the very end where Forrest talks about, in order to find a back door, you have to take the pictures, the illustrations, right? The drawings. And then he says, like, apply it to the poem itself. Obviously, I'm botching the actual quote, and I don't really care about the quote, but that was the inspiration, right? So I was like talking to Ben, and I'm trying to help him because he's like trying to look into it again. And I was like, okay, I already discussed this before, especially the blaze, right? The blaze is like the main focus because Gigi and I found one day when we were messing around with the chapter No Place for Biddies, and we were live, I think, on my channel when this happened. And I was like, Gigi, don't you think it's so weird? Because it was right after we figured out the information about the Santa Fe, New Mexican interview. And so me and Gigi were like talking, and I was like, Gigi, don't you find it so weird that there's twins in the No Place for Biddies chapter, the drawing, right? And I'm like, and it looks like a head on a stick. Like, I was laughing uncontrollably. So I'm like, there's no way this isn't like meant to be an aberration because it was so blatantly obvious. It's a freaking head on a stick and it's an exact match to the other. And if you look at the one twin on the left, it looks like half an X. And you look at the other twin on the right, it looks like another half an X. And what do? You're supposed to meet them, put them together. So I'm like talking to Gigi, and Gigi's like basically doing origami over there to her book. And I'm like, I can't do that. How dare I? Like, I cannot. My mom would beat me with a stick. So Gigi is on the other end and she's folding over No Place for Biddies. And it shows that they meet to come together, right? And it was funny because we were talking about it, and you could see in the very tiny upper corner where the hat is on the twin to the left, there is the word blaze. It's BLAZ, and then the E is hidden in the tip of the hat. Again, I'm a weirdo. I used to play this game called Tiny Little with my mom when I was a kid. And it was basically about writing the tiniest, most microscopic words and little pictures that you can do on like a little Post-it note. And then the other person had to try and figure out what the tiny microscopic word or or object said, was or said. And so I'm really good at still being able to see stuff like that. Like it was kind of competitive between me and my mom. And so I saw it, and turns out Alan Kelly saw it. And I never even knew Alan Kelly saw it, right? So Alan Kelly sees it, I see it, GD sees it. And when you fold it, it creates an arrow pointing down, kind of like look quickly down. So you got the word blaze, you got an arrow pointing down, but don't even think about that, right? It's pretty cool in the illustration. It says blaze and it has an arrow pointing down, but even more interesting, I was like, I remember one day Forrest was talking about how we had to, like, he said the chapters were out of order, right? Does anyone remember when Forrest quoted that? He said the chapters were out of order and you needed to take the poem and marry the poem to the book, TTOTC. Like, I don't know if everyone remembers that, but I remember that because I was like, how do you do that? What do you do? I think I finally figured out what he meant. Okay. And so I'm going to try and walk you through step by step with my findings, my rantings, the key of etymology, all this stuff. Okay. I'm like so excited and I'm still not even done because I called Luli after. I was like, Luli will answer. And she answered, poor thing. She's talking to me. And I'm like, not even really, I say hello to Luli and I start spewing all this stuff. I'm like, Luli, I found it. I figured it out. I figured out what the blaze is. I know why the Medium article was written. I know that there's not an actual broken physical blaze. Like, I found so much stuff today, you guys. And I was so excited. And I go to share it in Discord. And of course, everyone's like, whatever. So you know what? I'm taking it to my platform. I'm sharing it with the little group I have here because this is my little happy place, right? So I'm like on the phone with Lily and I'm just like talking her ear off. And this is the thing. So how can I start this? Let me go back a little bit on my little book. I have my little book right here. Okay. So first thing, when they were talking about blaze, the first thing I thought about was no place for biddies, right? That chapter. And I've alluded to this a few times, and I think Gigi has too as well, where the poem itself is meant to be married with certain chapters in the book. Because each chapter, not all of them, but there's some chapters in TTOTC that give specific information to help guide you with what you need to fill in to make the map itself. Because when I was talking to Rudy a couple of days ago, and I told him, hey, pay up. You owe me a secret because I kicked your butt at the Bottomless Mimosa Challenge, right? The first thing I asked him was about the jars. And he was talking about certain leads he had on the jars and everything like that. And I won't, reveal his stuff because that's his research. That's his secret stuff. But this is the thing. He talked about how whenever Forrest talks about natural directions, that's really important. And he even mentioned that Jack used that same concept. And he said, like, the poem is his way of guiding you with natural directions. And he just took different words and made them more complicated. Like the word verbiage was just twisted a little bit, right? And then he says, after that, you get the grid searching. Well, I always knew about the grid searching based on the chapter epilogue, right? Which would give you look quickly down your quest to cease. So I started messing around with the no place for biddies chapter, right? And now a biddy is actually the other form for the name Bridget. It could mean a gossipy old lady, but it also means Bridget. So what does Bridget mean in etymology? Etymologically, Bridget means exalted one, but it also can mean a grave mound. And I was like, wait, what? A grave mound? That's interesting. So I started looking it up, and it talked about finial, which is radial symmetry, right? And I was looking at different concepts of death, right? Because Jack told us, the way he figured it out was he figured out where Fenn wanted to die. So I was talking about radial symmetry, and he said, remember, I didn't take a radial off the blaze. Fascinating, right? So then you get the same concept as like sepulture, which is a burial vault or crypt. And so I started zooming around and I'm like, okay, grave mound, Karen, I found an article on different word verbiage for death, right? And burial spots. And in the book TTOTC, Forrest actually talks about how he had everything planned out down to the final bier, B-I-E-R. And a bier looks like a ladder. And depending on, your spiritualistic concept of things, whether you're Christian or spiritual, whichever. It's either put up in a tree. It's like, it looks like a little ladder, and it's the Native Americans would make the ladder and they would put it up in a tree, and it would either hold the body or it would hold a casket of the remains of that person. So I was like, okay, that's interesting, right? But it's getting even weirder. It's getting even weirder. So then I'm reading the chapter, No Place for Biddies. And remember that weird phrase Forrest said? It's like, he was like, oh, I would always, like, when I was walking home, because it's talking about like, oh, the old biddies say I'm not allowed to cross the street. Well, that's a hint that alludes to, cross something, which gives you no place for the meek. So obviously no place for biddies is meant to be married with no place for the meek. But also he talks about step on a crack, break your mother's back. And I'm like, when Jack told us about, or the Medium article, right? When the Medium article told us about the broken blaze, I was just like, really? Do you think it would actually be broken? Or are they trying to talk to you, like give you a hint, but talk in code? And so I started looking it up for crack. Step on a crack, break your mother's back. So this is the thing. It talks about creek in the poem, right? And when the Medium article came out, Jack was specifically talking about finding the chest, and specifically he was talking about the blaze. He was like, oh, I was looking for the blaze. I found a hint in the book, and then I had to look for a broken blaze. How do you know that the blaze was broken? And was it physically broken, or was there something else going on? And what's even more fascinating to me is that when he wrote about the article and the blaze, he specifically chose the term nook. Okay, so again, the power of etymology is just mind-blowing to me. And again, the reason I even learned etymology, even knew it existed, because I didn't know it existed until Forrest Fenn. So Forrest Fenn was super, super deep into etymology, just like how I am. And when you use the term nook, it actually comes from the word creek. So creek can mean many things in many different variations and forms. But one of the words for creek is actually nook. And then if you look at nook, it actually relates to crack. Okay? And I was just like, okay, this is really interesting, right? This is getting somewhere. And a nook is an angle formed by the meeting of two lines. You remember how he says, if you can make the lines cross? I was like, okay, that's interesting. Also, nook also means a special secluded place. Like, look up the language and the etymology of the word nook. It means special secluded place. So I was like, oh, okay, this is getting really fascinating. So it's the chapter, No Place for Biddies, that tells you, step on a crack, break your mother's back. It's telling you something's broken. And it always fascinated me that the Medium article said the blaze was broken. Like, what if he said the blaze was no longer distinguishable, or the blaze was indecipherable? He always used the term broken. And I'm like, why is he using the term broken? And there you go. So if you look at crack, nook, or creek, right? They're all one and the same thing. And the hint that Forrest gives you from No Place for Biddies, where it shows the word blaze in the drawing, gives you crack, gives you nook, nook gives you creek. There'll be no paddle up your creek. So is it possible that the word creek in the poem isn't referring to an actual creek itself, but it's referring to what the blaze actually defines as? Did you guys know, etymologically speaking, the word blaze translates to mean scar or mar of the earth? That is one of the first things I always had for blaze, especially when I was out in, like, Beaver Creek poking around and stuff with Marty. I always had mar of the earth or scar of the earth as my blaze. And I used to have, where the earthquake happened over at Hubgen, how there were those huge, like scar faults or whatever. I forgot what they were called. Scarp lines. I think they were scarp lines. That was my blaze. And so when you look at a finial or a niche, aka nook as well, that is another term that popped up for burial grounds and biers. So 3 times already. I've got, the niche and the nook, crack nook, crack creek, nook creek, right? All of this together. And this is confirmed by Forrest saying in TTOTC, he had it all planned out down to the final beer. I'm not even making this up. He said final beer, right? So think about this. Think about the concept of death. And Jack figured out where Forrest wanted to die, right? So I'm like, okay, I swear to you, I think this chapter is literally doing what he said. It's giving you hints to help you with the clues in the poem. So I'm like, okay, the blaze is the nook, which is also the niche where Forrest was supposed to be interred, right? Sepultured, interred, whatever. So then I start thinking, okay, well, if that chapter helps me out with understanding no place for the meek and blaze, is it possible other chapters can do that as well? Is it possible the poem is actually a ledger and the chapters themselves create the map with the illustrations and different information to create like secret messages almost in a way, like to take certain information and from that information realize what it's trying to tell you? So then I'm like, okay, and I start writing stuff down. And I'm like, okay, begin it where warm waters halt, right? You got the first stanza and then you have begin it where warm waters halt. Like, what's it? What's the warm waters? Where do they halt? Everything like that. Well, because we knew, even without TTOTC, we knew back in the time of the Daily Bozeman Chronicle, he wrote the chapter, Memories of Our Past and Which Are Present, which is now what you would know as the chapter Flywater. And in that original story, he talks about those great places on the fire hole. So you already know this includes the fire hole, right? So then you go to on page 121 of TTOTC, you go to right there, it shows a picture of Forrest and he's got all the fish laid out and it says, a good day on the river, I was 12. What fish we couldn't use, we traded for potatoes and other goods. It's what kept us going during the war when my father was making $4,000 a year teaching school in Texas, right? Well, if you look up at the top, it has the stamp. It says July 23rd, 1942. Remember that date, July 23rd. And then right next to it says Madison River. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Okay. So then I start reading the first paragraph of Flywater, and it talks about, the parents celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary, la, la, la. And Forrest always said, like, pay attention to aberrations, right? Well, fascinating, because he talks about him and Peggy and, how they had been married for 57 years. She still looks good and thinks young. He really likes to reiterate about thinking young, by the way. He talks about like at around age 13, which would be 12 and a half, being young. Youth is always wasted on the young. Interesting stuff, right? So he says, we've had a pretty good life together because she's so tolerant and everyone knows it. She has always said she'd rather switch than fight. And I think she's done a lot of switching. But every time we've come to a fork in the road, we've taken it together, if you know what I mean. And I remember that always stood out so strange to me. I was like, fork in the road. And then even when they had that interview and someone asked like Forrest, like, would you find yourself switching back? And he's like, this one's this gal's dangerous. It specifically says switching, right? In the chapter of Flywater. So, okay, begin at where warm waters halt. The chapter Flywater is telling you Firehole is one of the warm waters, right? Let's just go for context. So the Firehole is one of the warm waters. We got waters as in plural. And, waters can mean many different variations, but I'm going to go with the concept as a fork in the road or a fork in the river. You've got the Firehole on one end. You've got the Gibbon River on the other end. And that creates a fork. And when you take them together, like he says, it creates the Madison. And then all of a sudden you got again in the corner, it says right next to the stamp, Madison River. Is that a very subtle confirmer for you? Is begin it the Madison River? Okay, well, I mean, it's just assumptions, right? So let's keep going. So then you're reading, and it talks about, we always used to take separate vacations. So she could go visit her mother and talk about me, and I can go visit my father and talk about our favorite fishing holes. Okay, well, now the chapter Flywater just told us about fishing holes. And remember when I told you guys, hey, remember we're looking for that slip up that Jack mentioned for Forrest? And then I eventually was like screaming it from the rooftops, tried to tell Mike and Christy, I tried telling everybody. I was like, you guys, I think I found the slip up. It's talking about favorite, dot, dot, dot. So it was that article that was written, remember, about the reporter that went to Fenn's house and he got bit by, I think it was Willie. He like nipped the ankle or whatever. And he talks about, you know, if I ever get cancer again, I'm going to mark a spot on the calendar 6 months from now and I'm going to go to my favorite. And then he starts to trail off, dot, dot, dot. Well, there are only two things that are stated in TTOTC. This is favorite soda and favorite fishing holes. And so since the chapter Flywater is trying to help us in the beginning, right? It gives you the Madison, it's giving you other stuff too. So now we got Madison River, then we got some fishing holes. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Let's write that down, see what's happening over there. So as we go, next thing you know, it says June, July, and August in Yellowstone. So now it just gave me Yellowstone and it gave me 3 months to choose. June, July, and August. Well, the stamp that I'm looking at right now for Flywater says July 23rd. But you know what else shows June? The chapter Goldemore stamp that says June 5th. Remember that one? And wasn't it allegedly rumored that Jack found the chest exactly on June 5th and then sent pictures on the 6th? Fascinating. Okay, let's stick with that, right? Then talks about how he always sees it about age 13. So I wrote that down. This is getting interesting. But you know what's even more fascinating about the chapter Flywater? It sits here and it says how he liked to sit under the tree. Sit under the tree on the Madison River. Where was the chest allegedly found, you guys? Under a tree on the Madison River. Okay, this is getting interesting, right? So let's just keep reading. Like let's keep going. What else can we find here? Okay, the osprey dive, everything like that. Oh, okay. Well then, I turned the page, right? So chapter Flywater, the Flywater chapter, it literally just told us. Let me try and reiterate real fast. The two warm waters being used together, taking a fork in the road and putting them together shows us that it creates the Madison, right? And then we discovered that his favorite way to do things in Yellowstone was to visit his father, and they would talk about their favorite fishing holes. So I wrote down fishing holes. Then you got the information about June, July, and August, and you got under a tree on the Madison. So now we turn the page and it shows some of the favorite fishing holes. Oh shit. Okay, cool. So it shows, you know, Mount Haynes, shout out to Ben. He loves Mount Haynes. Water hole, shout out to Tyler. I know he loves the water hole. There's the highway hole. It shows, you know, June and everything. You got the highway hole again, showing mom. Then you got the father. And it shows 9 Mile Hole. Huh. You know what else it shows? Father again at Watkins Creek. And very big for all of it, except for Watkins, by the way, is in Yellowstone National Park. And it just shows Yellowstone. And then compliments to Ben. He was the one that folded Yellowstone Park. And remember, it creates key. That's what it said. It creates key when you fold it. And I think there really is like some origami trick happening over here. Okay. So now that the very first page of Flywater told us certain information and details to pay attention to, well, the fishing holes, he just told us, just so happened to be some interesting ones, right? So you got 4 different fishing holes to pick from. Wait, there's actually more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 fishing holes to pick from. There's 3 months to pick from. There's 5 fishing holes to pick from. Fascinating. Okay, let's turn the page. We're gonna figure out the rest of this together because I'm just on a roll. Okay, so another really important detail that I've always paid attention to, him writing the letter to Peggy. So he said, I realized there were many moments to remember, like the time I sat under a tree on the Madison River and watched the osprey dive for fish as I wrote a note for my wife, who always allowed me the luxury of doing the things I thought were important. Where did we hear important before? Oh yeah, important literature. Okay, keep that in mind. So there comes a time, maybe it's an age. Well, let's see, throughout the whole book, he says my age always stays about, or my mind always stays at about age 13, right? Okay. When all of us reflect on the happenings that marked our passage through the breaks and thickets of life. Don't you find that fascinating? That phrase, that term, breaks and thickets of life. Okay. So let's stick with that. I wrote that down on the side, thickets, just for entertainment purposes for my brain. Most are conjured up by reverential spirits that are reserved for times when we happen upon the solitude of just ourselves. Has it gone alone in there, maybe? Okay, let's keep going. A passing mood will bring thoughts of loved ones floating back to dominate a few moments of our time. The reveries, which we all know Forrest, whenever he's talking about the treasure and his final secret spot, he always uses reverie. In my reverie, right? So it's fascinating. It comes back up here again. The reveries are too many to be counted, but each one occupies a far corner of my mind, waiting for another time. Another time. Okay. I love those things when they do that. Today, as my thoughts drifted by en route to new ideas to be tried and new experiences to be had, I pulled a long forgotten book from a shelf. It's called Flywater and is about the great fishing spots in the western part of this country. So another interesting detail. The original article talks about Southwest Montana. Just keep that in mind, you guys. Southwest Montana. We've got Wyoming. Remember, Forrest said he and the finder decided to agree that the chest was found in Wyoming. But then you've got Vanetti, Chris, that makes Vanetti, right? He's friends with Mike, and Mike and he had a bet. Chest is going to be found in Wyoming. The chest is going to be found in Montana. Chris said Montana. I guess Mike said Wyoming. And when Forrest was still alive, I guess he told Mike to tell Chris to not pay any bets just yet. Don't you find that interesting? So if Chris is saying the treasure was found in Montana, and Mike's saying, I think the treasure was found in Wyoming, and Forrest is telling Mike to tell Chris, don't pay any bets just yet. Okay. Well, you know what else just really pops out to me? The two postmarks that are about the long ride home and looking for Lois and Clark. Now, the long ride home was the story about him and Skippy, right? And somewhere lost between Shoshone and Casper. And then you've got the story about looking for Lois and Clark with him and Donnie Joe, right? They get lost somewhere. They're living their best life. They basically crumple up a map under a lapis lazuli sky, all this stuff, right? The stamps themselves, though, right next to it, just like the Madison on Flywater, it says somewhere in Wyoming, somewhere in Montana. And he specifically tells you in TTOTC that the treasure is somewhere north of Santa Fe. And the only other stamp with the little slight information is on Goldenmore and says somewhere north of Santa Fe. I can keep my I can keep my secret where? Somewhere north of Santa Fe? And you only got two options for states? You got Wyoming, you got Montana. Well, okay, let's think about this. The finder and Forrest on Dale's blog stated, we decided that the chest was found in Wyoming. Isn't that so strangely worded and phrased? The treasure was found in Wyoming. Yet you don't need to pay any bets just yet. Could that be alluding to another treasure? Could the double omegas be two chests? Because we know the chest from the Heritage auction site, right? Or not auction site, but Heritage auctions even though it wasn't for sale, it wasn't up for auction. That one is a 19th century replica. We were basically going over it yesterday. We were talking about, hey, is it possible we could find some information from the Detroit Museum to let us know if that missing dot from the chest motif, if it's due to wear and tear? Did it get eroded away? What happened? Because it just so happens Fenn's chest has the exact same missing dot, and that's not a part of the original motif sketch, right? So it's like, okay, there's one chest from 19th century replica. And then talking to Chris, we know for a fact Forrest made his own replica. Okay. So we believe Forrest purchased his chest from a museum friend. Yet I found an article that stated in the Detroit Museum that that specific chest just up and disappeared for a while and then magically came back. So would it be interesting if Forrest actually made a copy of the one from the Detroit Museum, and that's the one we know as the Forrest Fenn treasure chest? Okay. But then why did Forrest reach out to Chris of Vanetti's and ask him to make him another chest? This was at either the end of 2019 or early 2020. And he was telling him, hey, when I was making a copy, this is what I did, and this is what you shouldn't do. Okay, interesting, right? So why is there another copy, and why did he pay Chris like $15,000 to make this copy? Okay, that's two. That's two chests right there. And then allegedly there's a third. So we got three chests just floating in the air right now, right? So let's just think about that for a second. So as I continue reading this, more things are starting to pop up. More things are starting to show things. Okay, all right, this is fascinating. Are certain chapters in TTOTC literally telling you exactly what you need to do in order to understand the natural directions being given? Prime example, the chapter epilogue, that is so blatantly telling you how to grid search a specific area of wood. And what's fascinating to me as well is that there are two spots in the illustrations or the drawings of TTOTC that are patches of wood. There's teachers with ropes, the little girl's dress. You think those are clouds. They're not. They're the tops of trees. It's a specific area of wood. And then there's, again, the chapter, No Place for Biddies. The old biddy, her top, if you look at it, it kind of looks like one half of the river crossing into the other half, into the wood, which are the trees in the shirt. Okay, fascinating. So, all right, let's just sit here and go more stuff. But don't you find it fascinating that we're told in the chapter Flywater, Forrest likes to go to Yellowstone in June, July, and August to sit under a tree. Favorite fishing hole. Okay. Madison River, secret where, secret fishing hole. Let's keep going. What's happening? What's happening over here? And by the way, that's the only time he even mentions 9 Mile Hole. It's just one little picture. That's it. And I completely forgot because I haven't looked at this book in like 6 months. Okay, so now we're going. Those great places, which were personal secrets to me then. Oh, there's the secret again, which it originally said those great places on the fire hole. So if Forrest is writing an entire memoir that is meant to be the key to finding where he hid the treasure, and he specifically decided to take out the word fire hole and instead on the side put the word Madison River, doesn't that kind of make you think for a second? One chest was a decoy in case of a kidnapping. True. Possibly, John. Possibly. So don't worry, Troy. You could have your wheel solved. I am just having fun being an etymology nerd and decoding some interesting stuff that is so far making sense. It's okay. So think about this. Are we supposed to sit around and wait for Netflix to do some big ass production about, oh, it was a 9 Mile? I'm not really in the mood to do that. If I could use my brain and my creativity and TTOTC in the poem to possibly figure out what the hell it was before they drop it, I'm down. And while I'm at it, it kind of looks like there's more than one chest. Now, this is the kicker, though, you guys. When you go to the big picture that Forrest always tells you about, the big picture, it showed 9 Mile Hole, right? Well, did you know exactly across from that photo, mirroring 9 Mile Hole, it showed the father again, and it showed Watkins Creek. Watkins Creek, Montana. That's Hebgen Lake. And wasn't it 9 Mile Hole and Watkins Creek that the alleged Condor 2 was searching when Ben and I and others took forever researching the Condor 2 Reddit database? Yeah, he was searching Cabin Creek, Watkins Creek, 9 Mile Hole, Beaver Creek. What's going on? What's going on? Okay, well then this gets even weirder. Did you know that during 2021, when they were filming, Cynthia and Justin and Matt, all those people, right? When they were combing the Madison River and then eventually came to 9 Mile Hole, did you know after that filming, Smell the Sunshine reached out to Marty and not only told her, hey, evidence suggests that Jack was following you, which I told her. And it's funny because Matt and I are like always neck and neck. But it makes sense because Matt, literally what he does for a living is translate language and the origin of words. He's definitely got a freaking one up for me. So he reaches out to Marty and he's asking her, hey, where did you and Gigi search in Montana? And then he's specifically asking about Watkins Creek. And I never understood that until like this moment. So I reached out to Cynthia today and I was like, hey, when did you guys go to Watkins Creek? And she's like, well, we never went there with Netflix, but her and Matt went there. And I'm like, did you go in July? She still hasn't responded to that one. She said like sometime in June they went to film for 9 Mile Hole thingy. But I'm like, did you go to Watkins Creek in July? Specifically July 23rd? Just like the stamp from Flywater? Just curious. So, okay, now let's read more about this because he talks about the places he fished as a kid, especially the western part of this country. The original part said the western part, southwestern Montana. That's what it originally said. And that always confused me because I was like, how could one part of the story be Firehole, right? Those great places on the Firehole. And then how could it drastically change to southwestern Montana? It's like two places in once, or two chests in two places, maybe. I don't know. So yeah, I fished as a kid under the tutelage of my father, or where I guided for others for pay when I was just a young teen. I don't know about you, but that just sounded like, again, Forrest being two places at once with his father. Interesting. Several of the wonderful color plates are places where I fished as a kid under the tutelage of my father, or where I guided others for pay when I was just a young teen. Well, we know that when Forrest was guiding other people, it was 9 Mile Hole for one. We know that because of the other scrapbooks, right? Especially the Eagle family stories. But then you got where he fished as a kid under the tutelage of his father. Doesn't that qualify with what he showed us? We have 9 Mile Hole, but then you have like the water hole, the highway hole. He talks about secret fishing spots, Watkins Creek. That definitely follows under the category of Southwest Montana, you guys. Watkins Creek is Southwest Montana. And Watkins Creek, aside from Rumba Creek, which is where I was, is literally the only options you have from that big picture. we already know Wyoming's over. He said Wyoming is done and over with, right? We're just trying to mess around and figure out how the clues actually happen, especially because they keep talking about, oh, there's a secret video of Forrest telling you exactly word for word how that's solved. Okay, well then tell me why we got a Dr. and Jekyll Hyde situation going on right now in the chapter Flywater that keeps eluding Montana, Wyoming, Wyoming, Montana. Just like the stamps, somewhere in Wyoming, somewhere in Montana. And then wasn't it, remember, okay, we had the chapter, or we had the book Once Upon a While. And didn't that come out, I think in 2018, right? Once Upon a While? But it still had the double omega, right? So when did we get the revised edition about Once Upon a While? Oh yeah, 2019. When did Jack or whoever it was allegedly find the treasure? Oh yeah, 2019. Okay. And then all of a sudden, the double omega is no longer double omega. There's just one omega. Okay. Weird. Really weird. So what do we do with that? Well, I keep finding so many different pieces of evidence in TTOTC that is telling you Wyoming here, Montana here, Wyoming here, Montana here. And right here for the chapter of Flywater, it screams it. Great fishing spots in the western part of this country. Several of the wonderful color plates of our places where I fished as a kid under the tutelage of my father, or where I guided others for pay when I was just a teen. Okay, we got 9 Mile Hole crossed off, right? So why do I keep finding stuff about Montana? What is going on? And if you tell me, Candy, you're crazy, especially if there's still a chest out there, why are you sharing this? Same reason I used to share the same stuff when I was looking for the Wyoming one with you guys. It's fun to discuss and theorize and use my imagination. I like to build off of this. So, okay. And it looks like a picture. It says my secret fishing hole. Secret fishing hole. But he's got multiple secret fishing holes. Interesting. And then, you know what's funny too? Didn't someone once say the very first edition, like the first printing of TTOTC, didn't the poem say the answers I already know, and then it got switched to the answer I already know? How do you go from answers to answer? If the riddle is telling us we need to find his secret where, right? And the secret where is alluding to his favorite secret fishing hole, why would it be plural answers? And also in the book, if you look for it, there's a section where Forrest talks about how why not watch people look for his treasure while he's still here, and then maybe again after I'm gone. That's interesting. While he's still here, and then maybe again after I'm gone. Here, after I'm gone. Is it possible double omega didn't kick in until first chest was found, which gives you one last omega, and then the passing of Forrest is round 2? Especially that whole thing about Forrest going to Dale and talking about, oh, want to know if the person found the actual chest and it's legit? I wrote a stanza. You won't know what it is, but you'll know it's mine. Okay. And then apparently Dale asks Jack, what's the stanza? Did you get a stanza? And Jack's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Well, I already did a huge video on this, but you know, me and my emotional breakdowns, I deleted all of it. But I did a whole entire concept on the Medium article being phase 2. Medium article is phase 2 for the final chase. And again, this is my own opinion. You guys can take it with a grain of salt. Honestly, it's okay. Okay, so randomly in the Medium article, 2 weeks after Fenn passes away, it's like, oh, I'm going to talk about how I was super obsessed with finding the treasure, and then all this other stuff, and the Nook, and the blades, and the broken blades, blah, blah, blah. By the way, Forrest was best friends with Eric Sloane. I just need to reiterate that for you again. Even though it tells you specifically about that in the very beginning of TTOTC, but let me sit here and reiterate that. And then you got Pam claiming this random email was sent to her from Forrest that was meant for Shiloh, that just so happens to have some, if not all, of the Medium article that was written before he passed, right? Okay. And then you've got the part where when they're talking about the friendship of Forrest and Eric Sloane, some random stanza in there. Random stanza like the one Forrest told Dale about to keep his eyes peeled for. Okay. That's interesting. Not to mention sup. Sup. Think about that. Is it possible that you can create an entire other treasure hunt by replacing begin at where Wilmer's halt with the second stanza that we're given in the Medium article? Do you remember how Christy said Forrest and Eric Sloane once wanted to create a treasure hunt together? Interesting. Interesting. There's just like so much evidence I keep finding that alludes to Wyoming and Montana. It's kind of crazy. And I'm literally finding more as I go along reading this with you guys live. Okay, so let's see what else we can find. And not to get your hopes up, it's possible Matt and them already found it. Because, I mean, what the hell were they doing at Watkins? I feel like it didn't go into effect until after Fenn passed. And that Medium article was round 2 right there. It's like, hey, you ready for another one? But because of all the craziness his family had to endure, that they still have to keep enduring, all the fucked up lawsuits, I think this was if you're smart enough to figure out what's happening, have fun. And I've been slowly chipping away and alluding to this, but not knowing what really I had. I was like, maybe. There's some stuff that shows like maybe. Now, did I just figure out that the poem is a ledger and the chapters are actually the way you find the natural directions that create the map used with the illustrations / drawings? I don't know. I think maybe, yeah. Maybe. And Lily says she's searching for bells and jars this summer. I think there's a piece to that too. Okay, so those great places, which were personal secrets to me then, are now busy with the flourish of fishermen and women who cast a midge or floating caddis upon those same waters. Huh. Okay. Never knowing I'd been there or even caring yes or no. I always thought that space was mine alone, and many of the memories there bred are even now still so personal that they exclude the intrusions of strangers. How dare they go there? But I know that as the seasons slowly change and the leaves of the fall, sorry, I've got the timer going off, are reborn anew, so do the names of those who wade those waters and chalk the memories once again. Which again, fun fact, did you know if you take Madison River and then you replace it with warm waters chalk, it gives you exactly the 9-mile stretch of 9 Mile Hole? Just to let you know, it's just a funny little fact you could research and find for yourself. Okay, so the names of those who wade those waters and chalk the memories once again, this time for themselves. I hope they feel the reverence that I once did and now still do. How special those hours were spent watching the waters deepen into cobalt as the flow slowly bent around a bank, or the ripples swirl as a brookie trout took an unsuspecting mayfly. Okay, again, that seems like a 2-part, right? So it talks about watching the waters deepen into cobalt blue. And if you looked up any word verbiage he's ever used, the only time the color cobalt blue comes into play is actually Montana. So I think that's fascinating. Um, being there in the tranquility and silence of oneself, or within the gentle call of a friend, when he hooks a nice one, or tells you of the moose and calf that just came out of the pines to feed on the water grasses downstream. That's actually Kansi. And you could find that actual full chapter that he mentions in Too Far to Walk, and it talks about Kansi and me. Naimaho is just a clue along the way. Well, maybe just a hint. No, I think there's two spots for sure. Okay, so while I try and analyze this last part, which clearly tells you where he wants to die, I think it's funny. Jack's like, oh, I figured out where he wanted to die. Well, genius, we all did. At the very last paragraph of Flywater, we all know that's his final resting spot. It did not take a genius to figure that out, but it takes a genius to figure out how he's slowly communicating with us via poem ledger and map chapters. That one I'll give you. So the book now occupies a different shelf closer to my view, for it holds some memories most dear and makes me know that moments such as those are fleet of foot indeed, and calls to them all the more. It is well said that God subtracts from the allotted time of man those hours spent fishing. Okay, so each spot's about fishing. You got to find fishing holes galore, right? And when my tackle box is closed at last and the caddis hatch is gone, I will rest through all of time and space, pillowed down and scented in, with a smile that comes from remembering the special things that brought me to that final place, one of which was knowing Peggy was there somewhere waiting for me. So something really interesting, and I think Watkins isn't too far off from it, is the chapter Looking for Lois and Clark. When Fenn passed and the Rumblings and Ramblings was leaked, it was revealed that Looking for Lois and Clark was actually Lost Lake. And he went there with Donnie, Peggy, and June. They all went together. So that's interesting. So let me see. I have all this other fun stuff that I discovered. So we have the chapters, right? Let's figure out each clue to which chapter. So we got begin at where one Mars halt. Got Flywater. Okay, well, that gives you part of it. Now let's figure out Canyon Down. Jens mentioned this, and I had this before, but I always forget stuff. Canyon Down could be alluding to My War for Me. And we all know that's a very big chapter, so I'm going to save that for another time. But not far, but too far to walk. Again, interesting. That one, so far, in my opinion, I think that's In Love with Yellowstone. Not far, but too far to walk. Interesting. I'll figure out more about that later. Put in below the Homer Brown. So this one, I give all credit to Gigi. She's always alluded to the fact that Bessie and Me is how you get tipped off to understand Put in below the Homer Brown. So let's see what Homer Brown can teach us. And the chapter Bessie and Me. Okay, let's just go over here. Oh, you guys, did you notice I'm doing book discussions? How fun. The last time I heard something substantial from a book discussion was when I hung out with Gigi, because she's a queen of scrapbook discussions, or Sasha. So I just wanted to, point that out there for you real fast. Okay, so let's look for Bessie and Me. And then you also have the Tone Cafe Caper, where it literally shows Forrest under a tree again. Okay. Okay, here's Bessie and Me. Okay, that's my father in the back, brother Skippy on the left, sister June on the right, and me and Bessie in the middle. 1937. Okay. My backyard, Thursday, 25th of August, 1937. Okay, let's see what we can do with this. My backyard. Ow, gosh, sorry, my butt's falling asleep because I'm still in my chair, my office chair. Okay. My father got a Guernsey calf that grew up to be a beautiful fawn-colored animal. Fawn is another color for brown. We called her Bessie. I loved that old cow, and it was fun to milk her before school and again before supper. She liked me so much she'd swing her tail as a sign of friendship and to swap flies. But what had once been a very effective fly swatter soon became so dog-chewed on the end that there was nothing left but a hard knot. It looked terrible, but she couldn't see it, and I tried not to look. I usually tied it to a fence post before I started milking because sometimes she'd give a hard switch and club me on the head. It hurt plenty, and if I flinched too much, I'd either fall off the stool or kick the bucket over trying to get out of the way. Do you know another term or phrase, kick the bucket, means to die? You know that old phrase, kick the bucket? That just like popped out at me. Don't worry, I'm just ranting over here. Interesting. All the cats in the neighborhood knew when I was in the barn. Oh, barn, barn, barn. So much barn. I got to really pay attention to barn. I can't ever get over barn. And would come running. It was so funny. All 6 of them would just sit there like wet socks hanging on a clothesline, waiting their turn. I gave each cat about 5 squirts, and although I had pretty good aim, sometimes I'd miss their mouths a little and splattered them in the face instead. They didn't seem to care much about that, and when it was over, they'd walk away licking themselves and feeling blessed. One cold morning when Bessie was further in the barn, interesting choice of words, over near her stall, I thought it would be all right to just tie her tail to one of the legs on my milking stool. My thinking was that she couldn't club me if I was sitting on the stool. But there must have been some big flies around because she swished that tail so hard the stool went flying, making me fall into a fresh cow pie. Until you have loved a cow, part of your soul remains undiscovered. Miss Ford suggested the next time maybe I should change my pants before class. And it was just like her to say something like that. If she'd known I was running late for school, she might not have said anything. Sometimes teachers just don't understand. Okay, well, you got some interesting illustrations again. That's me and Skippy in front with neighbor kids, 1932. Okay, that's interesting. Give me 1 second. I'll look at chat in a second. Hold on. Oh, why is everything being slow? Okay, here we go. There we go. My gosh, darn alarm drives me crazy. Leave me alone. I don't want the alarm. A couple more minutes. Okay, let me check chat real fast. Oh no. No, I've been neglecting it so much. I'm so sorry. Okay, hi JK Pioneer. Hi Richard. Hi OK Larry. What are you alleging, Candy? I'm alleging it's possible that there's a way to decode the natural directions that Forrest was trying to guide us to, and I'm alluding or alleging that there's probably and possibly more than one chest. That means round 2 is Montana. But again, it's my own opinions and point of view. I pay attention as good as any attention to person. Trusted. Hello. Hello, Richard. Hello, Rob G. Hello, John Teeter. Hello, Astric. Twin Peaks was filmed near Squawkamally Falls. That's an interesting word. Real Praise Book House. Step on a line, break your father's spine. Oh, God. Oh, that's terrible. Hold on, I'm trying to catch up with chat really fast, but don't worry, I'm still on a tangent. Oh, hi, Alan. What if his secrets are still secrets? Good point, Alan. I tried searching just where I believe Forrest might have been standing within a few hundred feet of Forrest's shadow. Interesting. Rocky Knob Lodge near Connor? Okay. Another Forrest Fenn treasure, folks, number 2. I don't know. I mean, okay, so again, this is my own research and assumptions. There's nothing definitive about it. It's not confirmed. And if I'm unknowingly being an a-hole and totally spoiling Shiloh's book, I am so sorry. My brain just loves to connect patterns, and I'm sorry if I'm actually onto something and right and I just spoiled it. I am really sorry. But I can't sit here and keep ignoring it. There's just like so much that screams Montana and Wyoming. And if we have Wyoming wiped off, that really could mean Montana is in play. Could it actually be Watkins Creek? I don't know. It's really interesting too. And I know I get so much smack for this. They're like, oh, you can't use anagrams. Well, I'm sorry. I used anagrams. Okay. That was the very first thing I did was I anagrammed the book title from the Thrill of the Chase memoir. And it actually anagrams to say the fire hole halts at home, see rim. Okay. A rim is literally the border of something. So the fire hole, again, it's telling me the fire hole halts at home. You got fire hole, you got Gibbon, creates the Madison. The Madison gives you the home of Brown. Huh, fascinating. So when I played with that, I made a whole video. It was the very first video I ever dropped on my channel. I still have it somewhere, but not the same channel anymore. But it was super cool. Fenn loved it. He loved what I found. It was really cool. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because I anagram too far to walk. I like anagramming stuff, not as much as Miriam, but I anagram too far to walk. And it actually says, look for a Watt, W-A-T-T. And did you know Watt also etymologically means Watkins? Huh, interesting. Or Watt could also mean a W. And for people who aren't aware, there has been secret symbols to communicate and guide you to secret hidden treasure rooms through the guise of Minerva. Minerva was the goddess of wisdom, and she's basically like Athena, right? And Forrest talks about Minerva in the scrapbooks. I remember I was one day I was looking at Minerva because I had I think I was trying to figure out Minerva hot springs, over in Yellowstone. And I figured out that he wrote about this. I think it was some China. Was it China or was it ivory? An ivory bird he named Minerva. I was like, oh my God. Anyways, Minerva is really important for treasure rooms. So if you see a W, which again is a symbol for a Watt, that alludes to a treasure room. If you see an M, the opposite of a W, that means you went too far. You totally skipped it. If you see a B, that's another version for Minerva, capital B, or 13. So you got W, M, 13B, all for Minerva and all for secret treasure rooms. Just want to let you know that. So anyways, you got 2 book cover titles that anagram to give you secret information that take you to specific places. Possibly. I mean, is it possible round 2 starts at Watkins? Because, I mean, if you think about it, if round 1 for Wyoming started at Madison Junction and you're making a map, right? You got to fill in how to make a map. So begin it where the fire hole and the Gibbon come together, they halt, creates Madison. So begin Madison River where fire hole and Gibbon rivers halt. That's Madison Junction. So do you take the river? You take Madison Junction. Trying to make a map, right? Natural direction map. So either you could follow the river or you could follow Madison Junction, whichever one. Puts you in the canyon of Madison Canyon. Interesting. Not far, but too far to walk. That's a relative distance. And not only does that define as a relative distance, emails from Jack or whoever that person is said relative distance. And when you look up relative distance, it actually alludes to a place name being named after the exact miles of where it takes you. That's 9 Mile Hole, by the way. 9 Mile Hole is exactly 9 miles from Madison Junction, if I'm not mistaken. Or it might be the opposite. I can't remember. Again, I'm terrible with the numbers. I think it's either starting at Madison Junction, exactly 9 miles, it gives you 9 Mile Hole, or if it's Baker's Hole, the opposite is exactly 9 miles to 9 Mile Hole. I can't remember. I'll have to look that up later. but that's a relative distance. Okay, we got Homa Brown. Talks about barns and fawn colors. Could it be that one? I don't know. I'm still trying to like figure out which chapter I would find that best gives information on Homa Brown. I'm still working that one. And then you've got from there, it's no place for the meek. Well, that's a no-brainer. No place for old biddies. That already gave you no place for the meek because the opposite of meek is brave. And the poem tells you if you're brave and in the wood. So from there, it's no place for the meek. The meek shall inherit the earth. The opposite of earth is water. You're supposed to go in the water. You're supposed to cross the water, cross the river, right? Natural barrier, crossing the river. So that tells you you have to be brave and in the wood. So once you cross the river, which the whole entire chapter, No Place for Biddies, is telling you, you got to cross something. I'm like, oh, okay. From there, it's no place for the meek. The end is ever drawing nigh. There'll be no paddle up your creek, just heavy loads and water high. Did you know nook actually means also to carry? And the definition to carry actually means heavy loads. Could be fallen pine trees too. I mean, Forrest wrote emails, especially I got one from him about him referring heavy load to being the lodgepole pine tree. Could be the chopped down pine trees that are heavy loads, or it could still be double alluding to the fact that creek nook is your blaze that you need to look for. Water high, come on, that's like self-explanatory. Remember how he told you water high? Hold on. Yeah, it was self-explanatory. He told you water high, right? Does it mean high water, water higher than normal? Like, what does it mean? So let me see. Just heavy loads water high. If you've been wise and found the blaze. Now, see, this is another thing. So I've toyed with the idea that the blaze was actually told to you in the very first stanza or in the beginning, right? It could have been it. But then I also had the concept that because he says, if you've been wise, like that's past tense, clearly from clue 1 to wherever you're at, somewhere along the lines, you should have found the blaze. If you've been in wise and found the blaze. Okay. You're crossing the river. You've been wise and found the blaze. Again, chapter, no place for biddies, shows a little thing of the blaze with a arrow pointing down, which is like, what am I looking at? I don't know. Has anyone seen these Discord pictures of the chest on here? Galaxy, I swear, stop it. I'm gonna be haunted by you in those damn pictures. Oh my God. Just join Discord. Join the dark side. We have cookies, okay? Anyways, I'm getting off track. Creek. If you've been wise and found the blaze, there'll be no paddle up your creek. Didn't you ever try and ask yourself why it was titled Your Creek? Like, why did he say Your Creek instead of the creek, right? There'll be no paddle up your creek. And everyone's like, well, maybe he's talking about a creek that's dry. It's not like an actual creek. Again, the power of words, etymology. It's just like the key to decoding. So if the creek / nook is the blaze, and the last final clue, remember Forrest said this, the final clue is look quickly down. That is your final clue. How are you looking down? Are you at first looking up? Like, what exactly happens to make you go from looking up to looking down? Perhaps the final beer that's in the trees? Maybe? That would explain why you're looking up, because you're crossing the river. You're looking up, and then you look down, and there's the nook. Been wise and found the blaze. Just saying. Scar of the earth. Interesting, right? So look quickly down your quest to cease. That gets you to the chapter epilogue. Let's just see this real fast. I'll do an actual whole breakdown on each chapter that I think alludes to each clue. I think there are multiple chapters that give you bits of information that will help you with each clue. It's possible. But let's just go with this right now so I don't have to like sit here and do that the entire time. Now there's a grid with the same arrow pointing down for my war for me. That's interesting. And then there's that X point to an X. That's interesting too. And then that's actually Madison Junction to Nine Mile Hole. Oh, fascinating. And then Teachers with Ropes. That's also Madison Junction to Nine Mile Hole. Okay, interesting. And then compliments to Gigi. She was the one that found out the person that's in the car from Teachers with Ropes wearing the hat. Exact geographic outline of Harlequin Lake from an aerial view of Madison Junction to Madison River, where it shows all the favorite fishing holes. And then we were working on it together early, I think it was like January or February of 2021. And we actually talked with Netflix about this. This is what's so comical to me. One, the little girl at the very front, her dress is covered in trees, like a whole patch of forest covered in trees. And each child on the rope represents the Madison River, right? And each child, because the teacher is Madison Junction, and each child actually represents the fishing holes that Forrest and his father had, right? And I have the illustration somewhere where I took the comparison of each fishing hole from Fenn's family fishing map or whatever, and then applied it to each child on the rope, and it's an exact match. So it's kind of funny. So keep that in mind. Children, fishing holes, rope, Madison River. Teacher, Madison Junction. Compliments of Gigi and myself. Okay, so let me go to epilogue real fast. One more. Dancing with the Millennium. Definitely want to work on that one later, but okay. Epilogue. Okay, so we know there's a lot about his father. And at the very end, it shows his father again. Father born 1903. And it's epilogue. And if you guys didn't know, there's aberrations in the illustrations of TTOTC, like the little mini illustration versus, or drawing versus the big one. There's actually one extra stump that is added in the big one. And so it talks about, now as I look back with the vision of 79 years to lean against, I wonder what I've learned. And several things come to mind. I've learned that having enough money is much better than having a lot of money, because casual cash propagates idle fingers. And I've learned that anguish wrought by misdeeds made in later life comes in larger doses than with misdeeds made in adolescence. Only an experience can teach thoroughly, and with a speed that is not always available in the classroom. Embarrassing incidents. He keeps talking about embarrassment. No Place for the Meek actually talks about those who are embarrassed too, by the way. Just my word nerd coming out. Embarrassing incidents educate the best and the fastest and can come with a lasting sting. And what I've learned that's most important is that both countries and people should know enough to just leave other folks alone and do a better job of protecting our planet. Remember, he said he was a environmentalist. He was like a hardcore environmentalist. Think about that. Okay. My father was a dedicated educator, and he went about his day as adroitly as any in the best in his time. At age 83, he took his own life in order to defeat a cancer that had chewed on his pancreas for too long. He was not going to let it beat him. I admired him for making such a sensible and brave decision. His funeral was held at the large First Baptist Church in Temple, Texas, and he had it all planned. who the pastor would be, who would sing which songs, what kind of flowers he wanted, and who should sit where. Well, let me turn the page real fast. The sanctuary was filled, and many, maybe 100 friends were standing outside, hoping to hear the words that were being spoken with such passion and eloquence. The preacher said that it was probably the largest crowd he had ever seen at a funeral. It was a testimonial to who my father was and how his life affected nearly all humans with whom he mingled. I can't remember how many times when walking down the street with my father, a man would come up to us and say, "You're Mr. Fenn, aren't you? You gave me a few spankings when I was in junior high." My father would always ask, "Well, did you deserve the spankings?" The man would grin, "Well, yes." "Then I'm glad I gave you the lickings because you look like a fine man now." That's what my father always said. He had it down. Oh my God, the stupid timer. Go away. Hold on. Most likely, the other guy would mumble something like, "I just wanted to shake your hand," and they both would smile as life continued. His name was William Marvin Fenn. He molded so many lives and made such a huge and far-reaching impact on the local society that I was sure everyone would remember him forever. Yet when I looked him up on Google, I discovered that he's buried alongside my mother in row 4 of block 23 at the Hillcrest Cemetery. And that's about it. Okay, well, check this out, you guys. He says row 4, block 23. Have you guys ever sat here and counted exactly how many stumps are in the illustration, the big illustration of epilogue? Let's count them. Let's count them. 1, 2, let's do the back first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Huh. There's exactly 23 stumps in the illustration. And if you look at it, 1, 2, 3, 4, row 4 is where Forrest is standing with his axe. Or is that Forrest? I don't know. Who is that? It's either Forrest or Marvin, someone. 4th row, 23rd stump, he's standing on with an axe. Interesting. Did that just give you an entire section of wood to grid search? That's interesting. And even more interesting is this part right here. I'd changed so much. In writing this memoir, I've rediscovered things about myself I thought were long forgotten. It would be nice to start life over and do it all again. I'd changed so much, but only for the sake of new adventures. And that's why I think youth should always be wasted on the young. But what do I know? The past will always be contradictory when told by one person at a time. I feel my life has been a rough draft of the place just ahead where the past will come alive again, and all of my experiences and friends through the years will meet with me at the great banquet table of history. Then there will be no past. I don't know about you guys, but this straight up screams 2 places. One for Wyoming, one for Montana. Like, what? What burial plot? The final beer and the burial plot for where his father was buried. He's trying to tell you that once you figure out the specific section of wood that you're supposed to scope out and grid search, You're looking for row 4 and you're looking for the 23rd stump. That's his tree. I don't know what else I could show you that can like explain that this entire book is meant to be paired with the poem, and together it creates natural directions on exactly what to do, where to go, and then creates a certain grid block. Like it creates a huge chunk of the forest to just search and grid search, whatever you want to call it. And you're looking for the 23rd stump in row 4 of this specific patch of wood. I don't know if Jack had that, because if he did, he wouldn't have to freaking go crazy and complain about not being able to find it, but who knows. DB Cooper. See the blaze and quickly down, done. A thought is a place. How many people think about death until you're faced with your own? Don't worry, Street. I'm still 100% talking Grail and everything like that. I'm just having fun with this little charade thing right here. Why send everyone north? Was it to protect the royal treasure? What do you mean north? Like north of Santa Fe? He tells you it's not north that you're supposed to focus on. What you're supposed to focus on, like, okay, the whole concept hidden in plain sight. They give you something shiny to distract you with, like something bright and shiny. And what you need to actually focus on is something that's right in front of your face, that you can't see it. It's hidden right in front of your face. That's why it's called hidden in plain sight. So it's not north of Santa Fe you got to focus on. It's somewhere north of Santa Fe. Somewhere, aka where I can keep my secret, where automatically, in my opinion, gave you Montana and Wyoming. Like, you know how back in the day, everyone was searching New Mexico and they were like, oh, it could be Idaho, like all of the different parts of the Rocky Mountains, which by the way, South Dakota, there's like a very, very tiny, small part of South Dakota that also is part of the Rockies. So way back in the day, before you even had too far to walk with the illustrated, you know, the highlighted map or whatever, it was free for all. Everyone was like, oh, this eccentric millionaire went and hid a bunch of gold in a treasure chest somewhere in the Rockies. And it wasn't even the Rockies, you just said north of Santa Fe, right? Well, then it changes. And then you've got people getting stuck and lost in like Idaho. There's people obsessively stalking, Santa Fe. There's just like all these places. Everyone's around. And it turns out, if you would just look at, I could keep my secret where, and then you pay attention where he's telling you somewhere north of Santa Fe. Sorry to say this to Team Santa Fe people or Team New Mexico, but there are only 2 postmarks that show somewhere. Aside from the chapter Golden Moor. Like, let's go to Golden Moor real fast before I piss off Team New Mexico. Hold on. So the chapter Golden Moor, I think is, where are you? That's the wrong one. There's the Fells, which I still want to work on. Okay, let's go into the chapter. Yep, see, somewhere north of Santa Fe. I mean, there could be, I don't know, somewhere north of Santa Fe. Somewhere north of Santa Fe. You got that stamp. That gives you somewhere. And then you've got somewhere, Montana, somewhere, in Wyoming. In my opinion, it cut it down instantly to 2 states instead of all the other states that were included. You got the choice of Montana, or you got the choice of Wyoming. And since Wyoming is off the table, allegedly, the only option is Montana. Unless Matt went to Watkins, played the game, and found something? I don't know. I don't know. That's just my opinion or my hunch. I have this like theory. But it's just like clearly something, it's like so blatantly obvious that it's talking about more than one place. How can you be those great places on the fire hole and then the next second be, oh, Southwest Montana, unless it's two places? He keeps talking two places over and over and over again. So that's just some of the stuff I want to share because my brain likes to do stuff like this. What's up, Street? Blaze equals acceptance of death. See, I still have my spiritual aspect. Don't worry. I have not abandoned my Holy Grail rabbit hole, my troubadour riddle. I have not abandoned it, but I'm playing this fun little game he left for us in TTOTC. And right now, just like everyone else who's just like, what's going on? When are we going to get answers? In case you're impatient like me and you don't want to sit around and wait for a video to be released, if it exists, if it doesn't exist, I don't freaking know. I'm really impatient, so I don't want to wait. I want to do the work myself. But is it possible that the way in which you confirm that you're on the right track is each time you figure out which chapter pairs with which clue in the poem, and that can give you a confirmer? Maybe. I like to think so. So far, I'm onto some interesting stuff over here. So I don't know. I don't know what your guys' point of view is, but hold on a second. I have so much boba, by the way. You guys are going to judge me. I ordered so much boba. Okay. My head is starting to hurt a little bit. Is that because I had too much boba? I have no idea. Here we go. Boba. Yes, tapioca balls. Boba Galaxy. I ordered a lot of it because I don't know. First Fenn's poem and his acceptance of nails. I thought another treasure closer to New Mexico. I mean, it's possible, Lily. It's possible. See the blaze and look quickly down. Done. What burial plot? The 23rd stump, Galaxy. The 4th row, 23rd stump. Let's see. I have a torque screw in my wall. What? I don't even know. You're probably... Wait, what's Galaxy talking about? I think what we are seeing is how Fenn took it with him. That is why the ending has turned into such a mystery. I truly believe Forrest is the only one who knows the truth. Yeah, but I mean, there's this part in the book that I can't find right now because I'm just like wiped out. I know it exists though. It's real. It exists. There's a part in the book where Forrest talks about watching people look for his treasure while he's here and then maybe again after he's gone. And you know how his original plan was to die and then dare you to rob his grave? He was like so disappointed that he couldn't live his best pirate life and dare society to come find his burial site and rob him of his treasures. Like, it was like you told him that Santa wasn't real or something. Like, all the light in his eyes just totally got just depleted because he ruined it. He's like, I ruined it by getting better. Oh, darn it. I beat cancer. I survived. I get to live. I ruined the damn thing. Like, what? Have you ever heard someone say that before? When the chapter Ode to Peggy Jean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the chapter Ode to Peggy Jean, like, Forrest is diagnosed with cancer, right? Like pancreas cancer. Not only is it the very exact same cancer that took his father away from him, right? Now it's going after him. And the way it's written in the book, he is so depressed. He's like pretty much giving up on life. He lost a lot of weight. He doesn't want to do anything. There's like no light at the end of the tunnel. And then he talks about how Peggy was the one that held on to him and made sure he did not give up. So it's like, if that's the thing, and while he's fighting cancer, that is when he starts to actually really ask the question, what if? Why is it that I must go? It's not until he's diagnosed with cancer that he has to force that what if. And I had that same freaking experience when I literally was knocking on death's door when I had COVID. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm the least religious person on the planet, but I sat there and I really looked myself in the mirror, and I wasn't looking at my highlights or how I perceive myself. I was looking at what I was going to leave behind. What is my legacy? What did I do? Did I waste my turn? I wasted my turn. And so it's not until you are knocking on death's door that you can truly start to ask yourself the question, why is it that I must go? And for Forrest, based on TTOTC, I think it was the chapter Ode to Peggy Jean. And it was when he got cancer. So he gets cancer and he has to force himself to ask those questions. And then he tells himself, I'm not gonna, like, what if I take it with me? Because apparently Ralph Lauren comes to his house and is like, give me a bonnet. He's like, I don't want to. And he's like, you can't take it with you. He's like, challenge accepted. Okay, well, Forrest, where's that bonnet? Like, if you are so hell-bent on Ralph Lauren not being able to purchase that bonnet, where is the bonnet in the treasure? Because I feel like you are so petty sometimes. You should have freaking took that bonnet with you. Hey, Street.
How's it going? Dead head.
I'm a dent head. What's up?
Dead head. I like
dent
that.
Head.
Ring to it.
I feel like Sasha would take that very personally because, you know, she's married Jason Dent. Her last name's Dent. So, like, why am I being called the dent head? They're the dents. Why are you calling me the dent head? What was that group's name where they would bury each member somewhere and start a hunt? Oh, it wasn't a group, but it was talking about Edward Abbey and the Monkey Wrench Gang. I think that's what you're talking about. The Monkey Wrench Gang leaks back to Edward Abbey, and each member of the Monkey Wrench Gang, which could associate with Forrest, by the way, each one of them was obsessed with making a hunt or a riddle or a game or a challenge out of finding where their final burial place would be. And they were major environmentalists. Like the Monkey Wrench Gang, they were the Monkey Wrench Gang because they constantly were going against the system, trying to protect the environment. So I'm glad you brought that one up. Forget the death by bear. Let Candy and I strap you up with 500 BA balloons to meet God at the gates. Oh my God. Galaxy, you were so funny. You know how expensive that would be, Galaxy? Although it is for charity, right? So at least it's going to charity. You got that one, right, Street?
What was that?
Street. Galaxy said, Street, forget the death by bear. Let Candy and I strap you up with 500 Barbara Anderson balloons to meet God at the gates.
Hey, I'm game. We'll get Netflix on this deal. I'm game, man. I'll do it.
How much is each balloon?
One of those cushion lawn chairs, you know, the relaxing type that you can relax back on. Yeah, I'll do it.
Well, I mean, it's ripping off the concept from the movie Up, but we can find a workaround.
Well, I've always think about this. Death was the catalyst of this entire Thrill of the Chase of Memoir. It was a catalyst. And I don't care what anyone says, everyone fears death because it's the unknown. It's the greatest mystery each and every one of us will inevitably face. That's the ironic part. We're all going to fucking face it. But you don't think about it until you're old or you get diagnosed with a life-threatening disease. And what did he say? I got well and I ruined the story. Oh, so where's his very special spot?
You're forgetting, Street, you're forgetting. There's the troubadour riddle, right? But then he had to do smoke and mirrors to make sure he could put out the troubadour riddle. So there's still the Montana and Wyoming and a physical treasure chest to be able to obtain. But the true journey, the true chase, clearly is your spiritual journey on figuring out how not to waste your turn. 100% agree with that. Will always agree to that. Always returns to the stars. I'm not changing that aspect. I'm just playing two games.
Well, you know how I feel about that. I've never, and there's no fraud or hoax. There was never a physical fucking treasure chest, in my opinion, out there too. He would have lost all control over it the minute he set it down out in nature. Now,
well, that's why it's a 19th century replica.
Well, no,
that he forged from borrowing from Detroit.
No, setting anything down out in nature, and the minute he turned his back, he lost all control of it. That's just not his profile. It doesn't fit his MO to me.
There's so many layers to this, though, like so many.
Well, finding
Bill's in chat during some type of fit. Well, like, why does he make videos trashing me and then come into my chat room? Do you mind explaining that, Bill? Like, you could chill in here. I have no problem with you chilling in here, but I just don't get it. Leave it alone. I don't mess with sacred things from other lives. Ooh. Bad juju. Oh, you know what I did, Street? You know what I did?
What's that?
Did you see Frank's post that he did to me the other day?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Where he dared me to find evidence of alien life in the Bible?
The book of Ezekiel.
Actually, I didn't do that one, but I did. I did it. You know what I found?
Jacob's ladder?
No, I actually found something better than that.
What'd you find?
The Abzu.
The Abzu.
ABZU.
They sound mysterious.
They are the EA.
And how are they categorized in the Bible? How does the Bible explain them?
So it actually relates back to the Epic of Gilgamesh. And again, remember, I told you, archaeologists literally just discovered the city of Gilgamesh and his throne room. Like, they found evidence that the Epic of Gilgamesh has validity to it. Before, it was just a fairy tale. So the story, especially because, you know, Mesopotamia and the ancient Sumerians, they're the oldest form of writing that we have, right? And it was funny because Crump, I was talking to him about this earlier in Discord today, and he's like, yeah, it's the oldest story we have for writing, but verbally, like transfer from story down to story, we don't know the oldest story ever known. Like, the ones that go back the farthest go back to the Native Americans that we know of so far, but then you also have the ancient Celts as well. So he's like, the oldest form of writing in a story is the Epic of Gilgamesh. And I'm like, okay, I agree with that. I could get with that. And so when you look at the very first tablet that was found for cuneiform in ancient Sumeria, I think it was Sumer or something, it talks about, what was the quote? It was a quote. Let me see. It's so mysterious. And I look at it like a riddle, and I was like, oh, I want to try and tackle that. So let me see. It was, this is the words for graves. Hold on. It's the first line from the Epic of Gilgamesh. And I went down the rabbit hole. So Gilgamesh, who saw all, who was the foundation of the land, who knew everything, was wise in all matters. But there's another version of it. It says Gilgamesh, who saw the abyss. And so when you start to play with that one, it actually gives you the Abzu. So if you look up Abzu, it's actually another mythological story about the Anunnaki. Hold on. Let me go and reiterate what I've been finding. It means water. It's water, deep water, abyss. Let me see. Hold on. Where the hell is that part that I found? It gets really interesting, and it's about EA. And you know how in the Epic of Gilgamesh, there is the version where I think it's Gilgamesh is told to build a boat because the flood's coming and everything? there's different variations or renditions. And so when you go to Abzu, there's another character that's just like Gilgamesh. But regardless, all of them are what you would consider as Noah, right? Because Noah was the one that was told by God to build a boat.
Yes, that's Noah. Yeah.
I'm like, help me! I don't read the Bible, so I need some help here.
Yes, Noah was and I think that's in the New Testament. Well, I don't know. There's an Old Testament and the New Testament. The only difference really is God went from killing everyone to I love you.
So I found some interesting stuff with this too, and I was actually figuring this out, or like piecing this together when I was talking to Crump in Discord. And so he was talking about like different variations, different like books to look into. And right before he posted this one book, the way he was describing stuff, and I'm like, throughout history and throughout these different mythologies and retellings, right? It always seems like different characters, a different person. But what if it's the same person or same entity, whatever you want to call it, and it is depicted by the point of view that you are perceiving it? Like, the best way I could think to explain it would be It. You know, the movie It by Stephen King, or the book, the movie, whatever. And yeah, it comes in the form of what terrifies you. Like, I can be terrified of spiders, but you could be terrified of, let's say, Barbara, right? So when it comes to you, you see it as Barbara and I see it as a spider.
Right.
So what if that's the whole concept of God? What if God is only perceived by how we perceive it? What if our point of view is exactly how we are perceiving it? So what if the person who is like saying this thing, and then you got all these other different variations of like the Bible and Hebrew and Book of Job, or whatever the heck you have, all these different renditions, Epic of Gilgamesh, what if it's all the same thing, but it's based off of a different point of view and how we're interpreting and perceiving that entity, that deity, whatever you want to call it?
Well, here's where, in my view, here's where it gets cloudy. The waters get muddy. We have the Bible and Hinduism, Buddhism, or not Buddhism, Islam, all that. They are worshiping, in my opinion, visitors from another planet. Their books tell it. They tell of these entities coming down in loud smoke and fire. It's all, and like you said, the names change, but the story's the fucking same. But here's the catch: in our mind itself, there's what's known as source, universe, ESP, whatever you want to call it. That's God. That's the real God. These posers that flew down in spaceships, we gave them that name, God, all because they were killing and they had technology. So there's where the confusion. And think about what Forrest said. I'm not religious, but I'm the most spiritual person you'll find. That tells you right there, he does not believe in smoke and mirrors and these invisible gods. He believes in the universe, source, ESP. Remember, he even said reincarnation. Yeah, I believe in those things. So he's telling everyone he doesn't believe in space, worshiping spaceships. He believes in the spiritual aspect. Now, when you argue people, like the question you asked, you have to ask yourself, they're talking about the physical beings that flew down here in spaceships. That's what they're talking about in Gilgamesh and the Bible and all of them. They're not talking about, they try to throw in with Jesus and Christians, they throw in the mental aspect, the ESP, the source, the universe, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And they mix the two.
So that's what trips me out, though. Because remember, wasn't it called the Tablet of Kings or something like that? The ancient Sumerian kings, the Tablet of Kings.
Yes.
We were like going over that not too long ago.
One of them, 4,200 years. There was a couple of them, 4,200 or 42,000 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God, this one's a pain in the ass. Hold on. Why do they make boba so complicated? 1 second. Jiminy Cricket says messy. Yeah, no, that's the point. Thousands of years, right? One king, one ancient Sumerian king lived thousands of years. Is it possible
Noah.
each king is what we keep depicting from different mythologies and retellings and stories?
Well, follow that thought over to Noah. He lived almost 1,000. Enoch, his grandfather, lived for almost 1,000. All the, well, not all, a vast majority of them in the Bible lived hundreds and hundreds of fucking years. Moses, Bill will school y'all. Moses, I forget how old he was. He was almost 1,000, if not. How is that possible? How in the fuck is that
Because
possible?
it's not just one individual. That's the name of the house.
The house?
The house, the group, the leadership group, the house of Moses, the house of Noah, the house of Adam, the house of all of them.
That's
I
fascinating.
mean, heck, there was four Thothmoses in Egypt.
Well, where did these earlier Spaniards in particular they were perplexed and driven by the fountain of youth. They had read something. They came across something and said, shit, if you drink this elixir from the gods, you can live thousands of years. I mean, I think these gods, I think they had technology. Do I think they lived 42,000 years? I do. I honestly do. I think they did live that long.
Well, so don't forget that the Epic of Gilgamesh, first he's like, Gilgamesh is a king of Sumer, right? Ancient Sumeria, who's taking advantage of his people. Like, for one, he's a total asshole. And the eve before a woman in the village is supposed to get married to her husband, he's like, oh, I'm gonna bed you first. Like, it's basically, I'm gonna come crash your wedding. I'm going to bed you, and then you're allowed to do whatever you want with your husband. And so the gods are like, we're gonna give you Enkidu, right? Enkidu. And he's like, they depict him, and I think it's the story of us, of humans, because it's supposed to be strong, and they're like kind of like an ape man, right? Kind of like Bigfoot. That's what it sounds like in the Epic of Gilgamesh. So Gilgamesh comes, and they have some like prostitute hook up with him for like a week and tame him and make him part of society. And so he's supposed to go to Gilgamesh, the king, and fight him to be able to stop him from oppressing his people. And instead, Gilgamesh almost kicks his ass, and he decides, oh, instead of killing you, let's be friends. Because when he had dreams, his mom translated his dreams and was like, hey, this person's supposed to be your friend, so look out for him in the coming days. And so they become besties, right? Well, then they're like, we're going to go to the magical Black Forest, the Black Cedar Forest or something, and we're going to go fuck with the gods and just kill and torture and plunder just for the fuck of it. And so they do that. They kill the one guardian. I forgot the name of him. And what's even worse is they kill the guardian and his 7 sons. And I'm just like, that's so messed up. But he's guarding the entrance to hell, right? It's like the entrance for purgatory, hell. And the gods are like, you weren't supposed to do that. You messed up. So then they send this other bold creature thingy to basically get revenge. And they kill that too. And so the god's like, okay, you officially fucked up. So you're going to die or Enkidu's going to die. And they decide Enkidu's going to die. So they kill him. And then from that moment on, Gilgamesh is like, oh, I'm really sad and messed up. And he's totally stressed out too, because he thinks that the gods are going to kill him as well. So for the rest of his life, he goes on the journey to find immortality. He's seeking immortality. And it takes him to the abyss. And the abyss translates to be the Abzu people. And the Abzu people have a wild, crazy, like fairy tale of their own. And I was like kind of decoding it last night. I'm just like, what? So he spends his entire life trying to figure out immortality. And you've got these ancient Sumerian kings that apparently know the secret to immortality, and that's why they live forever.
Well, wonder if immortality was nothing more. And I'll refer back to the Egyptian story of Osiris, where he was torn apart by his brother, and it took his wife years to put him back together.
Yeah.
Okay, it's scientifically and medically feasible for us to take our essence, our brain, or whatever you want to call it, and put it into a man-made body. I think that's what was going on back then. And I refer
Yeah,
to,
and they're also trying to do that where they take our essence and put us into robots.
well, that's what I'm talking about. I think that's what they were freaking doing. And that's why they got the idea of the fountain of youth. And that, actually, it's nothing more than science and technology and medicine.
That's interesting. But I mean, I like to go ancient, right? And did you know Sumer, the town Sumer, is like the oldest place on the fucking planet that we know of so far?
How do they categorize it as the oldest civilized society?
Not just that, the actual geology of that area has literally been the oldest that we've ever been able to carbon date so far.
Hell, then that think if they pick that stable land, when did they actually come down out of the heavens, man? The time frame, they could have come down millions of years ago.
That's what, let me see where it says. I keep forgetting what I was reading last night because I was like down the rabbit hole. Oldest place on Earth again. It was 3.6 billion years ago. I think that's what it was. Hold on.
You're talking like topsoil or digging down within a matter of feet or whatever?
Something like that. Let me find it. Let me see. Was it Sumer? It was nearby Sumer.
Well,
it was
that
in
makes
the area.
I mean, it's perfect climate over there. It makes perfect sense. That would be if they wanted to, like when we landed on Mars or Moon, they scouted the area out. I'm sure they picked a stable environment. They don't have earthquakes over there, do they? Rarely.
I'm not sure. Oh, here it is. Eridu.
Volcanoes.
So Eridu is like literally dated to be the oldest fucking place on the planet. And Eridu is where the Enki and the EA are derived from, where the mythology of EA comes into being is Eridu.
So that's ground zero. That's where they landed and set up shop.
Exactly. And so the Abzu, which are literally right here in the Eridu, have the story about Eridu and the immortality, the fountain of youth, and all that other weird shit, all right here. And then Gilgamesh loses his bestie and pisses off the gods, aka the EA, and so he has to go figure out the abyss, which takes him to Eridu. Like, they just found evidence that the Epic of Gilgamesh has actual validity to it. It's not just mythological, it's real. And that story tells you, oh, well, Gilgamesh, the king, the great king of freaking ancient Sumeria, he went to Eridu and was trying to find immortality. And literally, the secret to immortality derives from Eridu, from the Abzu people. Don't you find that a little fascinating?
Yes. And it all came down from the stars because it didn't generate here.
Exactly. And I found all of this myself last night, just fucking around with etymology. I have never even heard of the freaking Abzu people. I never even really understood or cared about Eridu. I didn't know that the oldest place on the fucking planet was Eridu. I'm just like, what? What? It's like, it's older than Egypt.
Now you're making me want to go in the other room and start looking through boxes to find a book that I have.
What book?
Unmasking the Magicians. The Age of I Know.
Well, there's this one book, and it was the only book I found that helped me understand the blue stones. Because remember, the whole reason I even got obsessed with this is because I once had this dream where it was like, it wasn't a normal dream. It was like I was in the past and I was watching like another version of myself or my ancestors get murdered. And they were the guardian of these blue stones. And I kept saying like the stones of Jerusalem, stones of Jerusalem, and they were blue. And I never understood it. And I called my mom the next day. I'm like, Mom, are we Jewish any time in our bloodline? Because I was like, why am I chilling in Egypt? I knew I wasn't like, or I wasn't in Egypt, I was in Jerusalem. I'm like, why am I dreaming about my chilling in Jerusalem when I knew that the person I saw who got her throat slit because she was protecting the stones, she was from Scotland. And I'm like, what's going on? And my mom was like, God, you're so weird. Like, who calls their mother and asks shit like this? I'm like, I don't know, maybe this shit that you don't tell me. So I never got the answers, right? And so I just spent years always wondering, like, what the hell does it mean? Why did I have that dream? What are the fucking stones of Jerusalem? And I kept looking up. One day, I found this historian, and he just so happens to be the same historian / researcher who went to Chateau Le Renez and tried to crack midday blue apples, because midday blue apples are the blue stones. And he wrote an entire book called The Lost Tribe of EA. And that book is the only book in existence that describes and talks about the blue stones, the very blue stones we mentioned to a Freemason about King Solomon. Remember that, Street?
Yeah, I do.
And he turned like whiter than a ghost.
Well, we talked about it. He was probably, he seemed mid-30s at the oldest, right? 30. He was in his 30s.
No, he was in his 40s.
Was he in his 40s?
Yeah.
Okay, well, as trusted, but I don't think at that age you hit Master Mason. I don't think that's possible, man. I think you have to, no, I don't think any 40-year-olds have that knowledge.
I don't know. I think I'm still friends with him on Facebook. I could look up
I'm
his
not
age.
so sure a 33rd degree Mason nowadays has the right knowledge. They're too wrapped up in trying to control the world.
Right. But you know what I meant. I meant as far as the secrets of the organization, that means he would have to have gone in like in his 20s, and he has at least 20 years under his belt. You're not going to pop into this club and 5 years later walk out saying, I found all the answers. No, you got to work for it, man. They don't hand it out. You have to be, what's the word? Worthy. You got to prove, yeah, your worth to them.
Oh yeah,
So,
I don't think it even could be done in 20 years, let alone 30 years.
Yeah, it's a time-consuming teaching process, man.
so this is the actual story that I found that like unlocked all of this for me. So his name's William Henry, and he wrote a book called The Blue Stones of Atlantis, Ireland and the Lost Tribe of EA. And I remember I read the whole book. I had it on this one app and then I lost it. So now I got to buy it again. But this is like a free sample of it. And it says, surfing the net one night last fall, a few days after publication of my latest Atlantis Rising article, Secrets of the Cathars, my pulse suddenly quickened. My article connected the genocide of the Cathars, or pure ones, of southern France, the secret teachings of Jesus, and the supernatural blue stones of the Sumerian creator god Enki, or EA, that opens stargates and causes enlightenment. Evidence flashed before my eyes that in addition to Iraq and France, EA, pronounced Aya, okay, I always say EA, also operated a bluestone-based Stargate mystery school. Remember how I keep talking to you about mystery school? There you go. At the Hill of Tara in Ireland. Connor Newman, an archaeology lecturer at the National University of Ireland at Galway, announced that he had located a massive subterranean temple at Tara. Since 1992, Newman has been working on the Hill of Tara, preparing a survey of the area for the state-funded Discovery Program. He found the Tara monument using an underground radar device. Oh, same thing of how Preston found the lost city of the monkey gone. What they uncovered eventually at the crown of the hill was a huge oval-shaped monument measuring about 170 meters at its widest point. Around it are 300 post holes measuring 2 meters wide. Evidence indicates this crown, tiara, jewel of Irish archaeology, was constructed through an enormous effort. 300 towering oak posts once surrounded the hill. Newman thinks it probably dates from 2500 to 2300 BC and still had a big physical presence even after the posts were taken out or rotted. While the site is home to many known archaeological treasures, this latest discovery reveals that the real treasure exists underneath the sacred hill and may soon be revived. With its revival will come important new information about Enki. Terra is the prehistoric home of the magical fairies, who are considered to be direct descendants of reincarnations of the biblical Shining Ones, the creator gods. W.Y. Evans Wentz notes that they are described as a race of majestic appearance and marvelous beauty. In form human, yet nature divine. They're divided into two classes, those which are shining and those which are opalescent and seem lit up by a light within themselves. The Sumerians called them the Anunnaki, literally noonfish or alki light, which explains why the Irish called them lords of the light. They were led by Ea and brought with them 4 treasures or power tools: the stone of destiny, the sword of destiny, the cup of destiny, and the staff or spear of destiny. These treasures were housed in the so-called cave of treasures inside the mountain of God, where burns a perpetual flame. Isn't that fascinating?
Yes.
And did you know the Abzu are the ones that talk about the same thing, and they relate to them as the noonfish as well, but they're talking about mermaids instead of fairies? We should go back to the Dogon.
I'll go back to the New Kids on the Block. For thousands of years before the New Kids on the Block Christianity showed up, all world religions believed in multiple gods, and these multiple gods interacted with them, told stories, bedded their women, had earthly children, and all types of dramas that happened across the entire planet. Then all of a sudden, according to history, 2000 some years ago, 2500, whatever it was, now all of a sudden there's just one God, and he doesn't interact very rarely, and he chooses you, but he doesn't interact, and you can't see him. What the fuck? So we're supposed to just delete the thousands of years of stories and folklore and all across the world talking about multiple gods coming from the skies? We're just supposed to discard that. Seriously? Let's just start there. You're talking about a multiple god belief system, right?
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Galaxy just made me laugh. He says, what happens when they shoot him down? Balloons have had bad luck lately. But no, yeah, I agree with you. Oh God, he's funnier than I thought.
Well, to draw in the crowds, you guys can write up flyers. I won't be wearing a parachute. Watch that train wreck.
That's what he said. He said, it's okay, Street will be lost in thought when he falls from 3,500 feet.
Yep, won't even be here. I'll be gone at my very special spot.
Oh God, that's funny. I'm sorry, I was listening. It's just that shit was funny. No, I agree. It's the whole concept is like throughout all of time and space and history. The thing is, we don't know how far back it really goes, because same thing as Crump said, it was first a verbal retelling, especially the ancient Druids. And then it was the ancient Sumerians that we know of that started writing and started off in cuneiform, and then it progressed from there. And that's how they started to document it. But before, it was like there was no chance or way to document that other through like symbolism and stuff like that, which is what's shown everywhere, hieroglyphs, ancient hieroglyphs, stuff like that. But aside from that, it was just word of mouth. And as you well know, the game telephone is not your best friend, because you can say one thing and then someone else misinterprets it and they share it with someone else and then they misinterpret it. And by the time it gets to the end, people are like, what? I feel
So in
like
other
that's what's
words,
happening with our history. It just keeps getting passed down by word of mouth, and it keeps getting like less and less, interpreted.
so what you're telling everyone is our history as we know it is thousands and thousands of years of the people embellishing, not just one person, multiple people embellishing.
Exactly. It's like the another person's point of view and how they interpret things. And I'm sitting here and I'm trying to wonder why the Bible, how they take the form of God and turn him into such a tyrant who is using an iron fist and not giving you a choice. And if your wife disobeys, you have to beat her, like stuff like that. And it's the number one tool that the church uses to keep society in check for fear mongering. And it's like, okay, who interpreted this? Who started this? Who interpreted this? Because it can't be accurate.
I came across a story. I can't remember what year. I think it was over in England, but it was religious based on every Tuesday evening from like 5 to 6 or whatever in the town square. All the men would bring their wives to beat them for misbehaving during the week. And I when I read it, I'm like, and shit, the thrill of the chase community think they got it bad. Fuck, you sure lived back then, man.
But that's crazy though. Like the Epic of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is a freaking tyrant who is ruining the weddings before women can, have a honeymoon with their husband. It's just always like, it always seems that men were trying to suppress women for as far back as it can go. But then you go at the ancient Celts, right? Like the Celtics, and it's the opposite. It's the women that were, holy, or not holy, but they were like worshipped, and they were seen as deities, and they were respected, and men were humbled. And it's not until you get to freaking nowadays society is like, women are the problem, men need to suppress the women, like burn the witch. Like, do you not see the difference? Like Ireland, Scotland are like pro women, and then on the other side they're like, no, we must burn the women.
Scotland, Braveheart, that's English. They still the lord of the land or whatever, whoever was in charge of the land, even the king could take that was part of their rights as landowner or lord or whatever of the area, that any wedding they could bed the woman first, man, before the husband. And what's that?
Ridiculous.
What's Braveheart? What year's that? 1400s? 1300s?
I don't know.
So yeah, that's a belief system that traveled all the way up, all the way up to Scotland, and England for sure. It crossed the English Channel.
It's just like, to me, the Bible, and again, this is the reason why I won't read the Bible. I don't care what version is. I will not read the Bible, because it keeps me at a clean slate where I'm not forced to think a different opinion, because I have all these other things that I'm looking into of mythology, and I'm not being force fed whatever they're trying to force feed society. And it seems to me that throughout history, certain details and aspects from different religions, cultures, or whatever have been nitpicked or hand selected to create this fabrication of why society must adhere to what the church has to say. Like the pagans are the ones that had the freaking Christmas tree and the pine tree. Yeah, that's the ultimate symbol they use for Jesus and Christmas. And then the mistletoe, like, don't you find that so weird? No? Awkward silence again?
I find it disgusting. I find it disgusting how the new kids on the block picked and choose. And here's what I find disgusting, that their book, if you read it, that you're wise not to read it, because if you're young and impressionable when you read it and actually believe it because of your fear of the unknown, your death, you're evil, you're nasty, and you need them. They are in control of you. If you don't do what they say, they have your soul. For some reason, they think they have control of your fucking soul. That's the ironic part of it. So in other words, you're nothing. They teach you you are fucking nothing. And that's when I come out and say, no, you're God. How can you not be? There's nothing more you could be. Everything you see is God. Not the God of the spaceship coming down that they worship. No, I'm talking spirituality. You are God. You're part of everything. The Indians understood it. In North America, they totally understood it.
Yeah.
That's why Forrest, he was in the perfect place and position and time to experience it firsthand.
So firstly, I want to say before I forget, happy birthday.
Thank you. I'm surprised. I never thought I'd make it to 60, man, honestly. I'm surprised. Thanks.
You're 60?
Yeah, I turned 60 today.
That's why you went to go wrestle a bear?
Nope.
And secondly, I'm getting like totally trolled in Discord right now. And there's this one troll account that they have like a picture emoji of like women painting nails, and they go by the name Fooling, right? And they're saying that stupid. Okay, so they're saying that, where is it? She called her mom, and her mom's comment cracked me up. And she's like, she was saying she thinks she's Jewish because she had a dream of her in Egypt. And I'm like, I corrected myself. It's in Jerusalem. But I was seeing, because it wasn't like a regular dream. It was like I was seeing some like piece of the past from like my ancestors, and like my ancestor got murdered right in front of me type shit. Like her throat got slit because she was the protector of the blue stones. And I'm like, what am I doing in Jerusalem? And what's up with the stones of Jerusalem? Like that's what I kept repeating in my head before I woke up, was stones of Jerusalem. So that's why I called my mom, and I was like, yo, is there like any ancient Jewish like bloodline in our family that we're unaware of? Like what's happening? So I'm not stupid, and I corrected myself. Thank you. I just had to say that. And Tyler's like going off on everyone in Discord that's like even saying funny shit about me right now in all caps. Oh gosh, it's okay, Tyler. Don't worry. Oh, what's happening? Yeah, so Fooling thinks I'm a crazy person, Street.
Who does?
That troll account Fooling. They're like, Candy's a crazy person.
Well, here's what I know in my 60 years on this planet. I know that people that do not know who they are your biggest attackers, especially when you know who you are. And you got a sense of who you are. At your age, you're on the right path. You're finding out who you are, and you're unapologetic to stand up for it if you believe in something. That's finding out who you are. When you can stand up to society and say, I don't give a fuck if you believe me or not, this is what I believe. And if they throw it out, you say, whatever, whatever. This is who I am. You ain't going to convince me. But I do know people that do not know who they are, and they're wayward in their path, and they're kind of lost. They gravitate towards people like you and others who are comfortable in their own skin. I do know that.
I mean, I'm not upset or anything about what they're saying in Discord. I think it's funny because I was like, let me see. Yeah, like I'm not really fazed by it, but I don't know. I went down the rabbit hole today, that's for sure.
I'll give you an example. Frankie Jr. Called my mom a whore. At least he said, at least my mom's not a whore. Like basically saying my mom's a whore. Now, okay.
Weren't whores like sacred in ancient Babylon?
Well, my response was, at least my mom charged money and didn't give it away for free. Now, that was my response. That's my social response. But inside, I know for a fact he's so fucking lost that he's going to gravitate towards anyone, and he'll pick on anyone that he thinks is not lost.
Well,
So
I have such a hard time understanding, especially like, I'm not targeting a religion per se, and I'm definitely not targeting Christians or anything, but I just don't understand. Let's focus on Frank, right? Why is he so adamant that I'm attacking Christianity, his religion, just because I like to talk about aliens and I believe that they exist? And he's like, show me evidence in the Bible that aliens exist. It's like he has to take the Bible, like it doesn't matter anything else on this planet or in world in history. It has to come from the Bible, even though the Bible does show aliens really do exist. It has to be written in freaking red and black or black and white ink for him to consider it even being an option. When you sit here and you think, we've got planet Earth, and then outside of planet Earth, you got all the other planets, and then outside of that, you got all the other planets and all the stars and all the everything, and it's a fucking universe, and we don't know how expansive it goes. It's infinite. You're gonna sit there and tell me we are the only fucking life in existence? For real? That melts my brain, and not in a bad way. That just melts my brain. Like, are you that shallow and vapid that you think that humans are the only things that exist? And then if you're going to go there and say, oh, aliens don't exist, but you could believe in angels, but you can't believe in the Nephilim, right? This is what cracks me up. You're not allowed to believe in the Nephilim, but you're allowed to believe in angels. And the Nephilim are basically what you get when the angels decide to hook up with humans. But that can't exist. That's not true. So the book of Enoch, that's not allowed to talk about, right? So angels exist, but aliens can't exist. And the Nephilim can't exist. Because a little book in black and white print told you these things.
well, let's start at the beginning. All these stories, God's interacting, angels interacting, people's talking to him, seeing them. Well, okay, why did that stop? How come it's not going? How come it's not happening now? Are we smart enough to realize, oh shit, you got a spacesuit on? Fuck, you ain't a god. You're fucking, what the hell is that? Here's my theses and my opinion on Frank and people like him. They're at a point in their life where I'll call it the middle age crisis. Like women have menopause, men go through a middle age crisis. Most of them buy like sports cars and motorcycles, blah, 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 blah. They get to a point where they've climbed the fucking hill, 40s, 50s. They climb the hill, and all of a sudden they're looking down and saying, fuck, I'm going to die. Oh, shit. Oh, and they look down the hill they just climbed and thought, man, I left a lot of trash up that fucking hill, man. I can't go back and pick it up. Oh, fuck. And then they get fucking nervous. And now, because of the great mystery of death, and it is the greatest mystery each and every one of us will ever embark on. And ironically, we're all going to do it. We have no choice. So why fear it? It's inevitable. Why fucking fear it? Well, you have these little minions that think they can control people and say, oh, we got the answers. Yep, you better listen to us. We got the, oh, see what I'm dangling in front of you? That's your soul. You better do what we say. No, bullshit. Frank is at that point in his life. He's so fucking confused and scared that, yeah, once anyone accepts their death or accepts death, period, and eases into your own death, life takes on a whole new meaning. Then you become spiritual. Now, religious people, they'll say, oh, I can't, oh, praise God, I'm going to heaven. Oh, yeah, well, where's the proof? Show it to me. Show me the fucking proof. You have none. You have no evidence to show me. But you show a person that's comfortable with death, yeah, they're going exactly where they're going exactly where they're supposed to go. They're spiritual. How can you not go anywhere else? You have no choice. That's the irony of it. You're going to go where you're going to go, and we're all going to go to the same spot. It's very special.
Well, so again, remember how NASA, they originally were created to explore the ocean? And right when they start exploring the ocean, they find something that freaked them out so badly that they've literally spent the rest of whatever they're up to trying to get us the fuck off this planet. Isn't that interesting? And then, the ancient Egyptians were the ones that believed in order to get into outer space, you had to go through the abyss, the ocean, through the abyss to get there. And so the Abzu people are basically depicting the Anunnaki, just like Ea for William Henry. They're doing the same thing. They're basically stating that they were like these fish people, like mermaids, maybe mermaids, ocean. What the hell?
Now hold on. If angels are people that can fly are representative with wings on their backs, angels, so to speak. People that come from the sea underneath the water would be considered mermaids, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a simple answer.
Exactly. So you found the book, Trusted?
I did. It's a signed copy. It's The Age of I Know, Unmasking the Magicians, All Religions Exposed by Vera Courtney. And inside it says, Kelly, thanks for giving audience to my voice. Vera Courtney. She sent me this free. I had bought her first version of it years ago, and this is her second version, which has a lot more information in it. But I haven't looked at it in so long, I'm not sure what's where in there.
Huh, that's interesting.
But she did go into things like Samaria and stuff like that, epics of Gilgamesh.
I still haven't been able to read Year of the Fish yet. I keep like running out of time because every time I do have time, I go down one of these rabbit holes instead, or I go live or I watch like something on Netflix. So I have to be very careful with what I choose to invest my time in because I have very limited time. Didn't the cell... What is happening in the land of Discord right now? So Street, what have you been up to for your birthday today?
Went out to dinner, hanging out, drinking.
You went out to dinner solo?
No, of course not. Well, you
With
think I'm
friends?
pathetic? I don't go to places like you alone, man. I have
Oh, that's funny.
no. I go out to
Actually,
eat. All joking aside, I go out to eat a lot by myself. I don't mind it. I don't sit at a table. If it has a bar, I'll go to the bar.
so what's funny? I love how you brought up the fact that I don't go anywhere anymore. Do you remember how I used to talk about how I've always had this massive crush, or not even massive crush. I've always been in love with my best friend Tanner, right? Well, I also used to have this massive crush on my friend Josh. And today on the dating app, I came across someone who looks exactly like Tanner and Josh freaking fused together. I'm not even kidding.
Well, it had to cross your path for a reason.
It was funny because he's 6'3", and I was like, yep, I'll match. Like he went to match with me, and I'm like, normally I don't do it, and I'm just like, fuck it. And I'm like, yep, I'll match. Like, not even second guessing, like, fuck, match. And I called Ashley because I showed her the picture and she's like, oh, who's that? And I called her and she's like, what was your open and like what was your flirting open, like how'd you flirt, what was your opening line? And I was like, well, you know how I said I still don't care about men and I'm not really like that fazed by it? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, my opening line was, hi, I totally agree with your concept about society being used as a fear-mongering tool through the church. It's what I talk about all the time. I also like to talk about ancient mythology and how they're hiding the truth through mythology. And I was like saying all this shit. And then I'm like, but I'm also cool. I could kick your ass at pool and I could drink beer. Like, it's the stupidest thing ever. And she's like, oh, and I'm like, yeah, I told you I'm not really fazed by it. And she's like, well, you know, it's a good thing that you showed who you really are, because like you want to date someone who's going to accept you for who you are instead of how you were being manipulated and hated for who you are. And I'm like, yeah, that's a good point too. I was just cracking up. I'm like,
Well,
yeah, I did that.
might I suggest if you ease into those topics, I wouldn't just come out with it's like you jumped into the ring with both feet. Here I fucking am taking it. Oh, by the way, I drink beer and play pool too.
I mean, at the end, I made it cool, but like on his profile, he was talking about how society is basically like controlled by like fear mongering. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to respond to that, because you can respond to like a picture, a comment, like a little voice intro. There's all these different things you could like comment on. And I was like, I'm going to comment on that one because that's what we talk about all the time. I was just like, yeah, no biggie. It's not even a date. I'm just matching with someone. I'm taking it to politics and religion. Let's go.
Well, honestly, how many, blind dates is a thing of I don't think people do blind dates. Trusted knows what I'm talking about. We didn't have social apps and all that, so it was blind dates. I found through the years, every time I went on one, if I was expecting something, I had a preconceived notion, a cognitive bias, so to speak, of what I wanted to see at that table. And it wasn't until I realized, fuck, I'm just glad she's alive, man. Hell, it's dinner. How can it go wrong, man? Fuck. And you become yourself. You put down the walls and you don't put on that charade. And then all of a sudden, 5 years into relationships, like, I wish you would have told me you drank beer and fucking played pool from the beginning. You don't want to get to that point.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, again, also, today's day and age is so different from back when you dated. It's different from fucking 5 years ago or 10 years ago from dating. It's so much crazier. It's so much more dangerous. I'm still trying to get over that part. Yeah. And it's like, for the most part, it's more so like the younger generation trying to branch out and date. And then there's like the random few where we're the fucking rejects. We like put our heart on the line for 16 years and fucked up. And now we're like, got to pick the pieces back up and start all over.
I got all this category. Love me.
Why won't you love me? Love me for me. Okay, who are you? What makes you you? I don't know.
But love
I'm indecisive. I want to find the grill.
Plus, you're a Capricorn, man. You just want to be loved.
No, remember, I'm a Capricorn on the cusp of Aquarius. There's the difference.
Okay, if you say so.
No, seriously, I found out. Like, come on, you believe in the zodiac more than anything, and astrology. And literally, it shows that my birthday puts me as a Capricorn, but I'm literally on the cusp of Aquarius. So that explains my weird ass personality. Capricorns are super fucking frigid. All they do is work. They're very like neutral, classy, conservative type clothing, right? And they're like vindictive little bitches if you cross them. But then you got my crazy ass side where I wear random ass colors. I get super creative and make treasure hunts, and then I cry on a fucking like on top of a dime. That's like Aquarius and Capricorn fused together.
Well, that's the beauty and the inherent danger of the cuss thing. You can relate to both of them and twist and turn and morph into any one of them, but your baseline is Capricorn. And I have one word for Capricorn, needy. They are needy. And I don't say it as we all have our traits, our good traits and bad traits. Needy. Capricorns are very needy, and I'm not degrading Capricorns. I'm just saying that's one of their characteristics. And once they realize that, they tone it back a bit, and it normally takes age. I'll give you an example. My ex-wife, second ex-wife, she's 50, and she came to me not long ago and said, "Wow, I never realized how needy I was. You used to yell and scream." I'm like, "Fuck yeah, you finally realized it?" She's like, "Yeah, fuck. I'm trying to get a hold of it." I'm like, "Well, there you go. You're on the right path, man. You're aware of it, being aware of it, and then wanting to change it."
Being aware of it, wanting to change it.
Well, being aware of it's one thing, but then you have to have the initiative to change it, unless you're comfortable with, and it becomes I tried to explain to her back in the day, it's your burden. You're burdened by it, man. You're letting life pass you by while you're trying to fill this emotional need for whatever void you have it of. And we all have voids from our childhood. We don't need to go into that, but walk past that, acknowledge it. Once you acknowledge it, hell, have the desire to change it and be aware of it when it rears its ugly head. Well, we've been talking a year or so. You've progressed a lot. You become aware of the words you say, how it affects you. You fucking traveled a lot on the path, man. You really have.
Yeah, and it only took almost dying from COVID to get me there.
Okay, I'd like to read a little piece out of Vera's book, chapter 24. I think you two will appreciate this. Chapter 24, hatred, racism designed by the gods. I know now that religious piety has only been made in the image and likeness of its God, as the offspring of religious program can only continue to be the emulation of the traits of the evil gods in which they serve. As believers emulate and exact traits as belligerent hate, wars of nations upon nations, please refer to the Bible book of Matthew chapter 24. Black race against white race against black, perpetual war and bloodshed, conquering, stealing, colonizing, spoiling of all humanity that bow to the demands of its God.
That sounds very demanding and daunting.
That sounds like a model to every society known to man.
Yes.
I love how I go from, hey guys, I'm down the rabbit hole researching about the chase and the concept and the possibility there's a second chest in Montana, to, hey, Frank pissed me off because he challenged me to show evidence that aliens exist in the Bible, and I've never read the Bible. Challenge accepted. To, we're back to politics, religion, fear mongering, and end of days. This is where we're always at in my stream.
It's always the end of days, because like the Forrest Fenn treasure hunt, it hasn't fucking really ended.
I agree. At least I took a break from the troubadour riddle. That thing's been frying my brain lately. It goes too far. And I feel like it's harder to connect the dots because history keeps hiding things. They like change the names. Oh, I was going to ask you, Trusted, before I forget, because you are the Hebrew translator aficionado. So I didn't know this until last night. Mary's real name is, what is it, Mapia? Is that how you say it? It's like some weird verbiage in Hebrew.
I'll look it up.
It's like it means a drop of the drop of the ocean or drop of water.
Are you talking Mary Magdalene?
Yeah, the mother of Jesus.
Oh, that's Mary Magdalene was a prostitute, wasn't she?
Oh no, see, there's too many Marys. No, the Virgin Mary.
Okay.
So It
Okay,
says that her real name in Hebrew is like Mapia, or like it was MAP, like some weird symbols. Was it Mappa? I don't know. And it says like Miriam and other things, but I wanted to see what Trusted could find in the translations he's been doing with Hebrew.
well, let me ask you this. We're all modern thinking people, modern. We know a little of the science and human function. Is it possible for a woman to get pregnant if she's never had sex?
Actually, I looked that up last night and it is.
What?
Yeah, I was going through that same concept. So plants and insects can do it, but mammals, they say, can't. But then they're claiming that there is this new type of chemical that can trick the body into thinking it's sperm. But there's also the fact that they said something about, it was a type of bone. It was like a type of bone. I think it was bone marrow. You could take your bone marrow and that would create a fetus too. Like, the scientists have been trying to figure that out, right? And I'm like, if we've been working on that and we claim that's possible, how are we going to sit here and say the Virgin Mary really didn't have sex or anything, and that's how she had Jesus? That's tripping me out. And so it shows, I forgot the proper word for it, but plants are capable of doing it, insects are capable of doing it,
Well, now,
all
Back-
kinds of
back
things,
in
it's
the
just mammals
time-
can't.
Back in the time of Mary being around, there were rules and laws on what constituted a virgin. A virgin wasn't necessarily a girl that never engaged in intercourse like we think of it today. It depends on who she engaged with intercourse with, on whether or not she is still a virgin.
well,
It's fucked up. I know it's fucked up, but they were fucked up people. But I found Miriam. Yeah, the Hebrew word Miriam, which comes from the Hebrew word Mary. The Hebrew word Mary means rebellious.
Yeah, I saw that. Is there a part where it says star of the water, or star of the ocean, or drop of the ocean?
I don't see that in the Strongs, but there's another link here that it doesn't
Yeah, it's
actually link.
Parthenogenes is what I was looking for. Thanks, Alpine. Parthenogenes is where insects and plants can basically have sex with themselves and procreate. Like, how crazy is that?
I thought worms definitely can. Worms do it. When I first heard that, I was freaked out. It's like, oh shit, I fish with you guys, man.
Snakes
Worms
can
do.
too.
Who can?
Snakes.
Snakes can fuck themselves?
Yep.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I was reading an article on it last night.
I never have liked snakes. But let's look at the Mother Mary. Now, she was married. She had a
Yeah.
husband. Now, if my wife came to me and said, hey, man, I'm pregnant and it's God's baby, I'd be fucking pissed. I'd be like, what the hell? What? I wouldn't be honored. It'd be like, what the hell you mean? When did that happen? I don't know. He must have got me in my sleep. I don't remember it.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, tread carefully, because like, this is not only someone's belief in religion. I don't want to be disrespectful to it, but yeah, that's the same concept I came to last night when I was looking it up. I'm like, if Jesus is what they consider like the ultimate symbol for like God, right? And believing in what we've been sold by the church about the Bible is Jesus, then you have to go to Mary. Mary, the Virgin Mary, was the mother. And they claim, oh, he's a miracle from God because she's the Virgin Mary. And what Tressa just said is the whole concept of a virgin, to be a virgin, was different than what we perceive now. But we have all these different retellings and point of views. So if they read about, oh, the Virgin Mary became pregnant and had Jesus, they're like, oh, there you go. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. She's a virgin. She had a baby.
That's exactly what they did.
That's what I'm saying. There's so much wrong about the interpretation of the Bible. And I feel like if I ever actually read it, I'm going to go down the deepest rabbit hole of my life, and I'm never going to come back. I'm going to be like, there's so much wrong to it. They're probably going to take me out. Like, to be unlocked by just understanding the proper context of a word. Like, it just baffles me how so many people are like, okay, whatever, words. It's like, do you not see that it is the ultimate tool to unlocking the history of our existence?
I
It's like
know,
literally the
that's
key.
why I've been working on it for over a decade.
Exactly. There you go. And I'm over here trying to just poke around with it. And I'm finding some interesting shit. You're finding stuff. Streets, like, pretty much probably a 33rd degree Mason for all we fucking know.
Well, now hold on. I've been thinking these thoughts since early 70s. So I got to jump. My brain's been trying to figure out these answers, and I think I'm comfortable with the answers I found. What I explained earlier, the misunderstanding between ESP and who we actually are, and these visitors from another planet. I think I'm comfortable with my beliefs in it.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that.
But
What the
when it
hell is
comes
going on
to
in my chat room?
when it comes to all the research, it's all hearsay stories. It's based on hearsay. Half the stories, hell, probably all of them. Yeah, it is all of them that you read is retold stories, unless
Yeah.
you put it on a clay tablet or something.
Reiterated. It's just different information, reiterated and reinterpreted. And like, that's why I have such a problem being sold this this reality of how if you don't obey the church and society and the government, you're going to burn in hell.
Well, let me ease your soul. You will die, and you will go back to where you came from. Heaven, source, whatever you want to call it, you're guaranteed a ticket back there. You can't go any place but back there.
I know, but like, it's just, I feel like there's something there. Like, there's something that can prove that what they're trying to feed society is just propaganda bullshit and fear mongering. And it's not on anyone who's religious or believes in that type of religion. It's on the people that are forcing this false information on society. Because it's not like you would think, oh, we have certain rules in check, like society has certain rules in check, right? To control the masses, to protect people. But what it is they do it, it could go either way. They could do it to protect, or they could do it to rip apart. That's what congregation was all about. That's what just a couple of years ago, the freaking the riots, Black Lives Matters riots were about. Congregation, it's crazy. Or was it no, segregation? Sorry, fuck, I need coffee. Segregation.
Yeah,
segregation is where you separate.
I'm like, what the fuck is she talking about?
Segregation. I'm okay.
One of my daughters tonight, I never really questioned it because there was a lot of conversation going on. But anyhow, there's one of the southern states that's trying to go back to bring in segregation laws. Has anyone heard about that? Or is that some shit she read off TikTok?
Wait, what? I haven't heard that, but I mean, I've also heard that they're going to start burning witches again, so I'm fucked.
I think I recently seen some stuff come up on the Google search.
Well, I asked her, she's like, I really didn't pay attention. It just came up on her feed. I said, well, is it like Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi? She's like, yeah, it's one of those southern. I'm like, yeah, probably. Georgia's been awfully weird lately. I kind of threw it towards you, but I didn't look into it.
I think what the story was, it was about a housing development that would only allow a single race in there to live in the housing development. It was something like that.
Georgia.
Georgia.
Crazy.
Well, I mean, doesn't that explain why it always talked about like house of blah blah blah? Because he was saying it's not one person, it's a house of people, like from different bloodlines, right, Justin?
Well, yeah, I mean, Jesus was a member of the house of Hillel. That's why he said he was the morning star. He was saying he was Hillel. He was from the house of Hillel. His
I thought
father
we were
was
going
over-
like kryptonite over here, or Krypton. Sorry. So you said Hillel, not Kellel?
No, Jesus was part of the house of Hillel, Hillel, which is the name that's underneath Lucifer.
Huh.
And that house lasted for 400 years. And Jesus, who was also an individual and part of a group of the same name that was under the house of Hillel, came back. The second coming came and went, and nobody spread it out amongst the upcoming Christian religion. They went off on their own tangent. It's the second coming's done, over with. The Jews didn't accept it. The evil ones took back over again, and here we are in the same evilness that they were stuck in Jerusalem back in the day of Jesus Christ. History repeats itself when the lesson is not learned.
Oh yeah, I could definitely see that. And I mean, we have not learned. So does that mean another flood is upon us?
But it's the word for water is mayhem, which is the same as mayhem. And it was a war that occurred. It wasn't a boat to float on top of water. It was a sanctuary to hide inside so that they weren't out in the general population to have war come down on them, to be killed or chased away, or both, or whatever.
Huh. Well, I mean, I like to be a weirdo and go down that rabbit hole, and I like the whole connection I found with the Abzu, but I also like the fun little nice distraction of the chase right now leading to a box of gold. I don't want the box of gold, but I like the little distraction. It's nice. It's a little fantasy, which is funny because, you know, people who actually believe this is a reality, it's my fantasy, and what people perceive as a fantasy is my reality.
Well, let me ask you this. I'll ask everyone. Would your treasure be of material worth if you're a spiritual person, or would it be of a spiritual sense?
So that can go one of both ways. It could be materialistic if it had a symbolic representation of what someone needs to do during my passing so that they don't waste their turn, if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't make sense.
It does. It makes sense. Just you.
No, it doesn't. Spirituality has nothing to do with materialism. Only organized religion believes in materialism. God knows they got a fucking, they hoard the shit out of everything, man. And they don't pay taxes. No, all joking aside, spiritualism is not related to materialism one bit. It's two different spheres. They don't even exist.
They could exist. If you're trying to teach the concept of spiritualism and the only way you could do that is through a materialistic item because of your passing, then that can coexist, right?
No, that's the whole purpose of the lure. It weeded out half the searchers right from the get-go. Everyone communicating with Forrest, in my opinion, that was giving him locations, he knew they were materialistic. Everyone that was sending him emails of saying, hey, guess what I just found? I found something in my brain.
But then think about this, Street. The whole concept of me obsessively wanting to know the backstory on the chess motif, which is materialistic, is what sent me down the spiritual path that made me understand there's more to all of this than what we originally expected.
Okay, well, then there's that group, the ones that went in it for materialistic and then realized, oh shit, this is bigger than what I thought. This has nothing to do with material world. It has to do with the spiritual world.
Exactly. And there was a physical treasure to be able to find and locate and claim, but it wasn't the reason why he did it. It wasn't the story. It wasn't what he's trying to teach you. It's like, again, smoke and mirrors. You had to have smoke and mirrors so that other people that are watching, only those who knew what they were supposed to find would actually know what to find. The rest are just like, ooh, look, a shiny new pretty object to go find in the Rockies. Let's go.
And the simple answer to what or a blaze, it's a trail marker. Well, what trail are we on? Is it a spiritual trail dealing with death? Yes, it is.
Did you not hear my stuff from earlier?
I popped in like nine something. I think, yeah, I popped in kind of late.
The blaze in the fun aspect of this was the creek, aka the nook. Word verbiage. Again, smoke and mirrors, not the real solution, but to get you from point A to point B, it was the nook.
A nook.
I already said this in the beginning, but I don't want to reiterate. It's too much. Creek equals nook. Nook equals crack. The only thing in the chapter, no place for bidding, that is broken is the crack. And the whole concept of the Medium article written by the quote unquote finder talks about his obsession with finding the treasure, his obsession with finding the broken blaze. The blaze isn't actually physically broken. It was the hint that was given to allude to the creek / nook. And then he specifically says, oh, I'm looking for the broken blaze and the real blaze. And then he talks about finding the chest in a nook. And the real etymological, real term for blaze actually means mar or scar of the earth. And so the fun, again, this is just smoke and mirrors, but he was like literally telling you the nook, aka the creek, was the blaze. And that's why it's past tense after you get past the creek, because he says, if you've been wise and found the blaze. So right before that stanza is from there, it's no place for the meek, which no place for the meek gives you no place for biddies. It also talks about crossing. The end is ever drawing nigh. There'll be no paddle up your creek, just heaven loads water high. Then after that, it's if you've been wise and found the blaze. So you got to cross the river, like it says, just like in No Place for Biddies. And once you cross the river, you're going to see the nook. And specifically, the last clue he said was look quickly down. That is the chapter epilogue where it tells you about his dad, where he passed. And this is like row 4, something 23. There's exactly 23 stumps in that illustration in exactly 4 rows. So the 4th row, 23rd stump, Fenn is literally on the log with the axe chopped down. So again, just fun smoke and mirrors distraction that I've been jumping down the rabbit hole about.
You need to stay off Discord. They're rotting your mind.
I didn't get this from Discord. I got this from my own brain.
In my opinion, the whole 3rd stanza is all death. It's all death. The entire fucking stanza is death. Right?
Yeah, that's where the whole nook and creek that I got came from, because if you look at Biddy, it gives you Bridget. Bridget is the exalted one, but also means a burial mound. And then the burial mound gives you the finial beer. And he says, I had everything planned out to my final beer. And so that's another piece I left out that you missed. It's death.
So if we can agree, the whole entire 3rd stanza is talking about facing death face to face.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, oh, by the way, you've been wise and found the blaze. Well, what trail have we been on? Facing death. That's the trail we've been on. And if you realize it, oh shit, that's the fucking blaze. If you've been wise and found the blaze, you found that you're on the facing death face to face. Okay. Huh. Wow. But Terry Scant with Marvel Gaze. Yeah, you're fucking dazed, scared face to face with death. That's a Marvel fucking Gaze. Like, oh shit, I guess it's real. I'm gonna fucking die. And he said he was going to take it with him.
So many different concepts. What are we looking at?
That's the big going medicine wheel with the trajectories. The purple and the pink lines. Purple one represents the trajectory to San Lazaro. You see the nook and the wall?
No,
Right
all
where
I
the-
see
right
is
where the
black.
purple pointer. Well, the black goes alongside the cairn, but there's a nook that goes in, right where the purple line is pointing.
Huh.
If you look up the bighorn medicine wheel, you'll see the cairn where there's a nook in the wall. That's the nook that it points to, and that trajectory points to San Lazaro.
I don't want to touch the wheel because Troy will cut me.
I'm
I mean,
just
I
saying,
could go
it's
down
just-
it, but I don't want to.
It's just some symbolism that happens to be there.
San Lazaro, so fascinating. I still haven't had a chance to read the book yet. I have like no time to do what I want to do because I constantly distract myself with other rabbit holes.
How did Forrest explain the blaze was damaged? Was it an act of nature?
He never said the blaze was damaged. He said that he liked to zoom in on Google Earth and look at the location, and the only thing that changes what nature has done to it. So he never said that the blaze was damaged. When the Medium article is being written and it says a broken blaze, I believe that's them using, or not them, but it's like code for alluding to no place for biddies. The comment or the phrase, step on a crack, break your mother's back. That was the hint to give you creek/nook. Like the whole chapter, no place for biddies, is helping you not only understand no place for the meek, but also the blaze itself.
So Forrest didn't actually say the blaze was damaged by an act of nature.
He never even said the blaze was damaged. He just said the location where the chest was. The only changes were what Mother Nature did to it.
So Jack's the one in the media article that said the blaze was damaged by an act of nature.
I don't even think he ever said an act of nature either. He just said there was a fake blaze and then the blaze was broken, which I was like, why would he use the term broken? And it's like, oh, I figured out what he's actually doing.
But where the hell does Barb get they were talking? She's the one that damaged the blaze because Forrest said the blaze. Someone said the blaze was damaged by an act of nature, and she's that act of nature. Where the hell did that come from?
So what's funny is that she likes to claim that she's like better than Jack and she knows everything and she's like the solver, right? Or the chosen one. But anytime it's confirmed through like the research or Shiloh or something, like Shiloh basically said, yeah, the string exists, meaning that Fenn put a string from one point to another point. Well, all of a sudden she came out and was like, oh, that's me because I grid searched. I used string in a grid search. She like waits for stuff to come out and then she forces it to go with what she does. So the concept of the blaze being damaged by an act of nature was based off of people trying to read between the lines for following Jack in the Condor 2 Reddit database. That's where it came from. And so that information, she's like, oh, I got to take it and run with it, just like under Canopy of Stars. Oh, he said a Canopy of Stars. Oh, that's about me. And it's a teepee, and it's a teepee my sister painted. Like, what? What? I can't. My brain. No.
Well, when I heard or read well, it was both. It was reading it and then hearing other people talk about that there was a fake blaze that a cruel searcher made 1,000 feet from the chest location. I immediately went online and measured out from where I found a fake blaze to the exact location that I sent to Forrest on September 19th, 2019, and it measured out to be 1,000 feet. And I was like, oh, fuck. This ain't helping me end this.
I think that the Medium article is phase 2 or the final Omega. I think that the two omegas represent the two chests, and you got the two states, Wyoming and Montana. Since Wyoming was wiped off the board, the only one you have left is Montana. And the whole concept of Fenn going to Dale and saying, hey, to confirm this is an actual find, you have to look for a new stanza that I wrote that he doesn't know about, but he'll recognize it as being written by Forrest. And did anyone ever want to know why Fenn allegedly wrote a new stanza for the end of the find? Like, if someone finds this chest, why would you need another stanza? Unless it's leading you to something else. And it just so happens the Medium article that uses coded language to teach you certain details also happens to have a random stanza. Huh. Just saying, I think that's round 2. And I think Matt beat us to it, unfortunately.
I think it alludes to the end. If another stanza comes, that means what we know is not the end. So you'll know it's the end when you hear this final stanza. The end.
Yeah,
What was
possibly.
what was the final stanza?
It's in the Medium article.
Okay.
It's the very first one that came out, and it was just signed the finder, and it was like 2 weeks after Fenn's passing. Because like in the book, he says, why not have fun watching people look for it while I'm here, and then maybe again after I'm gone? Sounds like 2 to me. A lot, but it sounds like phase 2 couldn't start until his passing, which he passed, and then you get the Medium article. And then I forgot who mentioned it the other day, but they were like, oh, Medium, like, you know, a medium that talks to the dead. Wait, that was you, Street, right?
Yes, a medium is someone who talks to the dearly departed. Now, think about this. If this lore and all that, and it has nothing to do with spirituality, nothing. That chest, the selling of it, the auction of it had nothing to do with spirituality. That must mean the ending does have to do with spirituality, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
I'd agree, it does.
Now we got the first phase out. We got the lore and Jack and all that out of the fucking equation. Now we're looking for answers. What is spirituality? Looking for answers. So we're all right where we're supposed to be, looking for answers. And I think that's the double omega. That's the final stanza, the answer.
Hmm.
And the answer is, get your little Dakota rings out. Drink more Ovaltine.
I went down that rabbit hole too.
And if you happen to be the one given a war chest, go to war.
No, the whole concept's not to fight, not go to war. Don't go to war.
Spirituality is about karma. Sometimes you have to go to war to enable. Sometimes karma works mysteriously through people, I think. And I agree with you, Trusted. Go to war. I think I think it's a necessary.
It's spiritual warfare.
Yeah.
You know what karma's doing right now, Street?
Who?
Karma's working mysteriously against Barbara through what we call gravity. Gravity is her karma.
Reality is her karma.
Gravity.
Reality.
Gravity.
It's just, gravity is encompassed into reality.
A bobcat broke into a person's house and used the dog bed in Arizona. That's funny. That's a reality check right there. You come home and there's a bobcat just chilling in your dog's dog bed.
Come on, Street. You know the song. It starts with gravity, something, 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 da da da.
Nope, I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with that one.
If I can find it, I'll share it. It's an
Oh
old
my
song.
gosh.
It starts with gravity.
Uhtred, son of Uhtred, returns Friday, April 14th, one last time. In the last kingdom, 7 kings must die. Told you guys should have watched The Last Kingdom.
Yeah, it's like gravity and then something else. Living in perfect harmony.
That's sounding familiar. It really is.
I know you got to know it. You know so many of the older songs.
Yeah,
Huh.
sounds familiar.
Where? Why am I still friends with this person?
So let me ask you this, Candy. What would a treasure in spirituality consist of?
Knowledge.
Yep.
You ain't got to school me. I know this already.
So let me ask you this then. Follow-up question. Hard-hitting questions here. If you think it's knowledge, then would the answer to the poem be considered knowledge at this point in the chase?
I'm sorry, what was that question again? I was reading dipshit Frank being a bot in my chat right now. What was that question?
In spirituality terms, as far as knowledge being a treasure, would the answer to the poem be considered a treasure at this point in time in the chase?
It would be considered a trove.
You got that was my next question. See, but God damn it, I'm going to drink a beer, man. I've had too many tonight. You got me.
See, I'm a lot smarter than you thought. Or at least I'm less vapid and self-centered as before.
Well, it goes back to what I alluded to earlier. A year and a half ago, I could have asked you 20 questions, led you along like a little puppy, man. But look at you. 3 questions in, and you're fucking in front of me. Hell, I'm going to go silent for a minute, man. You got this.
No, you got to ask me more questions. I like this game. I'm like, my secret like hobby, my favorite hobby is just to drop some knowledge and spiritual fucking like reflection. Like just drop some spiritualistic reflection on my ass. It's my favorite thing.
Well, what better gift to give someone? Anyone. I don't care where they are in the path of their life, how old they are, who they are, what they are, don't matter. What better gift to give them in your passing than a thought? And they continue that thought and grow on it and nurture it. Planting seeds. Johnny Appleseed. JAS, Johnny Appleseed.
That's funny. That's funny.
That's what I used to go by back in the day. In case I've never I used to go by Johnny Appleseed. That's my initials. JAS, Johnny Appleseed.
That makes sense. That explains a lot now. You're going around and planting the seed of knowledge throughout the world.
I plant Discord. That's the irony of it. I don't go on Discord, but I've been planting Discord, and Discord is knowledge. How do you not learn knowledge without Discord? You had to have come to learn something because you didn't understand it and you were at odds with it. If you don't learn nothing in life, that means you're just an ignorant fucker that don't question shit in your life. No, you got to question stuff, don't you?
Question all the things.
Everything. I don't care who it comes from. I even trained my children. Don't you question me? And they all I mean, question everything. Don't even trust. Basically, don't even trust me. Learn it yourself. That's the
I was
only way.
gonna say, if you said that if your children question you, then you were gonna go like, backhand their ass, I'd be like, damn, you're taking an old school testament on them.
No, I used to tell them, and I'm telling you, every one of them bring it up all the time. I remember you said that, and I'm like, hell, don't you remember me? Question everything. Don't believe my ass. Think about it. I wasn't raising paranoid children. I was raising children to think, oh shit, well, my dad gave me this knowledge. Shit, I question him. And if someone tells me something, hell, who are you? You ain't even my dad. I'll question you. No question. I'll look into it myself. And isn't that what spirituality is? It's an individualized based journey through life. That's
Wait,
what
so
we're all.
ask me more questions.
You like that game, didn't you?
I do. I like it. I like it.
I don't know.
I threw you off because I was one up from you.
Well, the conversation was flowing, and now you yeah, give me an ultimatum to pick questions.
Well, I can't do it dropping a dime. Jeez.
Okay, well, hell, I don't know.
Oh, that's funny.
And it's my birthday. I can cry if I want to, man. Fuck you guys. You can all kiss my ass. Fuck you.
You're gonna cry because I one upped you.
Well,
Bring
okay.
the picture with Willie at the table.
If you're in a room now, society teaches us, and especially younger people, it's all about how you represent yourself. Now, if you're comfortable with yourself, it goes right back to the theory of being comfortable with yourself. You'll walk into any crowd. I don't care if it's the corner hood or Saks Fifth Avenue or whatever. You're comfortable no matter where you're at. And think about it. Everyone has come across people. You've been someplace and just someone walks into the room and you're drawn to them, and you can tell, holy shit, they know who they are. Now, you might disguise that theory as, oh shit, look at the clothes they're wearing. Oh, they're confident. No, confidence comes from knowing who you are, right?
Well, I mean, I'm confident in myself intellectually speaking, but when it comes to physically, I don't think I'm that confident right now. But intellectual versus physical, intellectual is much more important, and physical is just the same concept of spirituality versus materialism. Materialism is my physical appearance, and spiritual is my intellectual appearance.
Well, we had a conversation a while back, and I think your bestie was on.
Who? Heather?
Yes, she was on. And you were talking about getting things done, your hair, your nails, and I had been drinking that night, and I said, no, man, that has nothing to do. And you two argued, oh no, it makes us feel good about ourselves. And my point in that, you guys took it like, oh, this fucking old man, here he goes, man. Fucking give him another beer. But my point to that conversation was the act of you doing that gave you more self-confidence, made you more aware of who you are, because you think. My only point with that was society taught you that's what you need to look like to be accepted. And you guys took it all wrong, and I kind of mellowed off into the background. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Well, so this is where I'm gonna actually rebuttal this. Okay. So at the time, I was still in a relationship of 16 years, and I was secure in my life choices. So when we were talking about I'm comfortable in my confidence for my self-image, I really was. Even though I understand you're saying that intellectual is much more important than your physical appearance. But physical and intellectual kind of go one and the same as well. And right now, my intellectual appearance has never been higher, but also my physical appearance has never been lower.
Well,
And
that's
it's all based from my own type of interpretation of giving myself worthiness. Because when I was with DJ in a 16-year relationship in a house and with what I figured to be, I was going to be married, I was going to have all the plans that I always wanted, I had that secure. So I believed that I was worthy, right? And now, even though I know I broke away from the worst fucking thing that ever happened to me in my life, I don't find myself worthy because now I'm lost and I don't know what the fuck to do. So I get it. I get what you're trying to say.
well, it's I'll compare it to God of the Bible and all these other religions and spirituality, the actual ESP and you are God. There's a disconnect there. We as humans try, and God help you, you're in Southern California, the worst egotistical place you could ever fucking grow up, man. It's all about image there. It has nothing to do with who you are. It has to do with what you are. And what you are is what car you drive, who you're dating, what what your hair looks like. I get it. I'm not degrading people. I've never degraded you for that. I'm just saying be aware of what you're dealing with. And once you get past that, look where you're at. You've rather you're getting down on yourself and feeling bad because now intellectually you're leaps and bounds. You're fucking dancing in the universe. You're dancing with stars. But yet when you look in the mirror, it's like, holy shit, I ain't fucking I look horrible. Well, guess what? That's the realization. It does not fucking matter. It does not matter. It all originates from inside you, and it's called your little tiny brain. And we all have one. Ironically, that little tiny brain is God. We're linked to the universe. We have so much power. What do they say? We only use an average of 10% of our fucking brain at any given time. Well, shit. Let's explore that other 90%. And when you do that, your physical appearance is not a matter anymore. And the battle becomes when you deal with society because you have to interact with these crazy motherfuckers. And it's not until you get old like Tristan and I'll go out in my underwear. Fucking don't look at me. Fuck you people, man. Fuck you. We don't care. We don't fucking care. We've got to that point in our lives.
Hold on, I'm bitching someone out real fast.
I'm going to grab a beer. I've talked to Trusted, you ring in on this, man. Bring in some Hebrew wisdom on her, man.
The Hebrews really weren't wise. They were slaves.
My gosh, these sentences are getting worse as I type them. She's like, I need more beer. But you're in a van down by the river. It's going to take you 2 seconds to reach for another beer.
Well, there, you heard it from the Hebrew master. The Hebrews is fucking stupid. You're smarter than a Hebrew.
Oh my God, don't say that. That's subliminal. That's controversial.
I apologize. You can put a link.
Okay, I'll take the word chosen. I'll take the word chosen. That's a Hebrew word. It's nothing to be proud of. It meant that they were agricultural slaves. They chose it to mean they're special. Oh yeah, you're real special. You were chosen to be a slave. There you go, boy. And enjoy your life.
Shiloh has been giving me radio silence. I think he's on an adventure, living his best Indiana Jones life.
I heard through the grapevine, Bar's been emailing him, telling him how foolish he is.
God. Did you see her video today and how she was like, I contacted all the documentarians and they said Candy isn't working with them. Yeah, I said that multiple times on my channel. I literally turned down Netflix. Like, why does she have to be like, I'm a little reporter and I called and I found out factual information that's already been fucking confirmed on the channel itself. Yeah.
Isn't that stalking though? Isn't that stalking to contact a third party like that and ask about you?
Yeah, probably. And I don't know where that fucking voice came from. I think it was from Saturday Night Live skit with Pedro Pascal. And he's like, he wakes up from a coma. He's like, yeah, and I am alive and the he just like talks like that. And so now I can't unsee it or hear it, and that's gonna forever be my Barbara voice from now on. It's gonna be like, but yeah, I have a verified pleading, and I think that I am the chosen one. Yeah.
And what are they? Affidavits are meaningless because they can be cross-examined. Yet a verified pleading, which is the same thing as an affidavit, is gold.
It's even funnier watching her listening Trusted try and do it. Like, I didn't really
she's
watch the whole thing.
People, and that's the nicest word that I can use. Barbara Anderson is a flake. I don't care what her history was as a lawyer. If she was the best lawyer in Chicago, she fell off that horse. She's a flake. She's a flaky person for whatever reason.
No, like, I watched a little bit of the video she made on me today about like Dunhead, but I like got so bored I would just skim through it, and then it was just so funny because it was just literally her bitching and reiterating the same shit that we've already like confirmed. And so you watched it too, right?
Of course I did.
And
That's
Trusted, you watched it?
I watched the one where she was talking about Christy, and then the one where she had mentioned me in it too. It sounds like you guys watched the third one.
I mean, I didn't watch the other ones. I just watched this one because I had my name in it, and it was like Dunhead. I'm like, oh, I've been summoned. So I was watching it, and it was so funny because she was like, Connie, you're such a fucking idiot, even though I'm the fuckhead, and you're making fun of my Zazzle, and it's for charity. You're going to judge me for charity? I got pizza for children and $40 candles for charity. Yeah.
Yeah, you know who else does charitable stuff? The cartels down in South America and Mexico. They do that to try to get a false persona of them out in public.
I woke up like almost, it was like 6 something in the morning, man. And my phone was silent. So there's no way I heard anything. I woke up and it was like, I feel a vibration in the force. My phone, I was like, holy shit. I watched it. I'm like, fuck, I gotta make coffee. I can't go back to sleep after this. I hurry up, made coffee. And when I started hearing the Viagra Club, I'm like, holy shit, Viagra Club. What, you don't want to talk about Oragel anymore? You've already, you know what? Oragel and disgusting sex talk. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. My opinion, there is no such thing as sex is not disgusting. It's like fucking talking to God. We all enjoy it. We live for it. Hell, we drive for it. We do everything for it. How could it be fucking disgusting? But when I heard that Viagra, I'm like, shit. My brain, I hit my bowl a couple times. I'm like, fuck, I got a video for this fucking shit, man. Viagra? Okay, yeah. I am proud to be in the Viagra Club, Barb, because guess what? we can keep it up for fucking years. How long you want to go? We'll keep it up. At least I will.
And it's pretty easy to tell that there was a Viagra club in her past. And that's, I believe, her real issue.
Yeah. She alluded to it, ladies and gentlemen. If you remember her last drunken rampage when it went on for like 2.5 hours when someone else was live, I'll point this out, Barb, whether you want to or not, I'll point it out. She mentioned a loading dock in Santa Fe, and no one was there to help her. You guys remember that?
No, I don't think I heard that. I don't watch all her videos.
I don't either. I would go crazy. I would literally just start talking, like walking around, start talking like this all the time. Yeah. I can't undo it now.
You know, every
Oh,
time
Lord.
that I see this triple chin with their fucking head all tucked back in. Oh yeah, flipping the hair. Yeah.
I mean, in my defense, I've got 2 double chins, or I got a double chin. I got 1 double chin, not 3.
Well, then it's a miracle. When you say that voice, you get 3.
Okay. I'm like, I only got 1 double chin. Come on.
No, 3 when you say that voice. I can see it.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, here's another thing. I made a video. She watches everything we all do. It's no big secret. She says, oh, someone contacted me and I heard that. No, how can you give a legal perspective of a video you've never watched? We all know she hides that she watches everybody, but we all know she does. And when she categorized things, and I made a video saying, hey, Barb, you've been harassing me since on or about June 8th, 2020. She did a video today saying, oh, 2018, I don't know what he's talking about. Well, yeah, you did. You sued to steal the treasure chest. You've been harassed.
But did you see the part though, Street? Did you see the part where Bar was like, and Shiloh, you are a 30-year-old male, yeah, and you shouldn't be talking to Candy, yeah, I'm a deadhead, because, you know, you're not a part of it. It's about your grandfather, but it's also about Preston. So what are you doing talking to the deadhead?
And what is this wonderful relationship that she had with Forrest? She said she's never even went in his house, only seen him twice. What is this wonderful relationship?
My favorite part about that, Trusted, was this. I only met Forrest twice. One time at Fenn, I said hello and hugged him. And then the second time, we shared a glass of water at Collected Works. Yeah. And that's because he knew I couldn't meet him in person because it would be illegal. And it would show that he was helping me. Yeah, because I'm the fighter. So that's why I was never invited over to Forrest's house. Yeah.
So that makes her very similar to McCracken, who met that so-called girlfriend of his for only 15 minutes.
I can't stop talking like this. It's
because all indications from what she said, she had no relationship with Forrest. What the hell's a relationship? There isn't one. It's 100% imagination on her part of things that he had put in scrapbooks and whatever. Forrest gets emails or whatever the hell she's talking about. I don't know. Taylor Swift songs or some fucking thing. Everything is 100% in her imagination. There was no relationship with Forrest. It was a celebrity stalking situation that Barbara did to Forrest by going out and buying costumes and leaving them at his front gate and ringing the doorbell and going and getting Koski cheese danishes.
Hold
and leaving
on.
them at his front gate and
Hold on,
Trusted.
Hold on. Forrest, my name is Barbara Anderson. and I decoded your love story. I'm busy Dean. I figured it out. Yeah. You did an entire revised edition just to talk to me. Yeah. When we shared that cup of water and I locked eyes with yours, sipping that water where warm water's hot, it was a sign. So the first thing I did was I went to Party City. Yeah. And I got a banana costume and I went to our secluded secret place and I looked exactly for the camera. Yeah, I stripped her. I stripped it all down. I bared my soul and my double chin for you. Yeah. I can't stop. Oh God. I broke character for a second, but fuck, I can't stop. I'm not kidding you guys. This is forever going to be my BA voice. It's making Ashley like laugh her fucking ass off. Can you imagine though? Can you imagine? Like in her video today, she was talking about how I'm crazy. And remember when I was saying it's really funny, Huli showed me a picture of like 2019 Fenbury where I'm just sitting there, I'm standing there actually, just chilling in like my camping gear. I have like a hoodie on or something. And she's like literally behind me. And obviously we didn't know each other then at all, right? But she's like standing looming over behind me with her like super short botched fucked up burgundy hair. And she was like, oh yeah, Connie said I stalked her and I didn't know her. And I'm just like, it looks like you're stalking me. I didn't say you're stalking me. I said it looks like you're stalking me. And it was foreshadowing the fact that you would be stalking me for the rest of my fucking life. Just putting that out there. Just saying.
So did you have this crazy 4-foot diameter hat you were wearing? You said it's a hoodie, right? You had a hoodie on?
Yeah, just like a jacket with a hood.
She categorized you and said she's almost positive you had this fucking humongous hat on, and she was thinking, what a fucking idiot with that hat on.
I didn't have a hat. You know what? I think I have a picture of what I looked like that day. I was with Sasha. I was hanging out with Sasha because I just came from hanging out with Fenn, and we followed Shiloh and Fenn up the mountain. It was funny because we showed up to the one spot where Fenbury was the day before and it wasn't there. And we're like, what happened? And so I was on Facebook and I was talking, I think like, who was it? I was talking to someone and they're like, oh yeah, we had to change the spot of Fenbury because of the rain and something else. So we ended up finding it and Shiloh parked and Fenn was getting out of the car and he almost fell and ate shit in front of everybody. Like, I'm not kidding. I watched him get out of the car and it was like almost a traumatizing moment because that's exactly what I saw happen to my grandpa when I was going to the DMV to get my license. But he ended up falling and cracking his head open in the parking lot. So at least Fenn just looked like a cartoon character trying to regain his balance. And then he finally was able to like go into the Fenbury.
Forrest fell down?
No, he almost did. Like when he got out of the car, it was like raining, right? So it was like slippery and muddy. And right when he came out, it was like slippery. And you just see him like a cartoon character, like fucking wibble wobble. And you're like, shit, is he going to go down? I saw that. That was funny, but I'm so glad he didn't fall because that would have been traumatizing and really bad juju.
Well, here's a fact, Barbara. And I know you're watching. You watch everything, you little lurker troll.
Shaw.
Here's a fact. Nothing you say is fact. It's all assumption, and speculation. Pure and simple.
I can't stop talking like this. I'm just going to do skits from now on like this.
You should. We need to see that triple chin when you do it, too.
Oh my God. I'm so tempted to do it right now. But I know it would pave the way for posters and dent head memorabilia on the Zazzle shop. Probably $60 per fucking copy. Oh man, I can't. But remember, it's all in good faith. It's for charity.
When she identifies that that any of this stuff is associated with you, she owes you royalties.
Well, she never has established or clarified what her charity is. She's always like, we'll pick something. And it's always we, as if there's more than one. I'm starting to be concerned like there's more than one person in her head. Everything is, we recorded this, we heard this, we did. There's we. Well, she's never established or said, and I'll challenge you, Barb. Go ahead and tell us what that charity is going to benefit, man. I know you've mentioned a litany of fucking things you've said, you know, how drug addiction and homelessness and child education of Native Americans. What's your charity going to contribute to, Barb? Can you clarify that for us? Or is it just you? Is it a charity established for you?
Hold on. Sorry. I'm just revealing one of the trolls in chat. There's someone in Discord right now having like an absolute freak out attack. So funny. They're making it like way too obvious. I know this is Frank in the chat room. Goodness me. Right here, this person saying in Discord right now, I want to be forthright. Or hold on, let me try it this way. Yeah, I want to be forthright. I don't believe a goddamn motherfucking word that K-Pro brings to this bullshit form crap. Goddamn fucking shitty, nasty, fucking bullshit. Yeah. That's a lot of angry words, even for me. That's what this random account, aka Frank, is saying in Discord right now. They're just very angry. And they're like, leave the family alone. And I'm like, but why? I have a toxic, evil, jealous ex to piss off. Shiloh's cute. 2 birds, 1 stone. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? I'm sure she's aware of that. I can't. Sorry. I've gone off the deep end at this point. What is going on? Oh,
Well,
come on. Why'd you turn him out?
She's managed to psychologically stalk all of us, that she appears in our thoughts because of all the fucked up shit she's done over the years.
I enjoy the challenge, Trusted. I consider it a challenge, man. I enjoy the challenge. I will crack that nut.
That's what she said.
I might bring some more gel, but god damn it, I'm going to crack that fucking nut.
See, it's your birthday street, so I'm allowing.
I think you're attracted by the self-deprecating costumes.
Oh, God. Do you guys, can you guys even fathom the hell I'm going to catch tomorrow? Because I dared to do a book discussion today. Can you guys even fathom it?
Yes, the library is off bounds for everybody except for her.
Monster, you want to hear your response too?
Well, she says no one's doing anything of substance. No one's ever contributed anything of substance to the answer, because she has the answer, and yet she dribbles this fucking bullshit assumption and speculation in front of everybody with the Speculation and assumption again that she is the solver, and yet how dare they question her? She's got a verified pleading, for God's sakes. And like Tressa alluded to earlier, a verified pleading is no different than an affidavit. It's all bullshit.
Drink every time you say verified pleading. Just kidding. If we did that, you'd be on the floor.
Bottom line is she's a fucking nutcase, man. Pure and simple fucking nutcase, grasping for any straw she can fucking grab.
Oh. Tell us how you really feel, Street. Jeez.
She's wore my patience out, Candy. I've been very patient with her, man, honestly. And I'm not saying that condescending. I've been very patient with this woman for two and a half years. And it's gaining no ground. Actually, it's lost ground. So I guess it's time to double down.
Double down? Aren't you? Copper was saying in Discord that he's never banned anyone before. And I was like, you banned me over butt print.
Over what?
Remember when Christy and Ben were fighting and she was talking about how he stole the first edition TTOTC from her? And so I was in Copper Dan's chat room because he was live with her. And they said something and Ben was in chat too. And I was telling Ben, I'm like, return it back, like return TTOTC back to her, but put a butt print in it. And Copper got super pissed at me for saying butt print in chat. So he banned me over the word butt print.
Well, he is from Minnesota. They take that butt print shit serious up there.
But like the little minion. Someone put a little emoji or a what's it called? A gif of like the little minions doing butt print screens. So accurate. It's hilarious. Okay. Oh no, I had more fun today because it was just going back to what makes me happy, which is analyzing, using etymology, looking at the book and putting stuff together, piecing stuff together. That was fun. And then talking about the rabbit hole of religion, it kind of careened to the angry side for a little bit, but that's okay. That's okay.
But Candy, that's not solid information. That's not about Dizzy Dean's scrapbooks or anything that's important.
Cha. You forgot the cha.
Oh my gosh.
I can't.
Doesn't she realize when she says Dizzy Dean's about her, Dizzy Dean her, doesn't she realize the name Dizzy is what starts out in that?
Chasing her own tail, I see. I want to actually check. Let's check real quick.
Dizzy Dean is a man, isn't he?
Yeah, wasn't he a baseball player?
Yes, a pitcher. A pitcher.
Yeah, and he was added to the revised edition because it was a story about the ladder.
Yes.
Remember? The ladder and looking up.
At a golf tournament. And guess what? Forrest bought him a fucking 6-pack of beer. Ah!
6-pack. And beer, only spelled B-I-E-R.
What did Forrest say? If you find it, blah, blah, something about have a 6-pack to celebrate the astonishing find or whatever. Here he tells a story of this pitcher narrating or commentating on a golf game. What the fuck is a pitcher talking about and narrating a golf game? But he was 10 foot high. Forrest climbed up there. He was so mesmerized by the guy. He convinced him to buy a 6-pack. And by the time Forrest finishes one pop, old Dizzy done drank a fucking 6-pack. That's an alcoholic, ladies and gentlemen. If he can drink that fucking quick. And when Forrest climbed down from that ladder 10 feet high, he expected all type of media to be snapping his picture, but there was no one there.
He was alone.
That sounds like Barbara.
Oh my God. That was a good one, Trusted. That was a good one.
Hey, maybe Forrest did make it so she would think that it was her for those reasons.
Oh God. That's savage. That is savage.
I've thought it for over 2 years now. I think he said things in scrapbooks, and this is my opinion. I think he said things to like Bill. Bill has talked about it. Barbara has talked about it. I think he said things just to stir them up. Just like, I could imagine how fucking much those two tormented him, honestly. All joking aside, I think he left messages just to keep people stirring. Those type people that meant harm to him or what he construed to be harm.
And let's not forget, he had a private detective, and I'm pretty sure he was also connected with a psychology group. So he was seriously analyzing people because he had to analyze threats. I mean, he was getting obvious threats, but then he was getting the creepy people like Barbara creeping on his front gate rather. So I'm sure he had people literally psychologically analyzed, checked out by his private investigator, their backgrounds extremely thoroughly. That's how they first knew she's going to be a problem with it when this thing ends.
Oh yeah. That makes sense.
2016 February that I went to with my daughter. I had probably a 2.5, 3 hour conversation sitting on the ledge with a psychologist, female, and she introduced herself as one of Forrest's very good friends. Very good friends. And we talked lengthy for 2.5, 3 fucking hours. And it was nothing but we would look at it. She would like it. The conversation morphed into she would look over or I would look over and say, and we'd start ad-libbing what a group were talking about. And it got very fucking interesting. She's like, yeah, I think this, well, long story short, it's the same Fenbury when Bill says Forrest doffed his hat and gave him the sign of God.
Oh, heavens to Betsy.
Yeah.
That very same hat? You know what? I think it's the hat, Street. The hat, mildew, it's cursed. Because first, the hat drove Bill to considering the Moses and the car theory, right? And then the hat, because there was the hole in mildew for a BICU, I believe it was. That's what drove Barbara to her belief that she's the chosen one. So it's mildew who's to blame.
And let's not forget that picture that Forrest had that Dal put out. And there was a bear in the water behind him. Forrest mildew hat was up in the air above his head. And what was he leaning on?
I don't know.
A tombstone.
There was a picture of Fenn wearing mildew and a bear in the background.
Yep.
I didn't see that one.
And he was leaning against an obelisk.
Ooh, the obelisk, like the one Street just went to and was like, Satire Square.
The exact same one.
Ooh. You're just going on an adventure, aren't you?
Yep. Spiritual, that is.
You better not fucking kick the bucket before you get back. I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, you think you finally found the road to peace? I'm gonna reach into the abyss and pluck your ass out of there so you can hang out with me and talk more fucking philosophical shit, okay? You don't get to kick the bucket just yet.
Well, think about it. The man categorizes himself as the most spiritual person in the room, and that was Taos. What, 2013? Too Far to Walk book signing. The most spiritual person you'll ever meet or in the room, however he worded it. I'm not religious. What
Spiritual?
religion? Well, what does spirituality look for? Answers to the universe. Answers, knowledge.
Knowledge.
Well, if he's making statements like that and he's facing death, death was the catalyst of this poem and the treasure hunt. What the fuck do you think the map of the poem is? A map? What's it a map of?
The stars.
Death. How could
Which
it
is the
not
stars.
be anything but death?
Which is the stars.
Yes. Yeah, we go back to where we once we became, or however you word it.
You know what I found really funny? How today in her video, she thought she was doing like the ultimate form of an insult against me because I hang out with you and Trusted and Troy. She's like, oh, they're the Viagra Club because they sit around and they talk about shit. Dude, I would choose hanging out with you and Trusted and Troy and Rob any fucking day of the week over other people in society. Like, I feel so fucking like out of place and dumb whenever I'm talking to other people in society. And it's not because I'm dumb. It's just because they don't know how to have intellectual thought-provoking fucking conversations. And like I hang out with you and Trusted, and it's just we have so much fun. We could talk for hours about anything. And it's not like it's not boring. It's not like I'm wasting time. Time flies by. So I'm sorry. That is the biggest compliment you could ever give me. Yeah, I can hang with these guys. Good luck trying to hang with them, Barbara. I don't think you can.
You don't feel judged when you're hanging with us either, do you? You don't feel judged. You can say anything you want, right? Without us.
Yeah.
Judging. Yeah. Well, I think Barbara hates old men. That's what it is. She has a prejudice to. I'm going to file a lawsuit. Trusted, you want to get in on this, man?
No.
Wise man. Wise man. Been hanging around that Hebrew long, man. Very wise man. Garden.
Wait, what didn't she call him? I'm sorry. Tristan. Don't even know who you are, but you look like ZZ Top. Yeah.
I've been called worse than that by better people.
Remember? That's what she said today. She was like, what are you, ZZ Top? And I'm like, why is that an insult? Like, does she not know who ZZ Top is? Like, what?
The first and only time I ever seen ZZ Top was back in 2006. And it was a weekend fucking concert with Puddle of Mud. I mean, the list goes on and on. Buck Cherry, a bunch of I went to see ZZ Top. I'd never seen him. My older brother's up. So she compared Trusted to one of the most successful fucking rock bands in rock and roll history. Those fuckers are legendary. They never lost their head, never got crazy. You don't even really know what they fucking look like. They were the model billionaire fucking rock stars. And that's what she compared Trusted to. Isn't that
and she didn't have a clue.
No. Jesus just left Chicago. She got a clue now.
She really didn't know who ZZ Top is. Yeah, you're actually right. Like, I can't. Oh, okay. This is one thing that made me laugh my ass off. Did you notice in her Denhead video today, she was talking about how sarcastic we all are? And she's like, anyone can be sarcastic. I can be sarcastic. And then when her example of her trying to show sarcasm, like her best sarcasm, was the worst example of sarcasm. It didn't even categorize as being sarcastic. That is what made me laugh so hard I almost pissed myself.
Well, every video she does talking about any of us is sarcasm, and that's all she's got. She doesn't talk our viewpoints, she talks our personal appearances, and that's pretty fucking trivial. Really? You're going to talk about my appearance? Well, seeing that you're going to start talking about my appearance, I'll start talking about yours too. Let's go there. Let's go.
Well, so
there.
this is the thing. That's what she says all the time. She's like, oh my gosh, she stood like she's judging me on my age. And I'm like, I really wasn't. I was judging you off the fact that you really do look like Droopy, the cartoon character, because you said I looked like Caitlyn Jenner. And then you say I'm a denthead, and you say all these other things. When in actuality, I've been holding my tongue for a very long time. Because if I ever said what I really see, it would not be nice. It would not be nice at all. And I do not want to put you in that mindset. So just know you better humble yourself. That's all I have to say.
Well,
Humble yourself.
Let's set the record straight. She indicated she groups you in with the Viagra Club because you're Candy / Bruce Jenner. Candy, have you ever in your life taken Viagra?
No, I haven't.
Problem solved. I rest my case.
Wait a second, neither have I.
Yeah, because you're hunting down those Amazonian women to fucking twist your nipples at the E Club.
That's 'cause
Who would need Viagra with that?
I'm just a short guy in a long coat.
Oh, that's so funny.
I'll revert back to find your happy, man. You don't need Viagra. Find your happy. And women, I know they have pills for women too, for when they get older. Yeah, just find your happy, man.
You know, I don't think women need pills for when they get older. They just need to change their husbands.
That and lubrication, they get awfully dry.
Oh God. We went there. It's your birthday though, so it's okay. But we went there.
I'm old. That's the type of women I deal with. It's a natural. How
am I supposed to submit this to Netflix if you got to go there? Okay. How am I supposed to be a sellout and go to Netflix? Come on, this video was supposed to be sent to them.
Well, if you want to go to the edge, let's go there. Let's talk about that. How do you know where the edge is unless you talk about it? And it's a natural moisture instinct.
Oh God, no! Don't you ever say moist again. Stop it. You stop it.
I have no problems with it, man. I accept it readily. I understand they have an issue with it because once again, it goes back to what we were talking about. It's self-image. They're embarrassed by it. And once Trusted knows he's my age, it's like, it's cool. I totally nothing to be ashamed about. And once they realize that, it's like, oh shit, you see a weight off of them. All of a sudden, they're a woman again. But the fact that they become dry, a simple thing is dry, which is an easy.
How did we get here?
They all of a sudden become less of a woman than they were. No, you're the same woman. They're the same woman that they were in their teens and 20s.
How do we get here?
I think he signed on with a personal moisturizing company.
I did. I got Oragel locked in. Now I'm going for KY.
Oh my gosh, Ben's in chat and he's saying that he's going to hold on. I'm going to start doing book discussions as well. Same chapters and pages. And then the dab fucking emoji.
I'll join in if he has guests where he can like come in and discuss it. I'll join in, man. I don't like book discussions I can't join in on.
I could get behind that. You know, I did say I was gonna slowly start to try and piece together which clue in the poem matched up with which chapters in the book. So I might slowly start doing that as a series if you guys want to jump on and join in when I do that.
Count me in. I'm there.
Whole time I'm gonna be like trying to talk about I'm a whole versus Montana. You're gonna be like, but death, but the stars. What if land isn't an issue? And then Trust is gonna be in the background and be like, the Hebrew word for this is yeah.
How can Netflix turn this shit down? Honestly, they'd be insane. This is a money-making opportunity for them.
They didn't. I turned them down. Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna lie though, I am a little sus right now. I'm like, I'm wanting to think, like, why was Matt, who's like always just one step ahead of me, why was Matt investigating Watkins Creek in mid-June, July of 2021? Like, I got those gears in my head turning, and I'm like, what's going on? What's going on?
Foundation, helping set the foundation.
Come on, Street. You know I gotta play the game of two chess theory. There's different layers. We're like an onion. We're like an ogre. Okay, we got many layers going here. So all of these little layers can coexist all at the same time.
Right, but you got to understand there's a puppet master that created all this, and the people he let into his world, it was a win-win for him. They got what they wanted, and he got win-win for him. It was a given. I mean, laying foundations. No structure can withstand the test of time without a good foundation. I think
I would take an invitation to meeting Forrest and being invited into his home and into his vault over being the owner of the treasure any day of the week. And I got to do that. I actually got to meet him. I got to hang out with him. I got to go into his vault. And therefore, I'm completely happy and content with this.
I got my contentment with I forced myself. I didn't wait for the invitation. I forced the invitation, and I got
and you're the only one that got away with it.
Twice, ladies and gentlemen. You can call me whatever the fuck you want. I don't really got to care.
We figured it out, you guys. The double Omega Street and his double attempts of not getting kicked out.
Twice.
I wanted the box of gold.
Oh, that's funny. 3 chests that you have seen. I mean, I don't want to get New Mexico's hopes up, but it did say somewhere north of Santa Fe on New Mexico too. Maybe there's 3. Who knows? Maybe that's the only one left in play. What if Wyoming's off the board, Montana was found by Matt, and the only one left is New Mexico? And Barbara, maybe you will have your day.
Maybe Forrest filled people's minds up with all kinds of stuff to keep us all busy during this intermission period. It's a long intermission period.
Yeah, but I could dig with it. I like it.
How long does it take to embroider a good blanket? Because that's what we all need. We need a comfort blanket, a hope blanket. How long does it take to weave one of those?
I don't know. I fall under the categorization of a millennial, so I don't know how to fucking knit or sew anything or embroider. Sorry.
Right down the street from me, I can buy hand woven blankets, and that would be my choice of dealing with that situation.
Well, let me put it this way. How long would it take you to envelop yourself in a feeling of comfortability, warmth?
Yeah, I was gonna say, go upstairs and crank that heater and not get bitched out. Yep, that's comfortable to me.
I was trying to relate it to the thrill of the chase. Now you're just being stupid, man. I got to get the fuck out of here.
On his birthday, he has extra no filter. No, it's like, okay, when he says
take advantage of it. I'm going to take advantage. It's my fucking birthday, man. Fuck y'all. Fuck all you people, man. Kiss my fucking ass.
Oh my gosh, you're already getting senile. I love it. Oh, that's so funny. No, so like when the kids asked Forrest, which is warming to you, and you said comfortable, it goes back to, Edna St. Vincent Millay's Second Fig. And he says, that's what tells my story best. That's where I'm most comfortable.
Okay, let's separate the two. In a religious world, what is comfort? And what is comfort in a spiritual world? Because he is a spiritual man, well, probably the most spiritual man you ever meet. What is comfortability? What is contentment in a spiritual man's life? Not a religious.
Versus a materialistic one?
Yes. Religious is material.
So religious would be security. Security within society, security within the church, security within family and wealth, right? Spiritually content would be accepting one's truth and one's ending, which is their beginning, right?
Accepting who you are and your death. You will
exactly.
Die.
That's literally what I just said. Oh, look at me go.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. And what is the poem? What was the catalyst of the poem? Death. What is the poem talking about? Him facing death.
There's so many different variations and interpretations and point of views of the poem. And like, if you want to look at it one way, it's just, a trout's life going up river in a cold creek to go plant some eggs and then to go die.
Well, if the man who wrote it tells me that he's the most spiritual man I'll ever meet, I'm thinking Dalai Lama type shit. Even though I've never met the Dalai Lama, that I'll admit to. But how okay. And this is the man who wrote this poem, and he was facing death when he wrote it? Huh. This has nothing to do with a fucking bronze chest full of gold. Nothing. It has to do with spirituality and what is contentment in spirituality. Knowing that you will die and you will go where you're supposed to go. There's no one is control. You're not going to go to hell. There's no such thing as hell. That's a man-made, fictional fucking place. It's a verified pleading.
Oh man, you're on a roll tonight.
I am, man. I'm feeling good. I got some good smoke, man. One of my kids turned me on to this. I kind of like this. Whatever. I think it's called Tutti Frutti or something, or Fruit Loops. Fruit Loops. It's called Fruit Loops.
Oh, nice.
It is nice. I feel fruity, man. In the good way, not the bad way. There is a bad way of being fruity. I mean, come on. How can if someone says you're fruity, how can fruit's fucking delicious, man? Who doesn't like fucking fruit?
I mean, yeah, I agree. No, I want some fruit. I have some pears, but they're like upstairs. Oh, look it, I rhymed. Can I kill the conversation? Go me. Oh, that's funny. Wait, what is happening? Okay, Discord's on a good one. But then also, Benjamin discovered that Forrest had a grandfather named Emmett Brown. Okay, interesting. Don't know what side that's from. And then let's go back over yonder to the chat room. I heard of Fruit Loops. Yes. Oh, okay. Hold on. What did Troy do? Post this after reading your chat 20 minutes ago. As a man from back east, I was thinking of doing another series of book discussions to explain how it applies to the real solve. Nobody has done book discussions for a few years now. Maybe it's time. I hear Treasure Warriors and Kiwi's Road will also be doing some book discussions. After seeing Treasure Warriors and Kiwi's Road discuss it in Candy's chat, I also hear Candy Street, Big Rob, Paul, and Trusted want to get out on the book discussions too. It's great to see the smart people getting back into the game. Maybe Good Greg, Brutal Truth, will get on too. He has many connections with his New Mexico solve. That is savage, Troy. That is absolutely savage. You guys know that if this occurs, like if we like, I mean, I didn't even know you guys were plotting this. I just was like, my brain was kicking up today. And you do realize that if I start talking book discussions, Troy talks, Street, you talk, Trusted, we all start talking. The next thing that's gonna happen is she's probably gonna start going around in everyone's fucking TTOTC book and pissing on that too. So yeah, you better buy them wine bottles. She's got a lot of traveling to do.
I'm waiting for the day I can openly go on her and I, just her and I, and discuss book discussions and scrapbooks. I'm waiting for that day. I've been waiting for it for 2.5 years, man. And she never lets anyone join in. It's just her point of view, always. And yet she labels all of us too insignificant or irrelevant to even talk about. But yet every fucking video she talks about in drama, the drama series that she deletes real quick to hide from YouTube so no one can chastise her for it,
You know what I realized, Street?
Yeah.
That she would make a great mascot for the church.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
With her shawl. That shawl fucking makes it, man. That sells the fucking image. Give her a little bottle of holy water. Yep.
Oh no. For the real, all I said, Forrest had a grandfather named Emmett, who was also a blacksmith like Doc Emmett Brown. I know, Ben. I know. Oh man, that's how I know Ben and Ashley are listening when I say like stuff, but I only say half of it. And he comes in, he's like, no. Nope. Oh, John's like, oh, Jack, no. Apparently, according to John, the church does not claim Barb.
Well, a serious question. How many of people, us here and the people in chat, would like to go on a live Zoom and discuss civilly, not like beat the hell out of each other, but civilly talk to Barb and try to figure out where the fuck she's at, man. I know I'll raise my hand. I'd love to fucking do that. She never gives me an opportunity ever. And I don't.
Well, I mean, I tried that twice. And the first time, apparently, I made her cry because I was just tired of her fucking with me. And it blew up in her face. And then I felt really bad for making her cry. And then when she came back the second time, I was super nice to her. Also, I was really drunk off of Fireball. And then everyone was like, sweet baby Jesus, Candace is being nice to Barbara. And so the world opened up and all hell broke loose. So I think I've had enough attempts.
I really want to do a book discussion or a scrapbook. I really do. I'll dive into every fucking one of them if she let me join, but she never lets me join. She never lets anyone join. It's just her game. All by herself. Alone.
All by myself.
Go. Sing it.
Every time I hear that song, Street, I want to watch Mummy Raps, I think it was called. It was that Disney movie. And it was Halloween and it was about the mummy. And the main song was All by myself.
Well, it's
now I've got like this image in my head of Barbara wrapped in toilet paper with like a banana hat or something, singing the song, only no, all by myself.
why she sings to her peeps.
Don't knock the peeps. I mean, I'm not a fan of them, but I do have the tendency to have discussions with inanimate objects, especially if I'm at the store and I like take a liking to a cup or a stuffed animal, and I'm just like, do I want to bring you home? And they're like, yeah, you want to bring us home? We will be a part of your collection. You don't need to put us for charity because you don't need charity. And it's like, okay, sure, I'll take you home. But I mean, 1,000 peeps, yeah, I can't say I've ever been there.
Well, let me say this. I've had peeps, stuffed animals, and all kinds of little fucking bears and everything around me from children for over 30 fucking years. I've never got so frustrated when I picked one of them up and started throwing them around, especially multiple ones. Just started throwing them around the fucking room. Never done
But
that
they're
before.
peeps. They're supposed to bounce back.
Well, I don't get angry at my peeps or my children's or grandchildren's stuffed little animals. They're inanimate objects. How can I get upset at an inanimate
Well,
object and
just
throw it around?
speaking from noticing Pattern Street, um, you know who started saying peeps before Barbara?
Who?
Bobby Brass.
Oh shit.
You get
Oh
it? You get it now?
wow.
Telling you I'm really good at looking at the patterns.
That sneaky fucking bitch.
She couldn't even come up with herself. She had to borrow it from Bobby Brass. I hope they're getting I hope he's getting royalties from this.
Well, I'm pretty sure looking at the mathematics of it and the dollar values, that storage locker has 1,500 peeps in it, which happens to be the same amount of her subscribers that she purchased.
Oh my god, that was savage, Trusted. That
Well,
was
Well,
savage.
I think every time she bought some subscribers, she bought some peeps. And that's who she's mad at. She's mad at these subscribers that she bought that are not helping her on her voyage. So she's throwing the stuffed peeps around.
Damn. I want to go visit a fucking old folks home now because you guys just showed me that once you get up there, you guys are fucking savage, and I want that on my side. I'm gonna go to an old folks home and be like, okay, Samantha, we're gonna break it down now. How do you tell someone to go piss on a rope and suck on the wet end? Tell me, what's your version?
But that wasn't savage. I thought that was a pretty good analysis.
No, that was funny. That was like old school funny.
Yeah, it was both. I mean, it was a spot on analysis, and the analysis is a fucking riot. Everything associated with her insanity is funny as anything, except for when she, does really crazy shit against individuals.
Like calling me a dent head.
I mean, as far as her regular antics is fucking hilarious.
Oh, like her calling my work and attempting to get me fired?
No.
Let me
That
tell
is not funny.
in case everyone was absent the last few months, this woman threatened me for a year and a half, literally a year and a half. As soon as I find out Street's real name and address, I'm suing him. He can't give his opinion. Well, she found out what it was and then sent me this bullshit fucking waiver to waive all my rights and jump into a lawsuit that had nothing to do with me. And she gave me legal advice. I have recordings of it saying this is standard operating procedure, Street. You're just a stupid layman. You don't understand. Just sign it and jump into this lawsuit that has nothing to do with you. Well, I declined. I turned around and filed a fucking civil protection order on her. And what did Barb do? This is a 24 plus year litigation lawyer, ladies and gentlemen, that had threatened me for a fucking year and a half. I invite her to my hometown, and what does she do? Oh no, she fucking declines the invitation. Does that sound like a reputable fucking lawyer to you? It doesn't to me.
What are you drinking tonight?
Hennessy and Bud Light.
Explains it. Tennessee makes you a slightly angry drunk.
Well, it makes me realistic and fresh.
Realistic and fresh. Hey, curious. Who was the one that started the copyright lawsuit?
Barbara.
Really?
Yep. We read, and I say we, there was 4 of us on Greg's show, and we read a public court document. Let me say that again. Public court document. No laws were broken. It violated YouTube's terms of privacy, but there was no laws broken. It's public, ladies and gentlemen. And Barbara filed a lawsuit for copyright infringement. You cannot copyright infringement. You cannot copyright a public court document, ladies and gentlemen. Do I need to say that again? It's a public court document. She filed a lawsuit to claim copyright infringement on a public court document.
Was it ever filed in California?
The lawsuit? Yeah, that's what it initiated from. She named YouTube. She did the same thing she did with Forrest. Carl will tell you. I don't. Well, don't go barraging Carl, but she named an unknown solver, aka Jack Stoop. We didn't know that unknown solver, and named Forrest nominally. And she even alluded to a fact. I got recorded of her saying, I named him nominally. In other words, Forrest did not have to jump into that lawsuit. That's what she did to me. Greg, she initiated YouTube and Greg nominally. YouTube settled with her, gave her a fucking channel back to get rid of her, and then fucking Greg jumped in. But he was nominally. Then she fucking Greg brought it to Ohio, and guess what she did again? She named me and Frank fucking Jr. nominally. In other words, waive your right and jump in. Nope, don't have to. You can't make me. It's not about me. See how devious this fucking woman works in the legal system?
Was her divorce records public, or were they sealed first?
Record.
They were never sealed?
No. Well, she went back and sealed them. See, here's another thing. She says she moves back. She moved to Santa Fe, expecting them to knock on her door and give her the fucking treasure chest. And when that didn't happen, she says, oh, I went back to Chicago, blah, blah, blah. No, she went back and she started stealing. I have proof of this, ladies and gentlemen. This is fact. She went back and started. You cannot seal court documents unless you're in the state you're trying to seal it. In other words, she couldn't sit in New Mexico and ask the courts in Illinois to seal her records. She's been back there stealing shit ever since. And why she was sealing all her records? To conceal how devious of a person she is. She sued the fucking woman that spat on her, 3 years ago? Fucking sued the woman. That's a devious bitch, man. I'm sorry, Barb. You're a devious fucking psycho bitch.
So was it an authorized copy of the divorce file, or was it an information copy of the divorce file?
Was it what?
Was it an authorized copy of the divorce file, or was it an information copy of the divorce file?
It was not a copy. It was actually from the court docket itself. There was no copies being made. The search went to, and it's open to anybody. You don't need to pay money to go to it. You put a name in Cook County of the case and it comes up. Open to public record. Don't have to pay a dime. No searching, no private investigators. Type the name in and you get the fucking case. It's called public court documents, which cannot be fucking copyrighted.
Hold on. I'm looking at something. Yeah, she didn't seal her divorce records at that time. Let me check this out real fast.
You're already there, Cook County, and you know the names involved. The good doctor the good
Oh no,
doctor.
I'm not looking at her divorce file. Fuck that. I would never do that. That's gross on women's standards. I'm a woman, and therefore I would not stab another woman in the back, even if it's Barbara. Like, no.
Now, hold on. Let me clarify this, ladies and gentlemen. The whole purpose of reading that was to establish the fact that, well, there was a couple substantiating facts to substantiate. She was ordered. There was a question of her mental stability, and her ex-husband ordered and got it approved from a court. And she lost custody of her minor children until she submitted to this court mandated psychiatric evaluation. She denied it, would not do it. Now, that was the key fucking thing to say, listen, ladies and gentlemen, we've all been tormented by this woman. She's threatened to fucking sue every single one of us for giving our opinion on an open public platform. And now let's see who she really is. Huh? You gave up custody of your children because you didn't want to give a psychiatric evaluation? I went through divorces with custody battles. If a judge told me, listen, Mr. Street, we're going to take your children, but you submit to this fucking psychiatric evaluation, we'll give them back. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's do it right now. I want my kids back now. Let's do it today. Set me my appointment. She didn't. She ran from it and lost custody.
She probably could have even chosen the person that was going to do the examination.
That's important to know, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, let me reiterate, this is the woman that had threatened anybody that said anything that disagreed with her delusional fucking belief of she's the solver. If you stepped up and said, oh, I don't think she did, she'd fuck, I'll sue you. How dare you? I'm the solver. I got verified pleadings. Well, you also have children, minor children, that you did not. You lost custody and did not battle to get them back. I made a video recently saying she has spent more time and money and effort fighting the community than she did to fight her own children to get them back. I think that's important to know. And I don't give a fuck if she likes what I say or not. Sue me. It's a fucking fact. I'm not lying here. I need to stop drinking Hennessy. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I really do.
It says a copyright infringement under the terms of YouTube literally means that you should not upload videos they didn't make or use content in their videos that someone else owns the copyright to, such as music tracks, snippets of copyrighted programs, or videos made by other users without necessary authorization.
Exactly. She argued the fact with you. Her main argument with YouTube, which was the primary suspect, the primary suer, or whatever you want to call them, she wanted her channel back because she filed over 70 complaints in a 30-day period. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, back in the day, you might not all remember it, but back when she got fucking banned from YouTube and they took her channel, she filed 70 complaints. And ironically, she sent me a little disc with evidence that was supposed to scare me of what she had. She fucking willingly said in there, I filed 70 complaints in 1 month. And then blamed me, Greg, and other YouTubers for getting her channel taken down. No. My argument, she filed like 20 fucking complaints in 2 days. I was doing videos left and right. She filed 20 fucking complaints in 2 days against a week's worth of videos I did, simply because I mentioned her name or redirected the bullshit that she had fucking said. She'd do a video and tell, oh, Street's a fucking pervert. I'd do a video saying, well, I don't think I am. She filed a complaint. I filed a fucking complaint and said, listen, man, YouTube, look what she's doing. She puts this bullshit out there, and then when I make a video calling her out, oh, she files the complaint. Well, they fucking banned her. They took her channel down, and she filed a fucking lawsuit. But here's how devious her little brain works. She filed a lawsuit just to get her channel back, so she can still torment everybody. But her initial, her main goal was to fucking make Greg pay, just because she can. And anyone that questions her, she'll make you pay. Well, I ain't paid shit yet, so keep trying, Barb.
Well, that's what her big desire is with him, because if she can get a judgment, then she's going to dog him forever in order to get payments out of him, and that's her apron string. That's her excuse that she can keep bothering him and bothering him and bothering him and bothering him for the rest of his fucking life.
Yep.
Well, honestly, has anyone ever heard, and these are her words, ladies and gentlemen,
Ow.
12-year highly contested divorce? I've never heard of that. Honestly, I've been divorced twice. 12-year highly contested divorce? That screams someone's not willing to let go. Well, who is that? Well, let's look at the pleadings. Oh shit, that's Barb. Barb's not willing to let go.
That's savage.
Well, it explains why she's living at mommy and daddy's and driving their car. It makes perfect fucking sense. Look at the
Also,
picture.
I don't get it. Even JK Pioneer says Greg should have an open and shut case then. Because if the lawsuit's for copyright infringement and it's under the guise of YouTube, there's no case.
Exactly. And I've said it from the get-go. Unfortunately, this is the judicial system we live in, ladies and gentlemen. It has to play its course. It has to play out. It has to. There's no other choice. It has to. I've already said I'll foretell the future. It will be dismissed. She seems to think she's going to get a judgment or a trial. No, it will be dismissed with prejudice. In other words, it's going to be dismissed, and you ain't going to bring this shit back ever again for wasting the tax dollars or the tax dollars, basically.
The tax people tax dollars.
Yeah, the taxed people's tax dollars.
Yeah, I say that all the time, but yeah, that sounds crazy.
She's crazy.
Hold on. Go on a tangent rant real fast. I need to go on mute.
I'd love to. Well, it goes back to the fact that she lost her children. That's a psychological scar on a woman's life, that just the fact that they give birth, it scars them deeply. And I think we're seeing her anger of losing her children and being a worthless fucking parent, a worthless mother, and losing her children. She's using that anger against us, all of us.
And every other bad thing that happened to her in her life. You know, Street, you could pick out, I bet you could pick out 4 different kinds of things that she is focusing on that have to do with things that didn't work out in her favor in the past, or things that were done wrong to her in the past.
Yeah, every video she does, she foretell. I've told, she telegraphs her blows. You can tell what's bothering her by the topic of her videos. And it all stems back to, yeah, you lost custody of your children, man.
Children, job, husband.
Yeah, she mentions this a lot too. Greg didn't stand up for her husband. No one stands up for her. Well, that means she's not willing to stand up for herself. That's a subliminal Freudian slip there. She's not able to stand up for herself. That's why she expects everyone else to stand up for her.
Unless she can goat somebody that's going to end up being a pro se litigant, she feels very comfortable that she's going to be able to destroy them in the courtroom or cost them a fortune. Other than that, out in the real trial world, look at what happened with Forrest Fenn's situation. Oh, it's a prank ending. Off I go. Bye-bye. Bullshit. Bullshit.
They had her cornered. Carl had her. That's why she's so pissed at Carl. Carl had her cornered. There's nothing. Forrest did not have to enter into the lawsuit she filed, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if anyone's aware of that, but she named him nominally. In other words, she did the same thing to me. Voluntarily jump into this. He did not have to enter into that. He didn't even have to acknowledge it. Had nothing to do with him.
Well, we know what Forrest was doing, just like he said in his affidavit. He was keeping the finder in the place of the find anonymous.
Yes. Yeah. And how the fuck does that equate to a prank ending with Barbara? It doesn't. Makes no fucking legal sense. No common sense. No.
And it's really good evidence in the world of evidence that she was not the solver. He would not have done that if she was the solver. What he probably would have done if she was the solver, he probably would have gave him the chest and says, here you go, fuckhead. And I'm not going to tell you what it is that you lost out on.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just not, I'm at a place in my life. I'm 60 years old, 60 years old. People like that don't intimidate. I look at it as a challenge to my belief system and who I am. Now I know who I am. I know my belief system. She's fucking delusional, man. And I won't bow down to her. No, never.
Sorry, I'm wrestling a bag of cheese.
See, Barbara's like a fucking virus. She's like
Dude,
a
it's so
brain
cold
virus.
in this
She gets
freaking
into
house.
people's minds.
I've seen how cold it gets in here. Like, I feel like I'm in Antarctica.
I actually look at it as a challenge. Barbara is a challenge to me. It really is.
I look at the thrill of the chase as the challenge. Woohoo!
Well,
Just
I'm glad I got into it. I felt wholeheartedly I could do it after I read the poem once, and I don't regret getting into it. But I don't think there's any other treasure hunt that really would entice me in. I really believed that Forrest was doing something very sincere and very honorable with his treasure hunt.
Yeah, beyond the shadow of a doubt. Spiritual, bigger, the big picture. I think he was focusing on the big picture.
Oh, look. There's some warmth. Just a little bit. Just a
You
little
say
bit of warmth.
worms?
What?
You say worms?
No, warmth. I'm freezing my ass off. So I turned the freaking thermometer thingy to 70. It's fucking freezing. Like, it's always cold in here. I don't get it.
Making fun of me being in the basement in my underwear. Look at you. Karma.
That's savage. Okay. That's what we're going for tonight. In my defense, for the record, I am actually wearing pants. I'm wearing pants and a shirt and pajamas and some socks. So sorry, I do not have my underwear, and I'm not considering mayonnaise as a finger food, but it's okay.
Well, still think you're creepy.
Why am I creepy? I'm
Wait a
not
second,
creepy.
wait a second, Candy. Wait a second.
Mayonnaise. Oh God.
I happen to disagree with you.
Oh God. Oh God. Are we witnessing this firsthand right now?
No, I just took I just took out some pork and mayonnaise to make a sandwich.
We just witnessed this right now. Oh, that was funny. Trust is on a
Mayonnaise is a good
night.
condiment on sandwiches.
Trust is a good one tonight.
Let's look at the thing Barb said about categorizing me, Troy, and Trusted as the Viagra group, and she's going to group you in on it too, just because you're Bruce Jenner too. Now think about what is she saying there? Think about that, and yet she mentions disgusting sex talk. Isn't Viagra pretty much saying we can't get our dicks up? Is that what she's fucking alluding? Think about that.
I guess so, because I not only have I never taken Viagra in my life, I never even considered it or had a reason to consider it.
This
I
is
don't know what she's talking about.
accelerated. Very much so.
No, let's just look at the facts here. We don't need no verified pleading to fucking what that's pretty fucking nasty, man. That's a nasty comment.
I'm just singing all by myself because it's stuck in my head.
Which leads me to believe that there was a group of men in her past that she would refer to as the Viagra Club for some reason.
She said that there were, but they were financially set because they were all businessmen.
Well, the fact that they're businessmen, they're fucking good people, and they have good conversations because they have money. Oh,
Because
okay.
society.
Yeah, okay, I see that. So it's okay to have it's okay, Barb, to have a limp dick if you have money and you have an opinion, but if you got a limp dick and you're poor, you're shit out of luck. Is that what you're saying? You're profiling me, man. You're fucking profiling me. I think there's laws against that.
I feel like you guys are profiling her too, though. So
Yeah, but we're better at it.
Yeah, we're much better. We're much better. We make sense.
you guys crack me up. I'm making rice because I'm lazy. I'm not making rice. I'm heating up my rice from yesterday and adding cheese to it because I'm lazy. And I'm also freezing.
Cheese and rice.
Cheese and rice.
Cheese and rice.
Cheese is rice.
Jesus rise.
Oh man, that's funny. I think it was, what was that movie with Brittany Murphy and Ashton Kutcher? Instead of saying Jesus Christ, she says cheese and rice. Ow. But I mean, Jesus Rise is pretty funny too. Jesus and rice. Got my whipped cream. See, the thing with whipped cream in the can, it's always, I think it's okay. Let me see. May 17th. Okay, we're good. I still have whipped cream. We are good. I have my Jell-O. You know, Jell-O and whipped cream is like the best combination ever.
You need to try, and it was a treat back in the day in the house I grew up in. Eagle brand condensed milk. It has to be Eagle brand condensed milk. If you boil it and keep it covered in water, I'm talking lying on its side or sitting up in a pan, constantly keep it water over top of it. You got to add water during the boiling process. 2 to 3 hours. Within an hour and a half, it turns to like a caramel syrup that you can put on ice cream. If you cook it like 2.5, 3 hours, it turns into the most delicious, decadent, solid dessert you can have, man. Have you ever tried it? Any of you?
No.
Never heard of it.
Eagle brand condensed milk. Take the label off, put it in a pot of water where you got inches above the can. Rather you lay it on its side or upright, because they're small cans anyhow. Hour and a half, boil it. It turns to a caramel syrup that you can put on ice cream. I don't do the caramel syrup. I go the 2.5, 3 hours and stick it in the freezer right afterwards. Pull it out of the hot water, stick it in the freezer for maybe an hour, pull it out. I guarantee you it'll be one of those TikTok challenges. A heaping tablespoon, I bet you can't eat more than one of them. It's so fucking rich, man. It's caramel.
That's how they make caramel.
Huh?
That's how they make caramel. They use condensed milk.
Yeah, well.
So you're saying Eagle brand is like the ultimate?
My parents were 2 years older than Forrest. Yeah, that was their treat, and that's what we grew up. Eagle brand condensed milk. Boil it.
That's pretty cool. I'm gonna try that.
You need to.
Can't promise I won't fuck it up though.
But it make sure you keep adding water so the can doesn't be exposed. You have to keep the can covered in boiling water. Delicious.
Okay.
And when you do it, I want to see you eat more than 2 heaping tablespoons of it.
Oh my God, I'm gonna be like, sugar overload.
You'll feel bloated for the next 4 days, man. It's rich and decadent.
No, I already feel bloated. I don't want to feel double bloated. Wait, speaker series? Michael McGarity? Huh. Oh. What? That was real? Anyone wants to take a shot at predicting what the weekend steelhead fishing will bring? One thing's sure, the weather is still the biggest single factor. Rivers throughout the district went out of whack generally last week as the downpour of rain brought them way up. However, at midweek, both the Washgool and the East Fork of the Lewis were dropping and clearing. No matter how bad the weather is, some persistent fishermen are going to get fish. John Willis, local game protector, actually checked a couple of fish Sunday on the East Fork of the Lewis, and you know what the weather was like then. Fishing also continues to be fair on the Columbia River bars in this locality. A 19.5-pound steelhead was taken by a fisherman named Fenn at Tina Bar on the Columbia last Saturday. I don't know anything about DB Cooper or Ha 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 or anything, but didn't they say the Tina Bar is associated with DB Cooper?
Yeah, that's where some of the money was found.
So there's a news article that said there was a Fenn who caught a 19.5-pound steelhead at Tina Bar. They have Fenn at Tina Bar. What? Columbia River, Tina Bar. What? Columbia River, Tina Bar. Historical landmark in Clark County, Washington. A 9-year-old boy found remains of some of the ransom money of skyjacker DB Cooper. In 1971, a Dan Cooper skyjacked a plane, demanded money, and then jumped. Initially, investigators thought Cooper jumped while over Ariel, Washington on the Lewis River drainage. Huh. And there's a Fenn. There's a Fenn that is placed at the Tina bar. Is this the right Tina bar? Yep, spelled exactly the same. Whoa, what? I'm sorry, you guys. I'm going down a rabbit hole, and I blame Alan and Ben.
Well,
Why?
I was outside of a bank during a bank robbery where the police robbed the bank, and it was at the time the largest bank robbery in the country. I had nothing to do with it, but I was there outside.
Hmm. I want to see. Let's see what else I can find on here. Columbia River sediment. How did they even find this article? How did they even find this article? Why? Columbia River bars, and that's a 19.5-pound steelhead. 19.5. See, all I have to do to make Street fall asleep is talk random shit. He's gonna fall asleep now. He's gonna be like, fuck you. It's my birthday. You ruined it. Good night.
It's my birthday and I can cry if I want to, man. Go fuck yourself.
Oh gosh, that's so funny.
Okay, so Fenn was associated with a. Do we have a first name or is it just a random Fenn name?
It's not just random because they caught a 19.5-pound steelhead.
Well, it's a random. If they say Fenn, then they don't give a first name. It's random. And what year did that? Is that the same year, 71? The same year?
I don't know.
People
It would have
like
been 1980, right?
people
Oh
like
no, 71's Dan Cooper.
rabbit holes. They really do. And
Wait, so 9 years later is when the kid found the stolen money?
Okay, when did Fenn this? Let's find the first name of Fenn and what year did he catch a 19-pound steelhead?
I don't know.
And if you were associated with the DB Cooper, as some people think Fenn was, would you want your name in the paper saying you caught a fucking fish? No. If you caught a fish back in those days, you had to you had to take it to someone or let someone know. Do you think if you're trying to find a lost cache of money that you're going to like oh, hey, shit, I'm out here looking for this ripped off money, but hey, I caught this 19-pound fish. No, they wouldn't. Next.
Still think it could have been Skippy. There's going to be any association with Dan Cooper. I can see it being Skippy. Let's see. The Lewis River in Clark County. Cooper jumped out of the plane over southwest Washington, left his tie on the seat. The tie shows signs of a chain smoker. I don't know. I can't get into the DB Cooper thing. That was like totally Alan and Ben's thing. But I feel like if the story was about Skippy in the olive jar, Shiloh is super serious about not sharing any of the contents of the olive jar, legally speaking, it would be quite the controversy and legal battle if it was revealed that like Skippy was Dan Cooper. Right?
Well, I think there's a legal question here about sharing and capitalizing. And I've saw a lot of discussion over it. The family cannot stop the sharing of what's in that fucking jar. They can't. They can't say they own exclusive rights and no one is allowed to discuss it. No, it's in the chest. Profiting from it is a totally different story. Yes, they do have the right to say no one can profit from what the information is in that chest or in that olive jar.
Not
Right.
profit. I'm saying just in general, you cannot share any of the contents. You can't read it, can't republish it, like nothing. You can't speak it.
Yeah, okay. What state do you live in? What state does it reside in? Does the law dictate what state it was written in, what state it was found in, or what state is the current owner have? And I'll argue the fact that whoever has that and purchased it legally on the open market can read anything they fucking want on it and share it as long as they don't capitalize on it.
Oh, I know, Jason. It's on
actually,
newspapers.com.
wasn't that listed in the auction?
Yeah.
That the Fenn family retained the rights to it? So the person bought it under the premise that they could not do things such as share it publicly?
I don't think those were in the step. I watched the auction of it. There was no, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we got lot 222 up here. It's the olive jar. The family they did not give a legal statement when they fucking put that up for auction. In other words, it's on a public platform. It was sold on a public platform, and there was no legalities beforehand stating that whoever purchased this cannot divulge anything. No.
I thought that was in the item description.
Was it?
I thought so. I could be wrong, but I thought so because I remember people talking about it and I thought it was actually in the item description and that's why they had that information to talk about. But I could be wrong. I didn't follow it that closely.
I'm confused.
And I certainly wasn't going to be putting a bid in on it. So I didn't do thorough research and copy all the information and that kind of thing.
Oh.
Wee.
Okay, so if there was a legal disclaimer in the description, who in their right mind would bid, what did it sell for?
$42,000.
For something they can never reveal. Who would do that?
John Collins Black, apparently.
Well, you're basically buying something you don't own. I'll give you $42,000 for something I'll never be able to own. Yeah, count me in. I'll bid $43,000.
Well, guess what was revealed for the X marks the spot reveal? Not that it wasn't too hard to piece together, but Ben's source was Brandon Morgan, the one who runs the Calvary podcast and the Hunt. And it was revealed that Shiloh was Brandon's source to be a source to Ben. So the person, aka Brandon, who tipped off Ben saying don't bet on the olive jar was allegedly Shiloh. Fascinating, isn't it?
Well, it kind of alludes to what I just said. If there was a disclaimer saying you can't share or acknowledge anything of this, why the fuck would you want to bid on it? You can't do nothing with it. Not
And there
sure.
was somebody in K-Pro's chat that night that said, I'm gonna buy that thing for 42,000. And she ignored it when she was going down the list of people and saying, this person thinks it's gonna go for this person thinks it's gonna go for that. Somebody stated outright, I'm going to buy it for 42,000. And she skipped right over it. That I do remember.
That's funny.
Well, I'll ask again. Would any of you pay $42,000 for something you cannot own? That makes
Not
sense.
if I had, even if I had $1 billion, I wouldn't.
No, you can't own it. So why bid on it? That's futile.
I'm telling my roommate that downstairs turns into an ice box. I didn't feel like going to bed in a fur coat again. It is way too cold. No, I get it. Futile. Although I learned that Arizona has very extreme winters and then very extreme summers. There's like no meeting in the middle. And I'm like, am I really considering moving to Arizona by November? Would that be a weird time to move? That's right in the middle of like holidays and shit.
Anytime's a good time to move. Anytime.
Yeah, I guess. Do. Why is it staticky? I hear static. Are you in that
Still?
bear cave again, Street?
What?
Are you in that bear cave again?
Hey, Candy, did you ever consider moving to Chicago? Barbara's
No.
parents might have another spare room there in the attic.
No, I'm good. No, thank you.
They might actually want you there.
No, thank you. You know, my original plan was to move to Scotland, but then I realized it's just always raining there and sad and gloomy, even though Scotland is beautiful. I would never survive the freaking one-way street, whatever they are, the roundabouts. I would never survive those. How would I make it?
You won't survive one-way streets?
Roundabouts, no. It's terrifying. I don't suppose you've been to Scotland before, have you?
No, I've never been to Scotland.
Yeah, the roundabouts are absolutely suicidal.
Oh, so they're rotaries that they got, let's say, a minimum of 4 going into it, and people like don't even look or care or nothing, just drive right into it, right?
I don't know. It's just I know I was so stressed out every time we had to go through one. I was just like, with the roundabout versus like literally driving on the edge of the fucking cliff, I was just like, nope, not ever doing this again. Because like if I understood the roundabout and I wasn't terrified of it, I would have totally driven the entire way. Because I wouldn't have driven us to the point we were off the cliff almost. Like we were literally teetering off the cliff. And the entire time she's driving, on my left side on the passenger door, it was literally just like grinding right where the door was. You could just hear it grinding the curb, the edge of the road, just like for like 2.5 fucking hours. Oh man. That's when you learn what you are really made of. Street sounds like he's just like marinating over there. Like, when are you gonna shut the fuck up so I can go on a rant again? I need to go on a rant.
No, I'm just letting the Hennessy sink in.
Damn. Tennessee.
Hennessy. It's a pretty heavy buzz. Been a while since
Sounds like it.
yeah, been a while since I drank it.
I'm still cracking up at the fact that Shiloh called me a lightweight about me not finishing my martini. I only had like 4 sips and I was like, nope, can't do it. It'll be the death of me.
Nasty, aren't they?
Yeah, can't say they're my favorite. When you do like a nice mixture of the two, like, then it's good, especially because the Hendrix gin, you can really taste the juniper. It's really good. But when you do 6 parts gin and 1 part vermouth, you better have like a whole entire bottle of olive juice to mix with that. Like, it's so strong. It's like burning rubbing alcohol.
Well,
That vermouth stuff sucks.
I know. Who decided to add vermouth to a martini? I swear.
I remember my parents had that in the house. It was stashed in one of the corner cabinets in the back, and I found it. And I drank some of that. And I was like, oh my gosh, this stuff is freaking horrible.
Especially because they have the option of extra dry. It's already dry, but you have the option of extra dry.
how
It's
many
pretty
things
nasty.
you know that has solid fucking alcohol in it? There's no mixer in it. It's just solid alcohol.
I know.
And
I know.
it's like fucking olive water. It's just nasty.
It's not olive water.
Oh,
It's just that the thing that makes it olive is the olive juice itself that you add to it. It's not a part of the vermouth at all. Like, you have vermouth, you have dry vermouth, then you have the gin, and then to top it, you mix it with olive juice and top it with 2 olives.
I've never felt inclined to have one of those.
Well, when I asked Fenn when I was at the Bullwinkles, I'm like, I'm here, what should I order? He's like, get a double martini on the rocks. And I was like, okay, and I ordered it, and I took a drink of it, and I was so traumatized by it. I never recovered. And then later on, I come to find out the reason why he would order a double martini on the rocks once a year is to remind himself why he doesn't drink in the first place. So there's that.
Yeah, I'm perfectly happy with cheap beer, cheap wine, cheap champagne, or if I want to go hard liquor, I'll go down the liquor aisle and I'll go down to the bottom shelf and I'll find the vodka that has dust on the bottle, the half-gallon vodka with at least 1 orange sticker to mark down the price, sometimes 2, and that's what I'll get.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, when
Because,
Street wants to be a fancy bitch, apparently he gets Hennessy.
yeah, one of my sons likes that.
Did you just call me a fancy bitch? Is that what you
Yes, I did. He's a fancy bitch.
I
I had to
don't
get you back
normally
somehow.
drink Hennessy, but when I do, I drink it on the rocks.
Like, literally outside on the rocks. That's your bed for tonight? Is it like a nice little Karen going on? Karen spelled Carin. You get it? A pile of rocks.
Mm-hmm.
No, Hennessy, it's a pretty fucking mellow buzz to me. I just kind of sink back, and it don't matter what weed I'm smoking, it just kind of sinks me back. I'm mellow. But when I think of people like Barbara, it just
Oh God.
aggravates the shit out of me that people like that, especially with a college degree in law, and they use that law degree to benefit themselves and not others. That rubs me wrong, man. And it's times like these with Tennessee, it just kind of chaps me.
Interesting. Oh my gosh, this person's terrible at spray painting. Um, yeah, I don't. I would have thought you would have been drinking Maker's Mark, because don't you say you have like a club membership or something for Maker's Mark?
I'm an ambassador.
There you go. You is an ambassador.
I never said I like this shit. I just said I'm an ambassador.
Oh man. You're like one of those people that will like impulsively buy shit because it's on sale. It's like you don't want it, but you're gonna impulsively buy it because it's on sale.
How can you not buy it? It's on sale.
Oh, Street, I did what I said I was gonna do yesterday. When I got off the show with you, I went on Amazon and I found one of those coffee makers and I got one. $13.
Really?
It's a metal cone with the metal screen filters, and you can set it on top of a cup or a mug or something like that, or a carafe. Yep.
Nice.
And I
Well,
already had stuff ordered, so I didn't have any shipping involved with it either, and I don't have to get involved with the prime.
well, they got fancy with those things. Instead of sitting on the cup, they call them coffee pressers or something, where it's got like a little handle and you press it down.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. What you got is, yeah, I've been using it for, oh, 13 years, 14 years.
And I'm thinking that they're relatively new because I want to say probably a year ago I was looking for something like that, and I couldn't find something like that on Amazon.
Really?
Well, like I said, I used a broken the coffee maker I had like a little swing out little carriage with the metal mesh coffee filter built in, and the coffee machine took a shit, the burner burned out or whatever, the pump burned out. I just disconnected ripped the little carriage and the screen thing and put it over top of a cup, and that's been my coffee. Hell, it's never not failed. There's no parts to break on it unless you like pierce the screen, which
Yep.
you gotta be gentle with it. You can't be like uh, I I don't know.
You guys are cracking me up.
This is what's important in life.
Coffee,
Well,
true.
I'll be honest, Candy. I think the Viagra is kicking in.
Oh God. I don't think Viagra does that. Makes you tired and mellow. I think that's a Vicodin or a Percocet.
Or Oxycontin. I prefer Oxycontin personally.
Why doesn't she just call us the pill popping club? Even though I'm not pill popping anything, I would be popping some Tic Tacs though, or some Nerds. That'd be good too.
Evidently, she's starting to say that I take drugs, and I don't take drugs. So
If anyone
she
takes
really,
drugs, it would seem like she'd be the fucking prime suspect.
yeah.
Well, I take drugs, and what fucking business is it of hers? What? Because of the fact that I didn't graduate high school and I take drugs, all of a sudden I'm a inferior species to you? What the
Street,
fuck? It's
I
that.
don't know who's informed you this yet, but just because you go around the neighborhood lighting plants on fire does not make you someone who partakes in drugs. How? What are they talking about in chat right now? They're crazy. Alan's all salty. I feel so bad. Alan's been pretty salty lately.
Why? What's up with Alan, man?
He's just tired of like not having answers and being like led astray and what? Oh no, I'm not gonna think about this. Some interesting characters in my chat room tonight. Oh, apparently Barbara's selling real ale. I thought it was Fenn ale. The troll account many answers in chat right now wants to know if you do you think you solved the real poem?
Asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I did. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. Yeah, I told you all back in January of 2019 I did. I found the answer. Yeah, of course. Why? What do you want to
know? They asked.
Well, what they want to ask? What do you want to know? I'll give you the answer.
Is Barbara the solver?
No, it's not.
And I agree because I solved the poem too, and Barbara didn't solve it.
There you go. It's double confirmed. Next question.
I'm just kidding. I never solved the poem. I just am over here trying to figure out the troubadour riddle. Don't mind me.
See, we needed just one more person here, and it would have been unanimous at 3.
The trifecta.
Yeah, we would have had the trifecta, and that's it. That's it. She's definitely
We're the
not
Trinity. We are the Holy Spirit.
The Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost.
Oh, there you go. I'm gonna be the Holy Ghost. I guess Trusted, you're the Father. Straight, you're the Son.
He's a bishop.
He's a bishop.
How dare you fucking belittle me to a level of a son, man? You ought to be fucking shot.
Oh, wow, that was rather excessive.
That was a bit excessive.
That escalated very quickly, sir.
I apologize.
Besides, you don't have the authority to have anybody shot. You're gonna have them burned at the stake. You're a
Jeez.
bishop, for God's sakes.
Now y'all are crucifying people and burning witches. Like, stop it. No more Hennessy for you. You're a little out there tonight. You're worse than me on Fireball. Which I still have like an entire liter of Fireball in my pantry. Yeah. You know what's so weird? So like the whole time I was with my ex, and especially when we were living together, we lived together for 9 years. The freaking everything, like whenever I talk about, oh, I need to go back to my house, I need like our pantry or fridges, like everything was ours, right? And now I just feel weird. Even though I like live here, I pay for rent, I pay for my groceries, I pay for everything. It still feels like it isn't mine, right? But it is. But when I would say the stuff at our house or whatever, like, right, DJ's house, our house, I always thought it was ours. And he would remind me and be like, this is mine. This is mine. You didn't pay for this. This is mine. And it's just like, I don't know if I've been brainwashed now or what, but I just think, oh, no, this isn't mine now. When it is, it actually is mine. I bought it. I've obtained it. Is my property. Yet I'm completely like bass backwards. It's so strange. It's like a whole new world.
Well, if you have a relationship with someone and you're 16 years, and you say ours, and they correct you and say no, it's mine, there's that red flag.
Yeah. Thanks.
Well, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Is there common law marriage in California?
Upcoming system maintenance. What? Wait, what? Yeah, a lot of people
Common,
asked about that, and I'm not one of those crazy people that I haven't. I'm not one of those crazy people that's gonna be like, oh, you owe me a bunch of money because we lived together
no,
for a
I'm
bunch
just
of years.
wondering. I'm just wondering if it's there, because like Colorado has common law marriage.
Where if you're together for a certain amount of years, you're technically married.
If you hold yourselves out acting as though you're married, such as, we combine all our finances, we buy everything as a couple and all that kind of thing. Yeah, at the end of that, and it's only like 3 years, I think. I'm not positive, but I think it's 3 years. If a couple does that, when they separate, it becomes like a divorce.
Ohio has something, but the stipulation is you have to sleep in the same bed for a certain amount of time, years. And that means if you were like, don't, you sleep on the couch one night, that negates the whole thing. So, yeah, Ohio is set up with if you sleep in the same bed for a certain amount of time.
So girlfriends get a guest house if I live in Colorado. As a discount renter.
I'm looking at common law marriage in California. I'm not gonna do it, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's dangerous shit for people. If they don't know about it, oh my gosh. Because
Well, I'm not one of those people that needs to fucking drag her ex to court just to justify my self-worth. I'm good. I don't need that.
well, I'm not suggesting it, but people could get in a bad situation if they didn't know things like that. I mean, guys in the army, they get screwed over all the time. The young guys in the army, before they get deployed, they get hooked up with his girlfriend, or they get married to them. They then get married to them, and off he goes, and they're entitled to all his housing allowance, and they may even let them handle his money coming in, and a lot of them get totally screwed over. These women living around the bases know how the system works. Oh my God, it's horrible. It happens to hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of soldiers.
Ugh, I hate all of it. I
Yeah,
hate all of it.
it's pretty terrible.
Wait,
But
hold
that
on. I gotta
common law
see.
marriage can sneak up on a person.
Is this Sophie? I can't tell if this is Sophie. Hold on. Where did Sophie go? Where did I go? Okay. No, that can't be Sophie. I alone own my wife? No, you do not own your wife. What the hell? That better not be Sophie, because I'll freaking bitch slap Sophie from here to next Wednesday. That's gotta be Bobby Brass. That's gotta be Bobby Brass in chat right now.
Bobby
What?
Brass is saying he owns his wife.
Uh,
He probably doesn't dare say it to his wife.
eh. No, thank you. Street's just like he has no comments at this point. He's just like meh. What the heck?
Well, we talked about the most important thing: portable coffee holder, coffee dispensers. That's very important.
What, press coffee?
I never tried the press ones. Have you tried the press ones?
Yeah, they're I don't think it's here anymore, but there used to be a coffee shop called Drip, and they would literally do the coffee press, and what it would do is it slowly drip the coffee / espresso, and that's what made it really strong and really good.
You just squeeze the shit out of it, man. You just squeeze all the juices out of it. Nothing escapes.
Street, you better not go around catching your fucking neighbor's plants on fire and then pressing and hugging and squeezing the shit out of their coffee bags. It's not how
Well,
this works.
Let's discuss this Bobby Brass character. And there's many of them in the chase. We're all familiar with them. What would possess someone to go on all the feeds? And Bobby Brass is one. They're everywhere. They are more places than I am. And I thought I was everywhere. No, they're everywhere. And they spew the same shit. What would possess someone? What type of a MO character would do that? And they're banned, fuck, they get banned, and then they come back with a double, BB, AA, CC, LL, it don't matter. They like those, what do you call that when, front and back? It's always double letters, always. What would possess someone to do that? Honestly, what would you guys' opinion be of that type of, if you were profiling that type of person, what would you come up with?
Do you really want to know my answer?
Of course I do. That's why I asked the question.
I don't know if you're going to be able to handle this answer.
Of course I will.
Okay, are you ready for it, Street?
Yes. The question is Bobby ready for it?
I would say to this individual that clearly exhibits gaslighting, narcissistic, and abusive, mentally fucked up tendencies, my response to this would be, DJ, is that you?
Oh shit. Bobby Brass used to be funny. He'd come in and those funny things and joke back and forth. But with all the other people that I seen interaction of, and eventually I got sick of the way he was getting. He fits the personality of the instigator.
Oh man, I remember when he used to be funny. I was like, oh, because they would come in as Betty Crocker, right?
Yeah, that was another one that person used. But he said he had hundreds of them or something like that. He said, "You can never stop me." Now that is a certain kind of person, isn't it?
Well, here's my personal perspective of Bobby Brass and who I think his personality is. David Piazzano?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's who Bobby Brass is.
Really?
And all the rest of them.
Oh, and you've been kind of wrong a few times. Like, you were telling me that that Fenn Police was Eric Parker.
He is. According to YouTube, Fenn Police is Eric Parker, according to YouTube. I never lied about that. I just said my personal. I've watched David Piazzano's dry humor. I've watched his shows. I've watched, and this is just my personal opinion. It shares the same characteristics as the comments as Bobby Brass and Aluminum Andy and Betty Crocker, and yeah, I think it's and even though David Piazzano is not, that's an alias too, ladies and gentlemen. That's not his real name.
I feel like you have now summoned and angered the Bobby Brass gods, so they will be back in full force, and suddenly Kyle Kim Doofus and all the other horrible troll accounts will reappear and target me once more.
Well, that wasn't my intention. They can target me. I enjoy watching silly fucking videos calling my dumbass out. I enjoy it. Continue it.
Oh, Granny's in here. What do you tell a woman with two? No, I'm not going to say that. They're targeting you pretty good tonight, Street.
Are they?
Yeah.
I must be saying something right then if I got their fucking attention. Now that I got your simple-minded motherfucker's attention, why don't you stop and look at yourself in the mirror, man? Who you fooling? You ain't fooling me. Are you fooling?
Wait, does JK Pioneer think it's David too?
Huh?
Does JK Pioneer think Bobby Brass is David too?
A lot of people do. I'm not the first to come up with this.
I just feel bad for David sometimes because I feel like he's just on that brink of he's kind of at like that devastation and disbelief. Like he needs to be the finder too, right? And so he sometimes means well, but then he's at such a crossroads and he blames other YouTubers for him not being the finder or the winner, and then he gets like really mean. So I don't think I've ever considered him to be Bobby Brass because I kind of feel compassion for him. I feel bad for him sometimes. Same thing with Bill. I know Bill can be such an asshole sometimes, but I feel compassion for him, especially because he has blood cancer and he has to deal with shit. He's not all there anymore. And so that's why I allow him to say such fucked up things about me, because it's kind of the point straight where Bill will say something about me and I'll be like, whatever. Doesn't even bother me anymore. Before I used to be like, no, how dare you? How dare you say that about me, Bill? Now I'm like, okay, I feel bad. I'd give you a hug if I was like not, all the way in California. You need a hug, dude. I get it. And so with David, I hope he's not Bobby Brass. That sucks. But if he is, that actually makes me feel even better because I still feel compassionate for him. I feel bad for him. So if that means David's Bobby Brass, the next time Bobby Brass fucks with me and says shit, it's going to roll right off my back, just like I do with Bill.
So you're realizing who you are, right? And you're comfortable with who you are and your beliefs. That's what you just said. As far as it comes to David, David is no different than Dave from back east. Superman. They think they found it and was robbed. They were fucking robbed. Yeah, okay. All right. That
JK Pioneer said Bill's been trashing Candy, but here he is in her chat. Oh, wait. So is JK Pioneer insinuating that Many Answers is Bill?
Who is?
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, JK Pioneer, but I think JK Pioneer is insinuating that Many Answers in chat is actually Bill.
Bill hides under a lot of fucking faces. Once again, he's not comfortable with who he is.
Oh, that reminds me. So Crump told me today about a book called The Man of Many the Man of 1,000 Faces. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yeah.
Have you read that book?
I watched the movie.
Well, hold on. Let me find. I don't know if there's a movie too, but I took a screenshot so I didn't forget it. So it says, by this book, The Hero with 1,000 Faces by Joseph Campbell. If you like it, I will loan you some of my CG Jung books. The Hero with 1,000 Faces. What?
Someone emailed you that?
No, we were having a conversation in Discord earlier about, my different concepts and interpretations of like why history hides the truth in mythology. And he was telling me to read this book, The Hero with 1,000 Faces. Because it's kind of the same concept, like I was saying, like, what if this is the same deity and it's just based on like the concept of it? So depending on who's seeing this deity, that's how they're going to perceive it.
Right.
So I think this falls into it. Let me see. The Hero with 1,000 Faces. What's this about? The Hero with 1,000 Faces is a work of comparative mythology by Joseph Campbell, in which the author discusses his theory of the mythological structure of the journey of the archetypal hero found in world myths. Oh, this is totally right up my alley. This is what I like to do on my spare time. What's up? There's an Audible. I'm kind of tempted to get the Audible. Huh. I wonder how many pages they have for the sample. Joseph Campbell. Damn! The hell is wrong with the world? Paperback's $50, but hardcover's only $15. How does that make sense? $50 for a paperback, but only 15, or sorry, $50 for a paperback and only 15 for hardcover. That's crazy. Joseph Campbell. Oh, he passed away in 1987. American author and teacher best known for his work in the fields of comparative mythology. He was born in New York City. I didn't even know there was a word for it. I just do it. Apparently, there's a field of comparative mythology, which makes sense now that I think about it, because the term comparative means to compare different variations of different themes. Mythology is different variations of mythical fucking retellings. Oh, look, together it creates comparative mythology. Who would have thunk it? Okay. Let's see. He was born in New York City in 1904. Hey, he's around the same time as Roger Sherman Loomis. I'm starting to get the patterns of like Roger Sherman Loomis, Joseph Campbell, all these Manly P. Hall, if I'm not mistaken, all around the same time, all around the same generation, all looking into comparative mythology. American Museum. I think the Bear 8th Street.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Are you sure you're not drooling on yourself like I usually do?
No, just reflected on the chat. I just pulled it up on a different device. Yeah. Well, if I rub people so badly that they take the time and effort to degrade me and tell me how much of a fool I am and how stupid I am, I got your attention, don't I?
Oh my gosh.
Make videos about, calling me out and all. Who's the fool? Who's the fool? Look in the mirror.
No. The Power of Myth introduced Campbell's videos to millions of people. This is actually something I would want to read. This is when you get into super like deep psychological and philosophical types of readings. It's the thing that puts me to sleep, not because I'm bored, but because it finally quelms my mind. Like, half the reason why I stay up as late as I do is because even though I want to go to bed, my mind is constantly thinking and connecting patterns, even when I don't want to. And so it starts to like not stress me out, but it makes me like continuously think and try to fill in the blanks until it drives me crazy. And I'm like, wait, I got to grab my phone again. I got to go down this rabbit hole. What is the answer to what I'm trying to connect? And then I like sit there and then I try and connect it and find the answer. And either I'll find it and then I'll knock out, or I will just mentally exhaust myself and then I'll knock out. Like, oh God, my brain. Barbara's right. There's nobody like me on this earth. No way.
If you're running yourself ragged with that, keep in mind it'll be there waiting for you tomorrow. You can
But the thing is, I'm a very like I want it now type of person. And if I have the potential to find that answer myself, then I'm like, why not do it? And it's not to the point where I'm like deprived of sleep unless it's like very, very deep, intense like research that I'm like, I have to know it. And I've only been like that once. And that was the day it was announced the chest was found. That was some crazy shit that I found. But it's just more so just calming to me. Like, in order for me to calm my mind and stop connecting patterns and keeping myself awake, I either listen to an audiobook or I'll just like start going down a research rabbit hole. And usually I'll start like to nod off. But then if I find something that's like, oh shit, that's what I need, then I'll wake up. I'm like, okay, now we're going down the rabbit hole. Oh shit, it's 3 a.m. It's okay. I get a couple of hours sleep and then I'll finally knock out. But yeah, I don't need drugs. I've got rabbit holes. I find it fascinating. So yeah, I might get this book later. Third edition was in 2008. Is Tristan still here? I don't hear him going, yeah. Yep. Trusted dropped off. Street's drooling on himself. I would say this is a pretty successful birthday party for Street.
I'm having a hell of a good time, man. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Oh man. Try a sleepy time tea. It works for me. Yeah, I did buy chamomile tea. That's what I was gonna do when I went upstairs. It's gonna make chamomile tea. You know, the perfect, like, I have in my head the perfect me, right? The one where I'm completely confident and content with where I'm at in life. And it's not based on societal standards, but it's based on my standards. Would be like, I've got a stable job, which is what I have. And I realize I actually really like my new boss that was hired. I really like her. It just takes me a while to warm up to people. And as you know, Street, I'm a fucking raving bitch until I get to know you. So I feel kind of bad for being such a raving bitch, but now I realize I really like her. And she's teaching me a lot of cool stuff that I never knew too. So I'm like, yeah, I really like her. But like my whole concept of where I would be happy and content with myself is I have my shit together. I am financially stable. I've got the job. I've got an apartment or a house that I pay monthly for. And I have my little trinkets. Maybe I'm dating. I don't know. But right before bed, I could have a good book out on the table and a nice cup of tea in one of the new cups that I get because I've got an obsession with collecting cups. And I could just sit there sipping on that chamomile tea and just pondering about the different information that I'm currently reading and just sit back in a really cozy, like bed type couch and just be like, yeah, this is home. This is where I feel the most comfortable.
This is life.
Yeah. Cause it's kind of weird. Like when I was little, obviously home was with my mom, right? And then she left during COVID. She was just like, I gotta go. I gotta go to Missouri. I can't buy. Yeah. I'm like, okay, bye, mom. Whatever. And then next thing you know, it's like I was living with DJ. And I mean, I was living with DJ before my mom left, but when she like actually left, because I got her uh a place literally down the street from where DJ and I were living. And she barely ever wanted to see me unless it was like, you know, shopping or take her out or something. And sometimes I would like DoorDash food for her. But for the most part, she wouldn't really see me. And so when she actually left, it just felt so weird, right? It was like a piece of home was kind of missing, but then what I thought I had with DJ was like home too. So I was still like okay, content with it. But now it's like I don't have my mom. I don't have DJ. I just have myself. And it doesn't feel like home yet. And I don't know why. Like I don't know what it is.
It's your Capricorn coming out.
It's my Capricorn.
Yeah, you guys need someone else to substantiate you, and you don't. Until you realize you substantiate yourself, Capricorns battle with it, man, their entire life. They really do. And that's just my opinion from what my interactions with Capricorns. They need that verification. They need interaction.
Validity.
Huh?
The validity.
Yeah, they need to be validated. They do. And they until they realize they're validated enough, they are validation of themselves. Until they realize that, it's just the constant mental battle with Capricorns. And I was I was married to one. One of my daughters is one, and it breaks my heart to see them do it. But it's a process they have to learn. They have to. Some never learn it. And that's another ironic thing with Capricorns. They're so fucking stubborn. Some of them will never realize it just because they're stubborn. I don't know. Capricorn's a sad sign to me, man. It really is.
I mean, I do get pretty pig-headed and stubborn. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I don't mean, I think you took it. I didn't mean that you're a sad person. No, I just mean their internal battle is very fucking sad to sit back and watch, knowing it's an easy fix. All they have to do is validate themselves.
I cannot with people. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying.
Well,
I'm trying.
effort. That's all it takes. You have an interest in changing. What more drive do you need in your life?
I don't feel like it's more drive. It's just like being content with where I'm at. And I'm not saying like where I'm at as a person per se. It's more like being content with where I've built my life at a certain point. Cause like I'll look around and I'll see people and it's so easy for them to do the most minuscule type of task, especially like a task to be an adult, like go to the post office, go grocery shopping at an actual grocery store inside. And things like that just really it just sets me back and I'm just like mentally I can't handle it. I can't do it. I cannot fucking do it. I'm not there yet. And it's sad to say that because 34 years old, yet the whole concept of me going to a grocery store is going to make me just completely break down. And it's not because I'm terrified of the grocery store. It's because I'm just so fucking heartbroken about wasting 16 years of my life with an asshole who fucked me up to the point I can't go to a fucking grocery store by myself. Like, and it's not that I need to go by myself and someone needs to hold my hand type shit. It's just I know the moment I go there, I'm gonna walk into that grocery store and I'm gonna fucking just break down in the middle of the floor in front of a bunch of strangers crying like I did at home a week or two ago. I went to make fucking macaroni and cheese and I just broke down sobbing, cradling myself on the fucking floor. So I just want to be at that mindset in that headspace where I'm not going to be bombarded by all these fucking memories of a ghost of a phantom fucking relationship. And I mean, I'm 6 months in, like, even though it's been 4 months since I moved out, it's been 6 months since we broke up. And it's been 6 months of me getting just tormented and fucking haunted by this shit. So I'm trying. I am trying really hard. It just gets really fucking hard.
The main point is you're trying. That's all you need to do. Try. You need to try to change whatever it is you're experiencing emotionally, physically, environmentally. As long as you're trying to change it, you have an awareness. So,
well, you know what's funny? The other day when like DJ bitched me out about Shiloh having a martini with me across the states, it pissed me off so bad. I was like, I'm gonna go to the grocery store. I'm gonna go to the grocery store. I need to get something for the grocery store. And I went and I opened the door and I put one foot out and I stepped outside and I looked to my left and I looked to my right and then I was like, nope. And then I shut the door. But I mean, I put one foot out the door. That's progress, right?
Oh, as long as you desire it, you'll eventually find it. If your heart's intent on it, how much is your drive? How driven are you to escape the atmosphere you were in and the mindset, escape it and become something different? What's your desire level? That's where the seven, we all get stuck in depression and anxiety and and think about it, it's because we're not upholding to what society wants us to be. We're not, oh shit, you should be 6 months. God damn it. What the fuck's wrong with you? You should be over that. Well, not everyone's the same. You have to move through the process individually. It's a spiritual journey. So, yeah, you made the attempt to go out. Well, good for you. You made it. You have an effort to change. You're aware of the situation. So, it doesn't happen overnight. Nothing happens overnight, especially 16 years worth of your life. It's not going to disappear overnight. Matter of fact, it will never disappear. It will always be there, but use as an anchor to weigh you down while you explore the harbor you're ported in. Never, no, it is what it is. Good, bad, or ugly, don't ever try to hide from anything you've experienced, because if you do, you'll never grow. You'll never grow if you try to hide things and not accept them. Hell, laugh at yourself. I laugh at myself all the time. Ex-wives laugh at me, kids laugh at me. I laugh with them. Haha, I was an asshole. I apologize. Shit. If I'd known then what I know now. Damn it. I apologize.
Yeah, it just takes me a while to like learn certain lessons and things. And I mean, I'm slowly starting to pick it up a little bit faster nowadays. It only took me a year to learn how to grow to be a fucking like functioning adult that didn't hate herself for like the spiritual journey that she's been on. So that's been good. Yeah.
Well, my advice to you, Capricorn, is
Yeah.
you don't need anyone to validate yourself. You don't. And once you realize you are validation enough, everything else will come to you. Capricorns have a unique ability to attract things to them. Good, bad, or ugly, they attract it to them. It's like a magnet. And once you realize you're validated enough, you attract the right things you need in your life. Capricorns, I'm telling you, man, they're a sad story to me. It's just, it's heartbreaking to see any Capricorn go through. They beat the shit out of themselves, man, for no apparent reason. I don't understand it. Well, I do understand it, but it's sad to watch. You guys torture the shit out of yourselves, man. Mentally, physically, it's sad to watch.
I mean, at least now I'm torturing myself mentally with rabbit holes. That's an improvement. Just saying. Just saying.
Well, we all have our faults. I'm not degrading you or any Capricorn. No, it's just my personal experience with Capricorns, what I've witnessed, and we all have our faults, man. Every sign has their faults.
Yeah, it's
We
true.
have our goodness too.
The good, the bad, the ugly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunately for me, my ugly is a walking billboard deeper than the fucking crevice of the Grand Canyon. But hey, it's okay. It's nothing little $300 Botox will fix eventually.
Let me ask you this. Why on earth, and don't you dare give me we share pets. Why do you still continue to converse with DJ? Why?
Well, seriously, I'm not gonna lie. The main reason is literally because of D'Artagnan. But if I'm gonna be truthful, because that's the only way to grow, it almost feels like as long as I have that lifeline out there, I'm not fully just alone just yet. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, sure. And at the same time, the crazy the more you realize the craziness he spews, it gives you more energy to progress forward past him too.
I mean, well, this is the thing, and I would always say it, especially when we first broke up. It was like I felt like I had more strength when he was horrible to me, when he was scaring the shit out of me, when he was making me question myself, because it gave me a wake up call, a reality check to be like, no, I'm not what he says. I am. I could stand on my own. I'm everything he says I'm not, type thing. But then when he would be sweet and he would randomly go to the grocery store and he like bought all my favorite snacks to replace what I bought for myself that he ate, that would just break me down. Like it would literally fucking break me down. And so every time I would finally be like, okay, I'm okay, okay. And then he would just be sweet. It would break me down again. So what sucks is that when I was still living there, because I had to live there for 2 months after the breakup until I finally was able to get out. And the main reason I got out was because he just fucking terrified the shit out of me. It was like the same moment of when we were kids and he was super drunk in the car. And all of a sudden he just turned on me. Like he turned on me and he had me pinned up against the window in his Mustang with his hand around my throat. And he was just saying like, I could break your fucking neck right now. And all of a sudden I just snapped out of it. I was no longer a victim or a target. I was like, I remember I reached behind me. I was able to open the door and I fell back and I got out and I went to turn and kick his ass. I went to go around in the fucking passenger seat to go around to the fucking driver's seat and I was gonna kick his fucking ass. And he literally got out and I remember he crawled over into the passenger seat and then made a beeline up the little hill in front of his mom's house because she just had her other baby. And I remember he was wearing this shirt that I bought him. It was like this really cool shirt. It was like $30 shirt I bought him. And I was like, I'm gonna fucking kick his ass. And I ended up ripping that shirt clean off his body street. And that is how enraged I was. I ripped that shirt clean off his fucking body while he was running upstairs or like run into the door to try and get away from me because I was going to kick his ass. And his mom, I remember his mom had to come out and I felt so bad because she just had her baby and everything. And she was just like, what is going on? And I was just like, this is a fucking nightmare. And so that was the same concept I had was when he just like absolutely lost his shit and broke that cup, like literally he almost did it inches from my face. And then all of a sudden he just decided, oh no, I'm going to throw it, smash it everywhere on the nightstand instead, my favorite cup. And then he takes that fucking door off its hinge. I was just terrified. Instead of being like, I'm going to kick your ass, I'm not afraid of you, I was fucking terrified. So I got my ass out of there. And even though it's been 4 months since I left, after that, even though he never apologized about doing the shit that he did, I kind of just was like, whatever. And then it became more like, okay, we could be friends, like we're cordial, right? And I wasn't heartbroken anymore. I was like, okay, whatever, this is good, because him acting like a complete fucking psycho sealed it for me. I was good. And so I would order DoorDash like usual, be like, I'm gonna order food, you want food? Okay. And I would actually pay more because before, I'm not gonna lie, I was being a little like, I don't want to pay for this, you pay for this, you got money, you pay this, because I always felt like if he took care of me, it would make him happy and he would be less upset with me. And so when we broke up and we were finally like, okay, we'll be cordial friends, I like paid for stuff. It was better than our relationship. It was so sad to say that, Street, but it was better than our fucking relationship, just being friends. And then the day I moved out and I was supposed to have my friend Jonathan help me build the bed or whatever, and something happened. I think his dad was in the hospital for a heart attack. So I was like really wanting to sleep at the new place instead of sleeping there because I was sleeping in our bed every single night. And he was like, you know what? I could actually help you build the bed. So he shows up, he builds the bed. builds all the other stuff for me, and then he just made it all fucking weird again. It's a whole concept of I was mentally moved on, everything was different, and then with one fucking movement, he just changed everything. And the worst part was, I had the power, Street. I had the power. And then that moment, I gave him the power. I gave the narcissist the power. And I was like, I love you so much. I want to make this work. I want to try and fix things. Let's go to couple therapy. Like, I fucking embarrassed the shit out of myself, texting him that the moment he left. And he's like, no, never going to happen. You betrayed me. Blah, blah, blah. We're never going to be together again. And it was the whole concept of he has the power now. And that was the thing. It's just whoever has the power is in control. And I gave him that power. And then so it took me a while, and I finally built it up again. And I was like, I'm good. I don't need him anymore. I don't need to be with him. And then he just randomly messages me. It's like, I miss you. I regret this. Let's try and work things out. And I'm just like, no, I'm good. I was like, no, I'm good. I moved on. I'm happy. And I was moved on and happy. But then all of a sudden, that whole concept just like is in the back of my brain again, right? It's in the back of my head. And then I'm trying to be like, okay, everything's cool. So we're hanging out for New Year's Eve, right? We're doing the trivia and everything. Well, that fucking set him off, and he breaks all my shit, does all this other stuff. And then I start to get in this, like, I start to flip and get this mindset thinking like, maybe life would be better if I was back with him. And I would feel like I belong somewhere, I fit in somewhere. And then I give him the power again. So like every time I'm so depressed and I can barely function and I don't want to be social, it's because I slipped and I gave him the power. And I'm just so tired of doing it.
I'll tell you what I told all my daughters. No matter what the situation you are in, you have the power. Don't abuse the power. And you know what the power is. I don't need to be graphic about this. Men chase one thing, and you are in power of that. You are in power. Don't abuse it. Don't twist their mind and fucking get them loose or crazy. But when it comes to situations like that, no, make them chase you, make them respect you, because you know what they want. I mean, put it animalistic. You have to take control, and women are always in control, always. I'm not saying women are in control when it comes to a men's perspective. What do men do? Why do we get attracted to women? We're interested in, I mean, come on, let's break it down to the basics of human characteristics. Now, for people to say, oh, women take over the world, blah, blah, well, it would be a better place and it would be a worse place. It's twofold. But when it comes to relationships, women are in control, plain and simple. There's no other way to look at it. And to have a man convince you that you're not in control, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Do you think you're never not? I'm trying not to get graphic because, after the you should be shot, I I want to I don't want to get crazy, but no, you are in control of your own destiny, your own life, your own body, everything about you. And unfortunately, the world you guys live in is a bunch of fucking wolves with their tongues hanging out, man. They'll say and do anything to get control of you. They'll go above and beyond. And you just told us a story of one instance of one individual of what they would do to get control of you and convince you they are in control of you. Well, that's a predator, man. He knew your background, he preyed on it, and he used it against you, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and I get it. And I don't think that aspect. I feel like more mentally and emotionally. That's why I honestly, I cannot, because I originally planned to go back to the house. Like, I was supposed to go back a couple of days after I moved in to get the rest of the stuff that I wanted, to see, my dogs. Like, he let me keep the key to the house and everything. He's like, yeah, show up and see the dogs whenever you want, and the cat and everything. And I mentally haven't been able to go back there since the day I left, because I know I will crumble if I even look at him. It's what happens every fucking time. Like, I was already trying to move on back in 2012 with my friend Jonathan at the time, pretty much. And that's not even the point. I don't even need someone to move on, right? I was just at a mental capacity where I was like, I'm good. I do not need you. And he like shows up and I just fucking crumbled again. Granted, he drop kicked a door in my face, but something happened along those lines a couple of weeks later where I remember I had to like talk to him or meet him about the car or something, and I just crumbled again. And so I'm just like, I don't want to see him. I cannot see him. I cannot see his face.
Well, okay, let's there's only one reason in my mind that, and this is my opinion, of why he would insist that you keep the key in order to see the pet.
So I could see his face.
Well, nah, there's only one reason. You know what it is. There's only one reason he would want to maintain that connection. Given the stories that you've shared with us of his anger and violence and controlling nature, why do you think he wanted you to have a key? There's only one reason. It's what you're in control of.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, men think you are, I'll be blunt, men think you are just a pussy. No, you're more than that. You're a fucking brain, you're a person. And he's the type that thinks that's why he gave you the key, because he still wants to control you. And what?
Hold on one second. I'm still listening.
Well, when he controls you, what does he control? Look at how he got upset with how you dressed. Sexy. Oh no, you can't dress like that. You'll attract. Oh, why? What would you attract if you're sexy? Oh, now someone else wants what? I mean, I'm not. That's men. That's men for you. That's what they do. I told the story long ago. I moved into a neighborhood as a single parent, a newly single parent with 3 minor children from middle school down to elementary. And I become friends with a neighbor across the street, an older Black woman, till to this day, one of my dearest friends, man. And it wasn't until probably 2010, I was in my nearly 40s in the time. I said, man, she's like, when are you going to find, you keep hooking up with these women, when are you going to find someone solid? I'm like, man, I can't do it. And I confided in her as a woman. I mean, I didn't look at her as a woman. I looked at her as a friend. And she said, listen, your issue is this. You're trying to control that pussy like it's yours. I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, that's where your jealousy comes from. You think you own her. You own her body. I'm like, and I got to thinking about it. I'm like, fuck, you're goddamn right. Every girl, serious girlfriend or wife, I thought I owned it. And jealousy fucking killed me. And she said it's really simple with women. Women, the secret to a woman's heart is to make her want to be around you. Make her want and know that you love her. Or it's very simple. Unfortunately, I didn't find that out until I was in my 40s and 2 failed marriages. I wish I would have ran to my friend earlier before that, but everything happens for a reason.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, do you agree, disagree? Do you have something to add to it? What's your thoughts?
I said I agree. I agreed with it.
Uh, well, it's an ugly fact of society, man. Hell, any young lady, not even a woman yet, realizes the world they're growing up in, man. If not, there's a female around them telling them, and all they have to do is look around and they see what's happening right from the get-go, and it's a travesty, man.
Yeah, but as someone growing up in society and just making their way into the world and trying to understand love and relationships and things like that, we're not warned, we're not told about the stuff. And even if we are, we don't take it seriously because we don't understand, we don't know it. In order to understand and know it, we have to experience it. And once we experience it, then we can, learn from it. And it's just like, it sucks because I wish someone told me you were going to waste 16 years of your life on someone who is going to not make you better, not to bring out the best qualities of you, not to make sure to see you, progress in what you truly are meant to be. Instead, he's going to just destroy everything, all the good qualities you had about yourself. He's going to destroy your confidence. He's going to destroy the fact that you like to wear bright colors and stand out in a crowd and be the social butterfly at places. He's going to make you believe that you are stupid, that you're illiterate, that you have nothing going in your life because you don't have money like he does. He's going to make you not have friends anymore. He's going to alienate you from your family. There's so many fucked up things. And I'm not even like halfway at the beginning yet of the shit he has done to me. And then the worst part is I told him this stuff, thinking he'll show just a little bit of compassion. He'll apologize. Not once has he ever apologized. He actually justifies it. That's crazy.
Once again, consider cutting off all communications. So that influence, you never have that itch. You never, and it'll be cold turkey, but you'll never have that itch to the what if. It's always the what if. And I'm speaking from experience. It's the what if. When you have a failed relationship, it could take months, if not years, to do the what if. I think this would work. God, I love them. Oh, it was everything. Blah blah. Well, it's not until you take the time, and you have to do it yourself. It's you have to go alone in there. You have to figure out who the fuck you are, what makes you happy, what worth are you, and once you realize that, people like that and their manipulative tactics and become extremely annoying. And instead of being hurt by your experiences that you've experienced through him, you'll be annoyed by him like, fuck. You'll be disappointed. Damn, why didn't I catch that sooner? Damn, I'm so disappointed in myself. And that disappointment will turn to, shit, what can I do to change that in my future? What can I do to change me? And like you said, if you don't enter into a relationship where they have your utmost, you trust them with your life. If they don't have that, it's just a hookup.
That's messed up too, because I know what you mean, because I literally did trust him with my fucking life.
And the lesson you learned, from that valuable life lesson.
I'm still trying to learn it, because you know how I'm a people pleaser and I'm always wanting to help someone, and I'm always seeing I'm always compassionate, wanting to see the good in people. That's like a part of why I still think I hang on to it. Like the reason why I can't look him in the face is because I want to be like, he didn't mean it. He doesn't mean to do these fucked up things for 16 years. Maybe he just blames me for something. There's always got to be like some type of excuse, right? And it's like, dude, the fact that he literally almost broke your neck at 16 in a car, fucking drunk and on drugs, should have been your first chance to get the fuck out. But no, I did it over and over and over and over and over and just never stopped. Like 16 years. And it's not just like, oh, for 16 years we were together. We broke up a few times. No, he broke up with me every holiday. Like, I can't even explain to you how many times he broke up with me. It got to the point where every time he would break up, a small piece of me just died inside. So finally, it gets to he dumps me, just humiliates me, and leaves me in front of everyone in the Chase community the night before Capra's wedding. And that was like the final coffin for me. I'm not even kidding. The final nail in the coffin was when he did that shit to me in Vegas, which brought back all of that fucked up gaslighting and torment from the first time he left me for someone in Vegas. So it made me dead inside. It literally made me dead inside. I was drinking all the time. I was being stupid. I was being a whore, sending out my photos to stupid ass, like 2 people in the Chase community. Like, oh, how dare I? I was being a fucking idiot, but it's because I literally needed some type of validation because he made me feel like I was worthless. He made me feel like I was stupid. I was worthless. I was ugly. I was fat. I was not worth any attention. I wasn't going to go anywhere in life. Like, worthless. And the worst part was when I got back, like he picked me up again. Like he leaves and abandons me in Las Vegas. But then he's like, oh, I'm sorry. I fucked up. And usually what meant was he would dump me, go hook up with some random chick or whatever, realize they're not who they want. So then be like, oh, I'm kidding. I changed my mind, and then come back. Right. So he comes back, picks me up, takes me back to the house. And I remember I was sitting in the back seat of the car, not the passenger seat. I was in the back seat. And I was actually texting, it was a really cute guy from like, I think it was junior high. I've known him since junior high. He was like super, I had a huge crush on him. He looks like Josh Hartnett and everything. I was texting him at the time. So I was like, yo, my heart's broken, but I'm like numb and I feel dead inside. Like, this is what I was telling him. And so then we get back and I'm like mentally exhausted and I go to the extra room. It was like my dungeon. It's like where I would self-assign myself every time he decided he was done with me, right? Like break up with me, done with me. So I would just go into the spare bedroom with my old bed and everything. And I just remember looking around and I'm like, God, I have too much stuff. And I used to joke around saying like, if I had so much stuff, I'd leave your ass. I'm like, oh, technically that's kind of true. It was like so mentally overwhelming to think about. But I was like, I'm fucking done. So I told him, I'm like, you owe me $1,000 for every year you fucking made me waste on you. Like, that's what I told him. And then I went downstairs and I remember looking around and just like fucking crumbling. Cause I'm like, this is supposed to be the life that we built together. And he just so easily just throws it away, right? So then I go from melting and feeling broken to just fucking psycho, pissed off, vengeful bitch. And so I go into his office and I just like rip his phone out. Like I was like, give me your fucking phone. And I don't ever do that. That's always him. This time I was like, I can't fucking take it. Cause I wanted to confirm my suspicions of him cheating on me because he decided he wanted to break up with me because he wasn't happy at the time. And so I was like trying to get his phone and I finally got it. And I just like remember crumbling and falling over. It like hurt myself. I like cut my leg or something. And I just like started crying and crumbling completely. I was just like, fuck, I can't deal with this. And then I just lost it so bad. He had to call his mom to come over. And I was just like, I can't talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to him. I just want to take a shower. It's been a long fucking like trip. And she was like, no, we need to talk it out. You're like my stepdaughter, blah, or like, you know, I was like a daughter to her, right? Not stepdaughter, but, you know, daughter-in-law. She's like, you're like my daughter-in-law. And I was just like, I don't want to fucking deal with it. And she was like, well, you guys are going to sit here and you're going to work it out. You're going to talk it out, or you're just going to fucking end things. And I'm like, okay. And we eventually, talked it out. And I wanted to be like, it's okay. We're okay and everything. But it wasn't. I was fucking dead inside. I've been dead inside. And it was officially completely dead inside the moment he decided to just leave me, abandon me in Vegas all over again. Like, that brought back so much mental anguish and fucking emotional abuse from the first time he did it that I never recovered. Like, to this day right now, I still have not recovered. When I was in Vegas for WSOF, I still wasn't fully recovered. I was just like, oh my God, I'm in Vegas. Every time I've been in Vegas, it's been like a fucking nightmare. And so it's just like, I was still dead. I was dead inside. And that's why I just didn't give a fuck anymore. And that's why I was talking to Adam. And it's funny. It's so funny that he's like, oh, you cheated on me, even though you were having, it's called an emotional affair. You were having an emotional affair with someone all the way across the pond. And it doesn't matter that I like sent him a few pictures and videos, whatever, right? It was like, literally DJ would be like, I don't want to hang out with you, even though I spent all this money to make a nice dinner for him, had plans to stay in and watch a stupid movie that he liked that I didn't like. And I would make all this dinner, or I would order expensive dinner, and he'd be like, yeah, I'm going to go to the Bar of Blue instead. And he would literally blow me off all the time and go to the Bar of Blue. And he'd come back so drunk that he would be spinning and throwing up. So it got to the point when he would say, okay, I don't want to hang out with you. I'm going to drop everything for my bestie Lou in the bar, but I will not drop anything for you. So it got to the point where I was like, okay, he clearly wants nothing to do with me. Like, he doesn't give a fuck about me. So the person who was giving me attention, or at least I thought was giving me attention, was the person I would occasionally be like, okay, here's a few photos, whatever, feel validated in myself, right? But the thing that made me even talk to him was I could actually talk to him. Like, I didn't have to hunt Adam down to let him hear how my day was or how I was feeling. DJ literally had to fucking hunt down and corner and try and tell him, this is why I'm upset today. Or this is what you did that hurt me or made me cry for fucking 2 days. And then the funny part is he told me, he's like, I'll never be able to forgive you because I found out you were talking about a relationship to that other guy in the UK. And I'm like, what the fuck do you think? Like, what do you expect? I had no one to talk to. I had no one to talk to, no one that gave a shit. So yeah, I was talking to a random stranger. That should be the first thing that tips you off that I'm emotionally fucking fucked up. And I tried to tell him a million times and he didn't care. Yet, the narcissist will point fingers strictly at you. I'm not saying I'm innocent. I know I'm not innocent. But he sure as hell created something over here. That's for sure.
Well, know who you are, know what makes you happy, and you'll attract that. It's quite obvious that you weren't trying to attract that when you and DJ got together. It was something totally different. It was not about you.
Yeah, I didn't even know. Like, before I found the chase, I was actually telling Ashley this today. You know how people are always like, oh, when you first got on the chase, like what was the reason? And I've said this multiple times, but I originally got into the chase because I was tired of getting excited about going on dates with DJ. And while we're in the car driving on the freeway on our way to the date, it would go from 0 or like from 100 to 0, like real fast. If he saw any type of exotic car on the freeway, which it's a fucking freeway. So, every single time we're on the freeway, he saw an exotic car. And he would just get so pissed off that he did not own an exotic car. He would blame me and then get in a huge fight. And then we'd have to go back home and there would be no date. So I was like, I want to find a way to obtain some type of money so I could get my boyfriend his dream car so he will love me. How fucking pathetic is that?
You won't ever let that happen again, right?
Fuck no.
then it's not pathetic. It's quite educational.
Still crazy though.
Well, that's how we learn. We don't, if you get a rich kid, never experienced no hardships, no nothing in their life. They're spoiled little rotten brats. I don't care. I don't care how old they become. They could be 80 years old. They're still spoiled rotten little brats. You get someone that grew up on the streets, that's fallen on their face many a time and experienced a lot of life's hardships. That's where you get your wisdom from. But it doesn't take, just experiencing them isn't going to change you. The fact that you want better, the fact that you acknowledge this ain't fucking right. Something, I'm not happy, man. And you have to dive into it. And that's where people get stuck in depression, anxiety. They're diving into, why am I not happy and what can I do to make me happy? And they get so fucking stuck in this depression shit. And I blame it on society. You know, the white picket fence, the 2.5 kids, the dog, new car every year, their standards. So they're bombarded with feeling inadequate. Inadequate. How could have you ever look at a newborn child? Do they look inadequate in any shape, way, shape, or form? No. They're the most godly, and I'll use the word godly thing you've ever seen. Hold one, hold a newborn, hours old. Holy shit. A learning experience. You got to fall on your face. You have to.
I've literally fallen on my face many times. Many times.
That explains the dent in your head then, huh?
Apparently. Yep. There you go. It's like, I can't tell if I got the dent in my head because I'm too angry, because I'm just too frustrated from not being able to solve my rabbit holes quick enough. A combination of the two, or the fact that I'm pretty much blind sometimes. Like all three, I think all three have just come together to create my epic dent in my head. It's great. It, like, first it was just like not that apparent, and now it's just like, oh. But then I also don't want to sit there and let them inject me with a fucking Botox needle. That sounds horrible.
I'll give you an example. I'm 60 years old. I look at pictures of me of when I was like in middle school or, 18, 19, 20. And I'm like, what the fuck happened? Look, well, life is what happened. Life shows up on not only our faces, our bodies. It shows up. It really does. And that dent is, you have a concern for life.
Good, a concern for life.
A concern for life. That's where that's an honest dent, and you should wear it proudly.
Nope, still getting the Botox. Like, part of me just wants to get the Botox just to see what else she could come up with. Like, if I get rid of the dent, what else is she going to be able to trash me about? I don't know if your camera went on or your microphone went on mute.
What happened?
Oh, I was waiting for you to say something, and it was just like awkward silence. I'll take that as there's many more things she could trash me about.
Why, did you say something discouraging, did you? I missed it.
Yeah, I said once I get rid of the Botox, like half the reason why I even want to try the Botox is to see what else she could come up with once I take away the dent head fucking reason.
Oh, yeah, well. I try to eliminate, I give her no power whatsoever. She's on.
The only things that she literally can attempt to hold against me are piss on a rope and suck on the wet end, which I got from my grandmother, And then don't be a twat waffle, which I got from a coffee mug. Well, technically I got it from my mortal enemy at a bar, and then they turned it into my friend, but still, it eventually made itself onto a coffee mug. Like, wow. All I have to say, she would never survive California. That's for fucking sure.
Oh no, they devour her. Yeah, she would have never made it out of puberty. They would have devoured her.
I mean, I was pretty close to never making out of puberty too. They're fucking savage. And that was back then. Now, I'm so glad I didn't have to grow up in today's society. I never would have survived it.
I made a video long ago with it was a stick. It was actual piece of wood branch. And I said, I gave a grandma quote back when I did my grandma quotes.
Huh.
And she actually said I was disgracing her dead grandma by putting a human bone up. I'm like, fucking bone. It's a stick. It was a stick.
It was a stick.
Let's look at that for a second. And we're talking probably a year and a half ago that this video occurred. It was the simple comment of my grandma always said. She claimed that I robbed that from her. I'm making fun of her. Well, Barb, hate to bust your bubble, but back in 2019, when I first started doing YouTube, I was making my grandma. And I told the people that I recently, if I was to say, here's my opinion and make a quote, no one would fucking give a shit. But if I said, my grandma always said, chances are people are going to read it. And it wasn't my grandma saying it, it was me saying it. It was my bullshit I was spreading out. But the fact that she tried to steal my grandma's from me after the fact, and then claimed that I was disgracing her dead grandmother by putting a human bone up, shin bone. No, it was a stick. It was a fucking stick. And if you don't know a stick from a bone, how the hell you know what the fucking treasure chest is? Honestly.
The commentary that I can soup on this that I choose not to.
Yeah. Well,
it's funny.
It's been a long night, man. I'm drunk as fuck. I shouldn't be rambling. I'll probably get a lawsuit or a citizen to see letter tomorrow, but I don't care.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I won't send you any of that for saying I should get shot straight. We're good.
It was a slip. It was a Freudian slip. I admit it. Freudian slip.
No, I hope you had an awesome birthday. I'm glad you were able to, vent it out a little bit. As always, it's really awesome hanging out with you and Trusted and Troy and everyone. So go to sleep, use a real pillow, not some rocks, and update me on how your hangover is going to be tomorrow.
Always a pleasure, Candy. Always a pleasure. Never know what the next corner is going to fucking reveal, huh?
Hey, my favorite thing about the chase is friggin' conversations like this. So it's my favorite. It's good.
How can you go wrong? It doesn't cost us a dime to do this shit. Well, $16 a month for YouTube. Besides that, I mean Zoom. Oh, always a pleasure, man.
You're clearly not that drunk if you could differentiate YouTube from Zoom, but have a good night.
Have a good night.